in 2021. And these are persons who gave up their jobs. They flew into Jamaica. They staffed the emergency room. They staffed the OR, every area that was needed. And I personally did internal audit. And so it's another success story. And as Minister Tufton said at the closing, it's going to be used as a blueprint. And I think from that is a new mission, the surgical mission for nurses is a backbone from the COVID-19 mission. So I'm rolling over into this mission. It's coming, is that Jamaica is experiencing a backlog of elective surgeries for more than one reason. You know, the pandemic, operating rooms were closed, and unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues have left the island, okay, the OR nurses. And it's a team. You might have the surgeons, but you can't do the surgery without the nurses. And now, because I would think of the COVID-19 mission, the diaspora has been approached and asked, how can we help in getting nurses, bringing nurses to the island to help on a surgical mission? And from the moment I was approached, I started by word of mouth, talking to people, so I know it's going to get off the ground. And I know Minister Tufton is away now with this team to work on that, meeting with different agencies. And so please keep that in mind for those of you in person, those online. If you know any operating room nurses, recovery room, you can reach me. I am spearheading it in New York, along with the Consul General of New York, Mrs. Alcyon Roach Wilson. We are already in discussion how we are going to get this rolling out, because we have to have these surgeries done. One of the ways when these missions are set up, especially the one in South Lamar, showing also the engagement and the partnership, I must highlight the Health for Life and Wellness Foundation, Mr. Courtney Cephas. That's the foundation out of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The medical and nursing councils, you know, we can't do work without credentialing. So people were on board. Instead of taking the long length of time in clearing persons, they worked with us. We had, I must tell you who the primary persons are who spearheaded this mission. The Jamaican at Home Helping Jamaicans Abroad, the Jaja Foundation. He likes to say it's the bald head Rasta organization. Anyways, Dr. Trevor Dixon, I hope he's listening. We have the Help Jamaica Medical Mission, Dr. Robert Clark, and the Jamaica Nurses Group of New York. And it's the oldest Caribbean nursing organization in the United States, celebrating 60 years, just like Jamaica.
So, Ms. Bell.
Yes.
I'm going to ask, there's a lot of stuff that we're talking about,
yes.
It's a conversation.
Yes.
We need to take a commercial break at 10 o'clock, so if we can, yeah.
Okay.
And then because we're going to come back to your question. And the thing about healthcare that you really have to do is,
yes.
you have to be able to be agile and pivot. So even though I set the framework, right, if you're providing healthcare, you have to be agile and be able to pivot. So let's stop for a second because we have a lot of information to cover and persons to talk. Maybe we have one quick question. You only have 1 minute to ask anyone from the panel, and then we'll have Ms. Paul continue and engage persons from the audience. And I have lots of questions. My phone is blowing up, as they say, right? There's a lot of questions coming in. So let's pause for a commercial break because I think it's saying it's 9:59. So let's not take a question now. Prepare your question. Grab your coffee. If you're listening virtually, grab your best, your favorite beverage that you have in the morning, coffee, tea, whatever. Grab a toast, write the question down, and then we'll come back after the commercial break. Thank you.
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision, now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will not let go of this vision. We will grow. We will overcome these challenging times and look to the future with hope and positivity. The These are special times. The world as we know it has changed, but home will always be in our hearts. And in Jamaica, you can always find a home. Think you know Jamaica? Look again. You will be surprised.
At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
Good morning and welcome back to the Health and Wellness session, Reigniting the Nation for Greatness. Greatness is our destination. How do we get there? Let's have Mrs. Powell continue with sharing some of her thoughts in the conversation with us.
Okay, and I realize the time, so I'll make it move. I spoke about the surgical mission already. The last areas are to do with telehealth, and this is important to mention. We're talking about digitalization. How can we reform the health system without having all our processes and services digitalized? And there is a program called LIFE, the acronym for Living in Full Health, and this is an initiative that the partnership is being launched tomorrow at the end of the conference, where persons in the diaspora will be joining a group of researchers at the University of the West Indies, the Fox Chase Cancer Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the Hope Center in California. And basically what it is, they have persons they're going to be following for the next 5 years, persons with non-communicable diseases and cancer, and our role will be to work with them virtually. So we'll stay in New York and we'll have patients here in Jamaica, helping them to manage their condition. The areas for opportunities, again, there's a lot of areas that we would like to let the ministry know. So I might not be able to share all of them here, but you have to invite us. Invite us to your meetings, invite us to your boards. We want to be there to say, people are sitting out there cannot share everything today. But we want, after this, we want to have regular meetings. And so some of them quickly, to digitalize all processes, to facilitate and ensure efficiency, productivity. We got to think about maybe better patient outcomes and workforce satisfaction. We want to be engaged. I'm not going to go there again. Develop a database of Jamaicans in the diaspora with expertise in various subject matter. How are you going to know if we don't have that? Lots of experts out there. You know this, we're little and we're Talawa, and we're all over the world. I'm only speaking for the Northeast, but it's global. We want to be involved in the vaccination and nutrition services in school. We want to work with the education sector. Who's out there doing that for them? The diaspora can help. We want a better infrastructure for connectivity, for sustaining telehealth. Here we are recommending telehealth. What can the people be connected? You know, so often we don't have Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff. So that must be considered. We want the medical missions to be on a database for cross-referencing, collaboration, and partnership. Too often, one mission around the corner here, one there. We don't know who's on board. We want to know who has the neurologist, who has the cardiologist. Referrals. Not sure, I can't talk for it if it's being done now. Mission ends, what happens to those patients? We want continuum of care. Often I've personally worked on missions. Patients will say, I've waited for you since last year. We don't want that. We want to be able to say, patient to say, I saw Dr. Brown every 3 months while you were away. Mental health professionals must be on mission teams. I think that should be a requirement. They must be on the team. Yes, nurses and physicians are trained to do psychosocial assessments, and we do that, but when you have, that's their expertise. We want to conduct medical missions in the non-traditional venues, like we did in Savlamar, we did the hospital. How about now that we have adopted clinics, we set up some of these missions in the clinics. The persons who adopt the clinic do their mission there. We can go to the infirmaries, the jails, and I have to tell you about one mission that's so non-traditional. Jaja Foundation, which does a mission called Healing in the Dance Hall. Uptown Monday at Sovereign Plaza, we actually do a mission there, leave our hotels after midnight, and we work with people there until 4 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so that's another way to transform the system. Streamline the process for credentialing and clearance of equipment and supplies. Streamline the process for credentialing. And last but not least, diaspora to assist with quality insurance improvement and share best practices. I'll close my presentation, Dr. Rule.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on one second.
All right. Okay.
The iPad is blowing up, so I have questions for folks, right?
All right.
So I'm going to ask questions of the panelists, and whoever feels comfortable answering, do that. Then we'll take an audience question, and then we'll engage the panelists that are online virtually from the UK and from Canada.
Okay.
So does that seem to work?
That's fine.
Okay. So one of the questions is, it's a question/comment. There is a concern about alcoholism and substance use in Jamaica. What is being done to address it? That's one question. And the second question is, why does we need a single parish, every parish needs a mental health hospital. Why is there not one? So those really two questions, maybe they're related in terms of the answer. Okay.
So in terms of the alcoholism, so we are moving towards a policy on alcohol use country, and we are in the preliminary stages in terms of putting together that policy. And that policy will cover quite a bit of areas in terms of access, in terms of educating persons, and in terms of how we relate to the manufacturing sector. So this is something that will involve quite a bit of multi-stakeholder engagement so that we can ensure that we're all aware of this and be a part of saying how it is that we go forward with that. In terms of the drug use, we have the National Council of Drug Abuse that have various programs in terms of educating persons and in terms of addressing the issues that arise in terms of management of persons who are in crisis and who have problems. Okay. So we have that program that is very active. I don't have all the details here, but it's something that we can prepare, in terms of send it out in terms of to the diaspora, in terms of the different activities that we have under the National Council of Drug Abuse. In terms of the mental health, the necessity of having a mental health hospital in each parish. Well, the drive now is to move away from institutionalization and to get mental health management within the communities. So there is a drive, and we have been working actively on this in strengthening our community mental health program, but also increasing the knowledge and the capacity of our regular physicians, in addition to our psychiatrists and the other mental health workers, in terms of managing the persons with mental health problems within the local district hospitals, the community hospitals, and the other levels of hospitals. So we are strengthening that capacity as well as the community programs. And our big drive at this time is not in terms necessarily of managing mental illness, but is in focusing on mental wellness. And so we have a lot of programs that are starting from the school level. We have a school mental health literacy program that we're working on in terms of educating the children and the teachers within the schools as to how to manage problems, to identify problems. We have other school initiatives that we're working at. And then we also have our community programs where we have a program that we call PM Plus, program that we're working with PAHO in developing in terms of recruiting the regular person in the communities to be able to address some of the issues that life stresses. As I say, it's about mental wellness, dealing with the life stresses before they become issues of mental illness. So we have those programs that we're actively working on, but the short answer is not focusing on institutionalization, but to build the capacity within the communities and within our local hospitals and our health centers as well to manage mental illness and to promote mental wellness.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McKenzie. Minister, would you like to respond to that?
And I'll just add, as far as what Dr. CMO said, yes, the focus, especially now, we hear of the different drug abuse happening in our schools, and so it is very important to address that. And we saw coming out of the pandemic quite a number of persons, and we saw the numbers increase. I don't have the total numbers now with me, but the numbers did increase as far as persons reaching out to the hotline, reaching out for help, and we saw the numbers of drug abuse actually increasing. And so it is very important for us to continue the education in our schools with our children, because I think it starts there. And so much effort will be made this year going forward to educate our youngsters about the harmful use of drugs, especially some of the ones that we hear in recent times. Another thing that is on the books right now, going on as I speak, is the legislation on the tobacco. Legislation is going through the parliament now. And so we know that a lot of our youngsters, they misuse tobacco, and we want to prevent that. When you talk about non-communicable diseases, that is a part of the thrust also with the primary health care and also to make sure that our students are not abusing tobacco. And so with NCDs, and the focus with that, we want to make sure that the youngsters, that they do not start this from a very early age into adulthood.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I promised that we'll take a question from the audience. One question, because we have two panelists, one in the UK, one in Canada. One question, please. Make it a question. So, Doctor, I see a hand up. Please identify yourself and tell us where you're from.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dr. Desiree Dunn, and I'm a nursing professor, and I live in the Midwest.
Thank you.
And I have been on missions here. So as I'm thinking about the project Code Care that you are embarking on right now, I'm thinking about all the missions that have been that have come to Jamaica, and I understand that it's about 200 missions. And from being through this process, I know that through the credentialing process, you can get a lot of information. So I'm wondering if there is a database that is available where you can tap into it to find some surgical nurses, because I'm very sure that there's a lot of them that came down. I myself is one. And so can we go there as well as proceed with whatever it is that you're doing across the United States, Canada, and UK?
Okay, thank you for your question. So only one question. So I think maybe just redefine for us specifically what Project Code care is, right? So it's a recruitment of surgical nurses and surgical staff, I'm assuming, because of a backlog of surgical cases. So redefined, if I'm not misspeaking. And the question, I guess, is there a database or some information about, from prior medical missions, or any other database that they can look at and say, okay, this is what we need, we know this asset is there, and we reach out to them directly?
Okay, so in terms of Project Code Care, so just want to point out that the project actually have several arms. Okay. And one of the first arms is for us to increase our capacity within our facilities with the resources we have in terms of extended hours, weekend hours, in terms of utilizing any operating theaters that are underutilized, just to maximize the amount of surgeries that are being done to reduce the backlog. And then we also have another arm that is procurement of equipment, because some of our operating theaters have been down because of need for reliable anesthetic machines. Operating theater beds are malfunctioning, and so another arm is a procurement of these equipment. We have identified specific theaters that need this push, and so we're working with that. And then we are also, another arm is in terms of ensuring that supplies are in place, because we have, of course, when you have a number of surgeries that are being done, then we run into especially disposable items that may become short, laundry items, to ensure that we have disposable items that will not hold us back. So we're also doing that procurement as another arm. Of course, in thinking about this, we recognize that one of the areas that would be a stop in going through with this process was our ability to have nurses on board. And so we came up with the nursing missions. And initially, our target was that to identify missions that had been done already in each hospital, where it is that relationships were already existing, and to get to those list of nurses. And so we are working on that in terms of seeing the list of nurses that have been associated with some hospitals already, are familiar with the processes and teams there, and we thought it would be easier to get these persons back on board. So we are working on that from the hospital end, but also from in terms of the mission organization unit that is within the ministry. But of course, we have mushroomed outside of that in terms of now trying to get other persons engaged, because when we look at the problem, while we're addressing backlog now, we have a year in, year out problem in terms of not being able to manage predictably the numbers because of shortages. And we lost over 500 nurses last year. So that is, and even though we recruit back into the system new nurses, the level of experience and knowledge, that takes a little time to build up. So we wanted to see a program that could be continuous, that if we had a cadre of persons that we were able to roster throughout the year, not just in terms of the backlog, but going forward, we thought that this would be helpful. And we thought it was an opportunity for us as a country to re-engage with the nurses that have left. Instead of they've left and we say goodbye, you've gone to greener pastures. We recognize that Jamaicans that go abroad have a yearning to come back and to give service. And many times the opportunities are not so clear, and we thought if we created this continuity of communication, this re-engagement with our nurses that have left, then we could develop a continuous program. And so that's what we're working at. So that's what the project is about. And in short, yes, we are looking at the persons that we have had to try to identify them and make contact with them.
Okay, so let's be fair to the panelists in the UK and Canada. Let's have them share their message. Then I see lots of hands and I'm getting lots of questions, but let's go to the panelists First, Dr. Upton Allen in Canada, and then Antoinette Brown, who is in New York. Is Dr. Allen online to share his thoughts with us? And if not, we'll then go next to Antoinette Brown. She is the project manager in IT. Good morning, Antoinette. Nice to see you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning. We're in
And
sunny
good morning.
Jamaica on the harbor. It's wonderful here. Wish you were here.
I wish to. Good morning also to the various panelists and the distinguished guests. So my name is Antoinette Brown. I'm located here in the United States. I'm working for a large healthcare system, and one of my job is as a healthcare informatics specialist is to basically implement EMR systems across our local systems. And one of the things that I'm glad to hear that the CMO expressed was Jamaica's process in implementing an EHR system or / an EMR system. And one of the things that I believe is that the diaspora can be a hand in helping through that process. You know, when I look at the transitions that we have done in the United States from moving from paper to digitization, it's a tedious process. And a part of that process is not just only the infrastructure set in, but one of the things that we have identified here is making sure that we are engaging the workforce itself in that process when we do the transition. We cannot lead a digitization process from a top-down approach. We need to get the nurses involved in that process because they know the process. And additionally to that, then also linking the policies and procedures that go with that workflow process. So one of the things that I've come to realize that the diaspora needs to help in regards to how we prepare our nurses for that process. And the next thing is that how can the diaspora get involved in that process? The second component to that also is the emergent technology that's occurring. A few years ago when we started the process and transition to electronics, things have changed. And COVID itself has also changed that process. One of the things that I like that Claudette brought up was the whole idea of telehealth. During COVID here in the United States, we had to fall back to telehealth process and telemedicine in order to take care of our patients, making sure that they were engaged, making sure that they were a part of that process and their quality of care. And additionally to that, how do we even prevent? Because I'm telling you, once we make that transition, we got to start thinking about the burnout process in regards to our nurses, in regards to our MDs. And some of the emerging technologies that are coming forth now is the utilization of artificial intelligence. We're seeing now the usage of virtual assistants that will help doctors to do their planning. We're also seeing the usage of blockchain basically to help with how we safeguard medical records, also how we go about in searching for records. So I believe there's a component of things that the diaspora can do. There's a component of other things and tapping into the gems that we have in the diaspora. The U.S. also is going through a process where many nurses are leaving the field. How do we get those nurses that are leaving the fields here in the States, abroad, and everywhere else, and get them to come back home and help in the investment process of changing of how we digitize Jamaica in general? Gary, those are my few points. I know that we have just a moment left, and I want to be fair to the other panelists.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have 4 minutes to the next break, so let's take one question from the audience, and then we'll have Paulette Lois in the UK who will give her presentation. So one question, please frame it as a question for us. Who's identified? Bishop Peart?
I am Pastor Paul Peart, Bronx, New York, pastor of the New Testament Temple Church of God, and I represent the Church of God of New York. Our church sponsored, adopted the Gordon Town Clinic. Of course, the major ask from us is to make a financial contribution for, upkeep and so forth of that clinic. But a thought came to me concerning that financial management of the funds that can be contributed. If a better way can be invented to make use of it. Take, for instance, can something like an endowment fund, a healthcare endowment fund, be set up so that when funds are given, it is not just spent like that? It can be invested in the booming economy of Jamaica. And then the interest and dividends are then used to cover those expenses, so that you actually then have a permanent source of fund instead of keep on going back to the well. One day the bottom must drop out. That's the question.
Okay, so thank you for that question. I think your question, the response is multi-layered and kind of complex to answer in 2 minutes, right? Because we need to break at 10:28. So let's hold that thought in our head. And if there is one other quick question, we'll take that, we'll listen to the question. That way our panelists can ruminate on what it is and then answer after Paulette Lewis from the UK. It's probably 5 o'clock, I don't know what time it is, 5 hours ahead. Let her give her presentation, then we'll answer that question. So that will give us some thoughts about thinking about the response. A 10-second question, just as a placeholder. 10 seconds?
I'm Lorraine Smith, and I'm one of the co-chair from the Northeast. I'm a licensed counselor. My question, real quick. In terms of telehealth, how can we as the diaspora really play a true role in telehealth? I was a part of that mission. I supported the clients, the patients, as well as the providers. And when we went back, we also did that through supporting patients as well, who from the Jamaica Cancer Society. So how can we as the diaspora play a huge role in telehealth?
Excellent question, Ms. Lorraine Smith. We're going to go to a commercial break that will give our panelists time to think about it and respond after Paulette Lewis from the UK gives her presentation. Thank you. Who's going to answer?
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
Hi, I'm Latoya Harris, Executive Director for the National Education Trust. Have you heard about us? Well, let me give you a little background on the organization. The National Education Trust is a charitable organization in Jamaica operating under the Ministry of Education and Youth. And here at NET, we mobilize financial and quality resources for schools in Jamaica to help our children. We build relationships with donors and investors to acquire resources that will improve the educational infrastructure and meet educational needs of our children. Since our inception in 2010, we have processed donations, secured grants, and assisted over 1,000 schools across the length and breadth of Jamaica. We have developed a track record for efficiency as we're passionate about enhancing the lives of our Jamaican children. We're continuing our mission to transform the schools one project at a time. You can contact us at info@net.org.jm or check us out on social media that are listed on the screen to find out how you can donate today. Let us work together to empower the future of Jamaica.
Thank you. Welcome back to our session on health and wellness, reigniting the nation for greatness, right? So we have 2 questions that we have not forgotten. We'll put those in the parking lot. We'll come back to those after Paulette Lewis in the UK shares with us her thoughts and her perspective on the healthcare sector. Ms. Paulette, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, and I'm very pleased to be here. Welcome to our dignitaries and friends. I've been listening very carefully, and there's been a number of topics touched on, which I probably might just elaborate on a little bit. First, about primary care, we do know that the primary care is very important in, the healthcare system. And part of the work that we have been contributing to as a diaspora organization UK was Adopt the Clinic. And we raised a vast amount of money to help with implementation of the clinics in keeping with Vision 2030. The Adopt the Clinic has many benefits in terms of its access for our clients, data collection, workforce, time spent, and all of that, which we discussed early on from Claudette. But there are still many challenges, and we need to roll out many more of these clinics across the country. So as a diaspora organization, many of the diaspora organizations in the UK, and I'm sure in other parts of the USA, Canada, and other places, would be looking at how can we actually make this happen. We have been looking as a health sector group here in UK, working together with different organizations of supporting Jamaica, because it's very important. When we talk about digitalization, and that can improve access and quality and outcome, it can help enhance the ability to allocate, review, schedule, and plan. But one of the things we probably need to do is to use that as well to look at all the diaspora organizations. What are we contributing? How do we bring that together and collaborate? Because I think from my experience, we sometimes are doing the same thing in small pockets, where if we can come together and understand what we all are doing and bring the mass together, I think the results might even be better. So telehealth, I think is very good, because if the clinics which we visited when I was out there in those rural areas, if we have telehealth, that will help very much in terms of planning care. The doctors could be in Kingston, you could see the patients, you don't have to sit there for hours waiting for them to travel, cost would be down. So it has many, many benefits. So I'm all for that and will continue working with that. But for me as well, I think one of the very important things is about workforce and staff. So with the digitalization and the clinics and whatever we have, we need manpower. So manpower and workforce is absolutely important. So how can we use digitalization to help with manpower, our workforce? We might have programs which are hybrid across UK, across Canada, because we need more lecturers, we need more education systems that we could run in parallel and learn from each other. So about 3 years ago, we did a program with UK and Jamaica around learn and return, and that was very successful. We had 13 nurses who came here. They went to Leeds, they went into the ITU, they learned for 6 months, and they got back home just in time for COVID. So the skills were really very well used. Now we have to look at more creative, innovative way, some co-productions. How are we going to develop the workforce as we expand with all the plans that we have? Because I think that's a very important aspect of delivering health wherever we are. So for me, that is really very important. But I think as we continue to support Jamaica, there are many projects, as I said before, like dementia is one, and how we see dementia in Jamaica. The cancer, right now here in UK, we're looking at how can we support cancer projects there. One of the things we do need in terms of igniting and digitalization is that I have people asking, so where and how can we access what is needed in Jamaica? So how can we do that? How can we work with health and well-being to say what is really needed? How can we support those, and what difference can we make? I think there's lots we can work with what we need to know. I don't think it's easy sometimes to understand what is required. And the other point is, how do we measure success and the outcomes from what we actually contribute and do? What is the outcome? in terms of what we deliver as a diaspora group of support in Jamaica. So that's one. And then how we talked about encouraging health professionals to come back to work in Jamaica. So we need to stop again and think, so what can we do? And I think the learn and return is one, because I'm dealing with a number of international recruit nurses who have left our wonderful island and are working here now, who do say they would rather come back, but we need to be looking at how do we attract those nurses to come back and work in Jamaica. So that's a big piece of work I think we need to do. And I said we need to collect the information as well. Do we know how many nurses have migrated? Why have they migrated? How do we use the data to collect the data and interrogate that data and see what we can do in terms of encouraging nurses to actually return to Jamaica? So it's about working a bit smarter in a much more collaborative way. And I think that would really, really help in supporting the Vision 2030 and also improving health well-being. And one thing we're not to forget as well, which is very important, we talk very much about all the infrastructure. I don't hear much about our users of the service. And I think that's very important. Have we been doing any surveying using our users and listening to what they're saying within their communities? And how are we collecting that information to inform the decision making we make? The patient or the client is in the center of everything we do. And therefore their voice is very important. Just as we spoke about the programs and the digitalization we're doing, if nursing staff and those people using the service are not sitting at the table, to influence how we are delivering and these services or building whatever we're doing, then we will actually finish that. And I've seen that happen. And then they take it out to use in the clinical department. It won't work. Why? We didn't have the right people sitting around the table to make it work. So I think that's really very important in listening to our users and understanding what is it they want. And again, some work we're doing here as well in the UK, using the users for long-term conditions and having hubs now where they're being taught to look after themselves. We're using clinicians to work with them. So they're now learning to look after their diabetes, their blood pressure and things like that. So it makes it much easier. So we're educating them, educating their family, and that will also improve the outcome from health in our country and here. So those are some of the innovations. So we need to start learning and sharing the innovations across US, Canada. We hear about them when we come to conference. Now we're much more expert at IT. I'm not very good at it myself. How can we collaborate and find out what are we doing across those three areas? And how can we do much more joint up work? I think we work too much in silos and sometimes it's a repetition. So I think that's what I would say for the time being. So I'm happy to take any questions after. But one thing I must say, there has to be a sustainable program on recruitment and retention. The scale and the balance of that is going in the wrong direction. So no matter what we put in place, if we do not have the number of people and human bodies to deliver, it will not work. And therefore, that's an issue that sometimes it is sensitive and does not want to be put on the table, but it needs to be put on the table to have a discussion. Because without our valued nursing and medical staff, no matter what it is, anyone, the things that we're planning will not work. So I would very much like us to put that down as something for the future. How do we work with our partners in the United States, in Canada, and UK in terms of international recruit? What are we giving back? How can we use that? How can we learn and return or train and return, invest in nurses that are going to be servicing all those different areas? I think it's something very passionate, and I think we need to be thinking about that. Or if we have further pandemics and further issues, we won't have the nursing staff, not just for theaters, but to look after the pandemics that we have, right, to do the work. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
From the UK, there are lots of questions in the audience, lots of questions online. We ended at 11:15, so I probably can't get to every one of them. That's the persons from the panel who shared their thoughts, right? So let's be fair to the persons in the room as well as those online. Let's take the first, well, there are two questions in the parking lot, right? So I think the first question that was asked was, I'm paraphrasing. Did you have it written down? It's around the investment, the investment in the Adopt a Clinic. Have we thought about the best use of those funds that are being invested? I think that's kind of what the question is, right?
Yes, definitely. And Pastor, for you, the Adopt a Clinic, as far as the funding, it is very specific how those fundings, how the program was set up, how the funding is supposed to be used specifically. I believe it's to enhance the facility, for equipment, etc. But if it is that you are interested in some sort of an endowment, I think the foundation, Courtney Cephas is here, Mr. Cephas is here, that he would be willing to speak with you after this, to talk more about that, if that's one way you would want to go. But it's very specific how the funding is supposed to be used as far as persons who have adopted a clinic and who are interested in adopting a clinic. And as we know, CMO, I think as far as building out even the primary care, persons would know from the different facilities what the needs are. That would be in some sort of a database as far as what the needs are. And so it'd be easier to access from the persons in the diaspora who are willing to or want to provide some sort of assistance to whichever clinic it is that they've adopted. So after this, I think you can meet up with Mr. Cephas from the foundation.
Thank you so much, Minister. Okay, the second question in the parking lot was around telehealth, and specifically, I think the person referred to the use of telehealth and telepsychiatry, telecounseling, and maybe had some experience with that. So,
yes. Okay,
CMO?
so I think the question was, how can we in the diaspora help with telehealth? And I think two persons may have mentioned that the mentoring process, training and mentoring. In terms of our training for our nurses, many of them following the training school leave shortly after, and they go to other areas. And then we have our experienced nurses that leave as well. And so within our system, the supervision and the building capacity of the nurses that remain becomes compromised. Now, our nurses go off and they gain a lot of experience and a lot of exposure. And we have not found ways in which that exposure and that knowledge can be shared. I mean, coming for missions is a specific task. You come and you deal with a specific issue in terms of cases to be done. But we need to develop ways in which our nurses can continue to impart knowledge, not just in terms of the actual skill sets, but also in terms of just the whole profession, what your profession is about, and the continuity of the profession in terms of these high standards, because in terms of both medicine and nursing and in the paramedical areas, we find that hand-me-down that we're used to in terms of when we're trained and we're exposed to the experience and the knowledge of our mentors. A lot of that we've lost a lot of that because persons have left. And I think telehealth is an opportunity where we know that our nurses overseas are exposed and are using health technologies in their day-to-day practice. And I can foresee that in terms of change management, if it is that we can get some of those nurses to be able to help in the training, the imparting of the knowledge, the benefits, the what's in it for me, how it is that it benefits me in my day-to-day work. I think that would go a long way in helping us to transition smoothly. So I think the program that we're doing, as I said, the Code Care, gives us an opportunity to reconnect. But this aspect that member of the audience has brought up, I think is a very, very practical solution that we really do need to explore. And I just also want to mention in terms of training, because the natural thing for us to do is that if it is that half of our nurses are leaving and half are staying, then that we need to increase our training so that we can cater to all markets. But the big drawback is that we don't have the trainers. And again, that is something, and Mrs. Lewis had brought this up again when we were in London, in terms of, the training, how it is that we can get our overseas nurses to participate using digital health technologies to impart some of that knowledge. And I think we have to work with our local persons here, in terms of getting the buy-in, in terms of that training and that building capacity so that we can utilize the experience and the knowledge of our nurses overseas.
Thank you so much. It looks like...
I just want to add to that, to let Dr. Bizarre McKenzie know that we are certainly listening. This is how we want the communication. Tell us what you want, and we're going to move with it. We have Dr. Dunn, we have Dr. Rosemary Lewis, Adamson Lewis. We have a relationship with the chief nurse, a relationship with the Nurses Association. We can enter into that. And I also want to add to, based on the question that was asked about the mental health, that has already begun. Same person who asked the question has been providing virtual mental health to women with cancer, with breast cancer. And every day we get calls, persons in the diaspora have entered the United States in crisis, and the Northeast Diaspora has taken that on with Ms. Lorraine Smith.
Excellent. Let's allow Minister to...
And if I may just jump in, Ms. Powell, you had mentioned in your opening in regards to the nutrition in school, and I think you're asking how the diaspora can assist. That is something that we are embarking on. It's a continuation of the program, of course, with the nutrition in school. We are looking at front of package labeling now so the kids can understand exactly what it is that they're consuming. And we are also looking at the nutritional aspect of what the kids are eating in our schools. So it is very important, and we would love to, of course, see how the diaspora can assist with that. Because it's very important to help with our NCDs in Jamaica.
Thank you so much for responding. Okay, there are lots of questions. We're going to go to the audience. The first person I thought I saw her hands up was this young lady in the orange, and then in the yellow. Oh, okay. Please identify yourself and where you're from.
Thank you so much. My name is Claudine Reid. I'm from London, England. I'm an entrepreneur and I run a care business back in the UK. This is our 30th year. We have around 9,000 staff that we've employed over a 30-year period. I need to stand? So hearing from all of the panelists, which has been absolutely incredible, I think it was Dr. Jackie, I think I have your name correctly. So my question really is around how does the diaspora engage to better support the regulatory framework that you were referring to? That's number one. And then the second half of the question is, since I've been here, I've been doing some work with entrepreneurs. And there are some really great entrepreneurs in Jamaica, some of them based from the Branson Center in Montego Bay. Some of them have responses to some of the challenges that the country is facing right now. Is there space for that joined up thinking so that we can take a more entrepreneurial approach? So utilizing some of the entrepreneurs that are here already and perhaps utilizing the skill of the diaspora to help add value to their skills. Because when I think about the company that I run, I don't actually have nursing staff. What I have is support staff. and it's the support staff that are easing the pressure on the national health system in the UK. So we have community health ambassadors. They are championing nutrition. They are championing, I'm a cancer survivor myself. They are doing all of those things in the community so that it eases the pressure so that the nurses can really then focus on those people who are having serious issues. I know there's probably several questions in the statement, but it's more about joining up the thinking and utilizing, maybe it's the question of cross-pollination.
So anyone from the panel live or probably from virtually?
All right, well, just quickly, you know, the Jamaican health system is very, very proud, and we have been pioneers in the community health worker program. From the 1960s, we have championed this. And so, you know, but the thinking in terms of that integration and of services between these para-nursing services and paramedical services, I think, you know, that some of the conversations do need to continue in an open atmosphere so that, you know, we can get the persons that are in the diaspora to share their experiences. You know, because what we change is something that, you know, takes time. And if you don't change up here, then it's difficult. And I think that the experiences, you know, for the medical profession, many of our doctors go overseas and they do fellowships and they do their postgraduate training, and then they come back. And so they are able to share and to impart knowledge. The issue is that we lose so much when we lose our nurses. And the knowledge that they have gained, we don't get the opportunity to get that back. And I think this is where the diaspora really can make an influence, because I see so many people here that are interested in doing just that. And that is one of the areas that buying into that shared service and the different roles that, you know, different persons can play. Because we know that from looking at the future, that's how we're going to solve the problems in terms of delivering care to everybody. Because if we only depend on the specialized areas, persons that are highly trained, we will not get to everybody. And we have to utilize everybody. And we would really love to have the influence of the diaspora, the sharing of that knowledge, sharing of their experiences, to show how this has improved your service that you deliver, you know, for that information to filter into our psyche here.
Okay, so I know there are lots of questions. We need to go to commercial break in 2 minutes. So there are two questions that are, I see you, and I haven't forgotten. To ruminate on after we come back. The questions are, what's being done now to retain the healthcare workers in the system? That's one. And the second question is, how do we engage special populations, specifically youth at risk? And the person said, I haven't heard anyone talk about seniors, young children from birth to 3, the folks who are not normally engaged with this conversation, whether they're in the dance hall or somewhere else. How do we engage them as consumers of healthcare, right? But not just consumers. How do we engage them to be the next generation of leaders and entrepreneur in terms of healthcare? Because really, healthcare is a business, right? So someone has a supply, someone has demand, and we provide services and goods. So that's kind of the question. I think I took liberty with it, but that's kind of what they're asking. How do we engage the folks who normally aren't engaged? What's being done now? What's being done to keep the healthcare workers who are leaving, the incentives, et cetera? And then special populations. Then we'll come back to this young lady in the yellow. Commercial break.
The Jamaica Business Development Corporation brings ideas to life. From concept to market, we're here to guide micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs. Nurturing talent. Developing products. Providing expert advice. Creating business solutions. How can we help you? The JBDC, supporting small businesses in Jamaica.
Want to give back to a charitable or non-profit organization? No problem. Please be informed of the following. The beneficiary must be registered with the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, DCFS, and obtain a certificate of registration under the Charities Act prior to the arrival of the shipment. Shipment must be sent only in the name and address of the registered charitable organization. The nature of the shipment must be in accordance with your object and powers supplied to the DCFS. When clearing shipments for charitable organizations, the following documents are required. Copy of the Certificate of Registration, signed Special Declaration, shipping or air freight documents, example, bill of lading or airway bill, packing list, invoice, valid identification, tax registration number, TRN, and tax compliance certificate, TCC. Import permit or license if applicable. Any other document deemed necessary and applicable to the shipment. Any shipment with a cost, insurance, and freight (CIF) value that is above $5,000 must be cleared by a licensed customs broker. Shipments with a CIF value $5,000 and below can be cleared using the Express Clearance Process (ECP). The ECP allows the importer to authorize a shipping agent, consolidator, or freight forwarder to prepare, submit, and pay for the Simplified Declaration IMS-4 on their behalf to Jamaica Customs. These agents can also clear the goods on behalf of the importer. Organizations registered under the Charities Act benefit from the following. For general cargo, no import duty, no general consumption tax, GCT, only 50% of applicable customs administrative fee, CAF, no additional stamp duty, ASD, or stamp duty. For motor vehicles, full import duty, environmental levy, and general consumption tax will be payable. Only 50% customs administrative fee. No special consumption tax or stamp duty. For further information and updates, you may visit our website at www.jacustoms.gov.jm or follow our social media pages, Twitter at Jamaica Customs, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube channel, Jamaica Customs Agency. For questions or queries, you may email public.relations@jca.gov.jm or call 876-922-5140 to 8. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Think you know Jamaica? We are agribusiness. Now you know Jamaica. Do Business Jamaica.
Back to the health and wellness panel, Reigniting the Nation for Greatness, right? So I hope the folks online are still here with us. We had, I think, 2 questions before we went to break. And then we will have some questions from the audience, 2 or 3.
From 0 to 3. You were talking about how we can possibly help our nurses, or we can help make it more, well, we talk about wanting them to stay here in Jamaica. How can we help them to stay and not go away. I think it's not so much the money, the remuneration packages, but I think what we're doing now is to upgrade. We talk about the infrastructure upgrade that we're doing at this time. 3 hospitals are being upgraded. The Spanish Town Hospital with the help of the IDB, UA Hospital, of course, Cornwall Regional, and a new hospital for children in the West. And so I think if we focus on upgrading of our hospitals and also upgrading of the equipment that we have or don't have in our hospitals at this time, I think that is also something very attractive and can be attractive for our nurses to stay on in Jamaica.
Thank you, Minister.
Dr. Gary, just to interject, just Antoinette.
Just want to add to that. So we have had surveys that have been done that have shown that while remuneration is of course an important area, that there are several other items that we can address, because essentially we may not be able to compete where remuneration is considered. However, working conditions is a big thing, and as State Minister has said, the improvements in the facilities, the working conditions, the staff welfare issues coming out of the lessons that we've learned with Cornwall Regional, the lessons that we've learned with COVID in terms of how we took care of our healthcare workers that were affected by COVID, has really pointed out that staff welfare, I mean, it's not that we never knew before, but it certainly, again, emphasizes that it is something that we really need to focus on, and to involve persons in the planning of what it is that we do for them. So these are things that we are looking at because, we recognize that persons, as we said, do leave for various reasons. So those are areas that we are addressing.
Thank you very much, Sima. You want to answer?
And I need to just give my perspective or my experience based on that Savannah Lamar rotation. And I don't want to identify other hospitals. Yes, the remuneration is the key. It's quite low. But that work condition, I mean, the diaspora has always been advocating for nurses out here. I know that I personally advocated with an MP to have the nurses with a special room. It was COVID time. There was no place to have a break. How could you have a nurse eat at the nursing station during COVID? So something that seems to me inexpensive to do. You've got, might be the priority right now to keep them here. You know, you don't have the right furniture. How could you have a tattered chair? The physicians, everyone needs to know that they're an integral part of that team. I heard that, and I saw it.
Thank you so much for that input, and we will note it. And unless someone feels they have to respond immediately, we're going to contemplate it and go to a question from this young lady in the yellow jacket, please. There are 2 persons, okay, yes. And they're on the chat. One guy and a lady. Please stand up, identify yourself, tell us where you're from.
Okay, good morning,
good
members
morning.
of the panel, distinguished panel. Jackie Knight Campbell, International Marketing Consultant and liaison for several organizations in the diaspora market. I've also worked closely with the team, Morning Minister Pavel and Dr. Jacqueline. I've worked closely with Minister Tufton in launching some of the various collaborations and programs and products overseas. And so there's a particular area that comes very close to my heart, having served with the University Diabetes Outreach for over 10 years. Diabetes is a global crisis for Jamaica, for the Caribbean. And we've had a challenge with several requests from many products that are in the area of nutraceutical and pharmaceutical in terms of coming into Jamaica, even for donation. And it takes a very long process. Products that should last 3 months in terms of getting the license. We have had clients going as far as 3 years, and they just literally want to donate products like for diabetes, products for high blood pressure, how can we put in place an emergency mechanism to fast track requests of this nature that comes from several organizations that want to donate these products? That is one. Two, the cannabis industry. I've also been getting a lot of requests from clients that want to develop in this market the medical cannabis industry, which is now becoming a global phenomenon. I'm sure you're aware. And so when I do my research in terms of trying to find out exactly which ministry has the oversight responsibility, it moves from agriculture to the commerce to the health ministry, and I think it's because of the various components that goes with it to getting the license, such as, you know, the farming stage to the processing stage to the medical stage. And so, but which industry, I understand it's being regulated for a policy, which is the ministry that has the first point of call oversight responsibility for medical health cannabis?
Great questions. We're going to park those and have the gentleman ask his questions, and then do you have another question? We only have 6 minutes left, and we'd love to hear wrap-up thoughts from the panelists who are now here, as well as those online.
Yes,
so
and one final question.
Well, okay, so we only have 5 minutes, so ask the questions, we park it.
It's not a question, it's just a quick recommendation.
Oh,
and
recommendation?
I heard CMO spoke about the concern with losing a lot of our nurses. Just a quick recommendation, having served at the university level, the partnerships that universities do to secure some of our lecturers is going through MOU agreements, collaborations, having swapping, exchange. So maybe we could look at partnering with the hospitals, signing MOU agreements so that we don't lose our expertise. So a group from China of nurses would come to Jamaica, they work for a period while we swap our expertise to go to the various countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't see
Good morning.
you. Please.
Good morning, all. Honorable Minister, I am retired Colonel Bruce Barkley. Very quickly, I'll be very brief. I have a lot on my plate. Could I see you either tomorrow or sometime in July? Because there's a lot to be discussed. In short, I've had 30 years of experience in fitness, wellness. Prior to migration, I was the head of the Bodybuilding Federation in Jamaica for 8 years. I was head of the Central American Caribbean Bodybuilding Federation, 38 countries in Central America and the Caribbean. The reason is I need to speak with you because of community wellness, the programs we do in the States. Right now, I'm a personal trainer. I'm closing my business to come back home to help with the process. The community wellness and resource centers, island-wide, for the youth, the seniors, silver stickers, the certification of gyms, the certification of trainers, revenue and quality control, wellness tourism. I brought a team from my church last week. For a week, we came into Kingston, and we could not find a hot spring. When you go to Bath, it is in a deplorable condition. When you go to Milk River, the service is poor. There's none in Western Jamaica. We can't find a hot spring. We're losing valuable money. I can bring 10 to 20 people here monthly for wellness tourism for a week. We don't have the facilities, so I'd like to speak with you about that. And I propose Edward Seaga Western Kingston Wellness Complex. I came from Trenchtown, Denhamtown, before I went to Jamaica College. I'd like to see us recognize Edward Seaga for what he did in the West. The Edward Seaga Western Kingston Wellness Sports Complex. And finally, the establishment of a National Sports Conditioning Association. I told him that Elaine would not beat skippers until she developed her traps and her latissimus dorsi. You know what I'm talking about. Merlene Otti lost on the line, and you and Grace Jackson lost on the line, Minister, because we were not strong enough. Jamaica needs a strength and conditioning program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We recognize your questions. Hold on a second. We recognize the questions. We will answer them. Your questions are recorded online, so we have that. Let's go to a question before you answer, and we'll answer the questions, I think, offline, because we only have 2 minutes, and really, I think we need to hear final thoughts from our panelists in the room as well as those online. So there's a question online. What is the question the person online wants to ask us? There's also a question about, maybe after we're done, there's a question around a concern for security in the facilities and what's being done for violence prevention. We don't have time to answer those live, so park those, write those questions down, engage with them after. Is there a question online? If not, we will go directly to final thoughts. We only have 2 minutes. Then if the program is lenient, we'll answer the questions from the young lady in the yellow, as well as the gentleman and the security question, violence prevention that was asked. Final thoughts, please.
And since we have a few minutes, I just want to say thanks to the diaspora for engaging and the continued engagement that you've had with us over the years. I think the time is now that we prioritize health more than any time, especially since the COVID-19. We saw what that did, not just to us, but right across the world. And so we also see our nurses leaving. So I think it's the time to prioritize our health. We are doing that with the upgrade of our facilities, our healthcare facilities. We are so happy that the diaspora has come on board to help with the partnership as far as adopting a clinic. You say, I think we have 25. I have one in my constituency. I have quite a few in my constituency if anybody wants to adopt one from the Red Hills, Stony Hill, or the Lawrence Tavern area. I'm putting that out there. And so we would want to see more partnership with persons in the diaspora coming on board. And we're really happy and grateful for the engagement that we've had these last few days with the diaspora, and we hope that we can continue to have those dialogues and also to listen to what has been said, where you can actually assist, and for us to really take those on. I know that you already have been doing quite a bit. You mentioned the Savlamar Hospital, the program that is coming on board, the Project Code Care, that you are more than willing to actually engage us even more in the ICT. We want to build that out, build out that platform. It is so important now. Everything, technology, we're advancing in technology, and so we have to get there with telemedicine. As you said, persons can't necessarily, maybe we have a lot of rural Jamaicans, they may not be able to get to our hospitals, and so to have that kind of a, assistance provided, I think it is really a good time for us to continue the dialogue and to say thank you to the diaspora for all the different partnerships that we've been getting from you over the years, and all the best going forward.
3 other persons with final thoughts before we go back to our host. CMO?
All right, well, very quickly, I would just say that I think that this is a very exciting time for health. We have quite a bit of initiatives that we are moving ahead with at this time that I think will transform the health sector in Jamaica. We're very happy to have the diaspora on board. You have been on board for a long time, but I think that at this time there is even more opportunity for engagement. I mean, when we look at it over the last 2 years with COVID, the diaspora contributed over $300 million in terms of equipment and supplies. And so we recognize that you are a huge force that certainly we need to join with and to ensure that we're integrated in our approach. So it's an exciting time, and I think that we can transform and we will transform the health sector over the next couple of years, and we're happy to engage you and to have you on board.
10 seconds final word from Ms. Pell, 10 seconds final words from Antoinette Brown in New York, and then we, unfortunately, this was a great session. We will then ask our host to continue. 10 seconds.
Thank you. The diaspora is willing and able to assist positively to transform the health and wellness services in Jamaica if we are recognized as stakeholders and allowed to share our expertise. And I want to implore the members of the global diaspora, be always cognizant, be alert, look for opportunities for Jamaica. We need to do that. And I end by echoing Dr. Karen Dunkley's motto for the think tank: communicate, collaborate, and connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pell. 10 seconds for our panelists in New York, and then thank you very much for joining us today. Ms. Brown.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with my fellow Jamaicans. I do believe the diaspora can make a big impact on Jamaica, and one of the things that I strongly recommend is that we do engage the diaspora within the information and technology division. I think this is a component that we have missed, and we need to engage them more to help with the things that to digitize our country.
Thank you so much for the panelists, both in person and online. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. We've taken all your questions. We will answer those online. Thanks for the questions, and then we'll ask our host to join us, right? Thank you so much.
And thank you very much to Dr. Gary Rule and the members of his panel there for that rich discussion looking at health and wellness. But that's just one of the areas in which members of the diaspora can assist. And after, in our next session, we're going to be looking at some of the other areas, specifically by having a riverside chat with the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell, who has direct responsibility for diaspora affairs. We're going to be finding out a little bit about his area's responsibility and how we make the connection so that we actually take some concrete steps emerging from this conference. But first, we're going to be taking a short break, so stick around.
Want to give back to a charitable or non-profit organization? No problem. Please be informed of the following. The beneficiary must be registered with the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, DCFS, and obtain a certificate of registration under the Charities Act prior to the arrival of the shipment. Shipment must be sent only in the name and address of the registered charitable organization. The nature of the shipment must be in accordance with your object and powers supplied to the DCFS. When clearing shipments for charitable organizations, the following documents are required. Copy of the Certificate of Registration, signed Special Declaration, shipping or air freight documents, example, bill of lading or airway bill, packing list, invoice, valid identification, tax registration number, TRN, and tax compliance certificate, TCC. Import permit or license if applicable. Any other document deemed necessary and applicable to the shipment. Any shipment with a cost, insurance, and freight, CIF value, that is above $5,000 must be cleared by a licensed customs broker. Shipments with a CIF value, $5,000 and below, can be cleared using the Express Clearance Process, ECP. The ECP allows the importer to authorize a shipping agent, consolidator, or freight forwarder to prepare, submit, and pay for the Simplified Declaration, IMS-4, on their behalf to Jamaica Customs. These agents can also clear the goods on behalf of the importer. Organizations registered under the Charities Act benefit from the following. For general cargo, no import duty, no general consumption tax, GCT, only 50% of applicable customs administrative fee, CAF, no additional stamp duty, ASD, or stamp duty. For motor vehicles, full import duty, environmental levy, and general consumption tax will be payable. Only 50% customs administrative fee. No special consumption tax or stamp duty. For further information and updates, you may visit our website at www.jacustoms.gov.jm or follow our social media pages, Twitter at Jamaica Customs, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube channel, Jamaica Customs Agency. For questions or queries, you may email public.relations@jca.gov.jm or call 876-922-5140 to 8. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Charlton McFarlane, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Registrar's General Department. I also go by the title Registrar General and Deputy Keeper of the Records. Over the last 12 months, the RGD team, under my leadership, embarked on a program entitled Digitally Bold. What does Digitally Bold mean? It means two things. Number one, we will migrate as much of our services to our online and digital platforms as far as possible. And number two, it will mean that our customers will have greater access and greater convenience in access when they access our services. All they need is a smartphone and internet connectivity. The following feature showcases and highlights the steps we have made along our Digitally Bold journey. Do enjoy.
Customer service improvement. SMS text is sent to customers advising on the result of form search, which is a detailed search that seeks to ascertain registration information for individuals who do not have a registration number. Our BDMS, birth, death, marriage system is directly updated to the
All right,
system.
coming back to us in
This
2 minutes,
accommodates
gonna ask you to keep the front of the stage area clean for me, please. Gonna ask persons to retake their seats as we come back with our next segment. Please take your seats as we come back to our next segment. Thank you very much.
Our online web chat facilitates customers worldwide where they communicate real-time with RGD representatives who assist with queries.
The agency is now able to deliver burial orders to our customers electronically. This is only applicable to deaths occurring in public and private hospitals or health facilities island-wide at this time. As a result, our customers are able to get the death registration of their loved ones completed without ever having to visit the RGD.
With our online record updating applications, both local and overseas customers are now able to apply for the following record updating products online: late entry of name, addition of father's particulars, and correction of errors for birth, death, and marriages. These initiatives are in support of the government's call for businesses to streamline their services with a view of reaching more of their customers online.
Online verification service has expanded our clientele to include the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the Administrator General's Department, the British High Commission, the Jamaica Defence Force, and our agreement with the Passport Immigration and Citizenship Agency is still in the testing phase.
We offer live streaming of registry weddings from our head office location. This service was implemented based on the current government protocols to include physical distancing, the restrictions on the number of guests that are allowed to attend, and our trust to move our service offerings online.
Same-day, next-day applications. Effective February 22nd, 2021, the agency will be accepting same-day and next-day applications for certificates of births, deaths, and marriages.
As the agency continues to satisfy, we made it our priority to thoroughly revise and posted the Citizens Charter on our website.
So there you have it, the several steps we have made so far along our digitally bold journey. But it's not over yet. As you are aware, Jamaica is preparing for the implementation of the National Identification System, and the Registrar General Department will be the agency transformed to deliver that service to Jamaicans. So as we continue our journey of modernization, I invite you to stay tuned, stay in touch, and take advantage of our digitally bold initiatives as we improve customer service delivery to every single Jamaican at home and in the diaspora.
Welcome back to the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference. My name is Archibald Gordon. I'm happy to be your moderator today and to continue the discussions at this really important event by having another Riverside chat. And in this instance, I'm going to be speaking with Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell, who is Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and who has specific responsibility for diaspora matters. And I know, Senator, as well, that you know, in a sense, you are also a member of the diaspora at a point, living overseas.
Yes. That was so long ago that I don't care to remember. I don't want to date myself here, but I came back in 1993.
And one of the reasons you said you came back was that, you know, you saw how you could contribute to Jamaica and also what Jamaica had to offer.
Indeed.
Now, in terms of diaspora affairs, that's a really big title, but what does it mean specifically? What do you do?
Well, my role is really to develop, monitor a more serious level of engagement with our people who reside outside of Jamaica. And that will involve pulling together all the bits and pieces which will further the engagement. That, in summary, is what it's all about. But it's very heavily involved because we have shifted the focus from the philanthropy side of things, where we've been relying on the diaspora for what they have to offer. Now we've shifted, done a slight shift. In that we're placing the emphasis now on how the diaspora can benefit from the state that Jamaica is in. We want to move the development of Jamaica along the trajectory, and of course, when we're lifting, we want to take the diaspora with us because we haven't focused on that too much in the past, and I think the time has come for that to happen.
And I want to get to that question of engagement in a moment, but when you say members of the diaspora, it's important for people to understand, because at a point our focus was Britain and to an extent now the United States, but that Jamaicans are everywhere.
Well, the three traditional centers, Canada, the United States, and Britain, that has shifted because we're now going into the non-traditional areas. And the non-traditional areas include Japan, China, several African states. Just think of, just this morning, I was having a discussion with the head of the United Nations Population Fund, and he tells me, he's also Costa Rican, and he tells me that we have somewhere in the region of 200,000 persons direct descendants of Jamaicans, or the second and third generation. So, and take for instance in the Caribbean region, we have upwards of 20,000 people in Antigua. So it just gives you the whole breadth of where we are and where the focus is. In China and Japan, you will have more professionals than because for the better part, Those are teachers and or related professions. Yeah.
So when you talk about engagement now, you're talking about at all kinds of levels, and this has to be done across the world. And I'll break down engagement in two kinds of ways. First, from the policy perspective, because you say you want members of the diaspora to understand that there's a lot they can contribute to Jamaica, and one of the primary ways is by sort of creating a framework for that to happen.
Yes, and that sort of feeds into what one of the outcomes of the 2019 conference, which was development of a national diaspora policy. That has been done, and which that policy sort of sets the framework within which we'll operate, and will guide us into, you know, in a much broader sense, that we are going to be greater facilitators, and you know, to the diaspora.
Now, when you say framework, it's one of those words that people listen to and then think, oh, this is a policy talk, so let me skip out of this. But we want people to understand that in a very practical way, this has a lot of practical meaning for them. So part of the framework is how do you get to action, for instance. So if I'm in New York or I'm in Canada or Costa Rica, for instance, and I want to be able to contribute to Jamaica to help, for instance, in the sector that we just talked about, health and wellness, the framework creates the space for you to be able to do that.
It does that, and guides us. It tells us how to do the things that we have to do. Yes, we know we're settled on what it is that you want to do, how to do it. For instance, in education, there's a trust which is in place, the National Education Trust, which will receive and all the gifts that members of the diaspora, and make it very seamless in terms of those things hitting the shores, and it will create a broad spectrum of activities which members of the diaspora can get involved with. Yesterday, you would have listened to Asha, who spoke to the remittance and how that can be targeted to different communities. I think in furtherance of that, what we may very well find ourselves doing are setting up projects and saying to members of the diaspora, here's that you have a school, a specialized school in the hills of St. Catherine or on the plains of Westmoreland, and this is what we want that school to do. Because given we have this trust towards making Jamaica the Silicon Valley of the region, and say we want to build in Westmoreland a specialized technological center. Here's where you can contribute. And we may take the model that if you put $1 in, that the state will match those funds, or we can get international partners too. So it is with that in mind that we...
And partly as well, I imagine, because you want people to contribute to Jamaica in ways that align with the ways in which Jamaica wants to develop. So education's one priority for the government as well. Another is the area we discussed before, health and wellness.
Indeed. And another area is in agriculture. And we have another area which is in energy. For instance, given what is happening in Ukraine and what has happened to us in that interregnum, we are at the point now where it is extremely difficult. I got a funny meme this morning which said, you know, I cried out when I hit the pump this morning, and it has nothing. It's no fault of ours, but we are being impacted by these decisions which are being taken elsewhere. So I think the government has embarked on a program to fast-track our desire to reach 50% of our energy by way of renewables. And so that we are inviting members of the diaspora to become part of that. In fact, we know that the expertise resides out there, because one of the world's leaders in that arena is a diasporan. He presently resides in Namibia, and we want to engage people like that, people with the intellectual capital, and sort of sync those people with the people who have the actual capital and say, come, Jamaica is at this cross. And remember that we no longer have a limitation on the repatriation of profits. There was a time in our history when you would have to take your passport into the bank and you're limited to taking out $50 or $100 of that. That is no longer the case. So if you come here and you make profits, either to direct investment in particular projects or in the stock market or wherever, there is no limitation on the repatriation of profits.
So some of these areas then, education, health and wellness, etc. If I'm in Miami or any of these areas and I want to find out what are the specific areas that I can contribute to, where do I go? Who do I contact?
Well, you can always rely on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
So I can go to your website, for instance?
You can come, yes, you can come to us. And we do not actually do investments or provide advice on it. But if you come to us, we'll make the appropriate link for you. And Diane Edwards was here from JAMPRO yesterday. She's a great facilitator and will make the links, whether it is agriculture you want to, or you want to be involved in energy or whatever it is. It's pretty much the center where everything revolves around that. We'll put you in touch with the appropriate officer there and make it as seamless as is possible for you.
So you can call, you can go to the website if you want to find out what are some of the areas of priority for the government, and you can contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade so that they can put you in touch with the people who can actually make those connections for you. And it's important, and I want to go to this question of a point you raised earlier, just to elaborate on that for a second, because you pointed out that repatriation of funds was one issue before. Because sometimes people think that if I contribute to Jamaica, it can be a bit of a headache. Let's say that I want to move down medical equipment, or I want to make particular kinds of donations. Policies are also being put in place in those kinds of ways to make that easier,
yes,
not just in terms of repatriation of funds.
Yes. In fact, I just momentarily, I saw Mr. Courtney Cephas, who's out of the Ministry of Health. They have a charitable entity called the Health and Wellness Foundation. And that entity would deal with all the donations from the diaspora and make it very easy so that we don't have the historical problems that we had. You would have known we had a history with a problem with a particular ambulance. And it's the lack of understanding on the part of members of the diaspora who, with all the goodwill in the world, if you followed through the wrong procedure, you could end up in problems. And very often you would find, by virtue of this ignorance which exists, you get approval to move X, and then on top of that X, you put Y. And it made it difficult for the people in the customs to then clear those commodities for you, or goods, whatever it is, because you are breaching the customs rules by attaching something else. And so we want to make it easy. You go to the Health and Wellness Foundation, and they'll make all the connections for you and make clear the things, make sure they get to the particular entity to which you have consigned.
So all of those policies are being made simpler so that people who want to contribute to Jamaica in these kinds of areas can first of all find out which areas they can contribute to in line with the areas of priority for the government, but also that you can make it easier so they don't have the headache, for instance, if you want to repatriation of funds, if you want to move down equipment, etc. Now, this is a lot of information. So as Minister in charge of Diaspora Affairs, how are you involved in sharing this information across the world with different Jamaican communities so they can find out?
Most of this is done through the missions. And we have missions in the United States, well, 1, 2, 3 of them. Plus we have honorary consuls in different areas. And in the United Kingdom, we have them in Japan, in Beijing, and on the European continent, we have several missions there. And so that information is channeled. And you'll also note that some of these missions have JAMPRO offices which are attached to them, so that
if you want to invest, for instance.
Right, they're attached. It's very easy. You make contact with the consular officer, and he will then put it across to or you might very well find tourism office, which is attached to the mission. If you want to invest in something in tourism, you could start there, and then they will redirect you.
Now, all of this seems like a sort of massive undertaking. So how are you as a government trying to ensure that you do all of this? You make diaspora affairs a priority so that people can feel that they can contribute to national development no matter where they live?
Well, I tell you what, I don't know that we're moving very quickly along that line. We're moving, but we're moving. And we're just building on that platform, which has always been there, and trying to make it better. I think the real focus now is the benefits which will accrue to members of the diaspora. Because if you take it, during the year 2019-20, I think it was, we had somewhere in the region of $2.8 billion, which came by way of remittances. In the
That's
year
rivaling, for instance, like tourism.
Yeah, and thereafter, the following year, we had a 20% increase. That's in the middle of the. So we know Jamaicans are rooted. They have this deep love for Jamaica. So, and I'm not trying to play down the significance of it, because it was in that. When you do the mathematical calculations, that was showing to be somewhere in the region of 17.6% of our GDP.
Wow, it's almost that's close to a fifth.
Indeed, so we're not attempting to play that down, but we now say it is time for you to benefit. You're out there, we're inviting all the other people. Come, you may be able to start with at the low entry point in the tourism product, because I believe the tourist now has an interest in something other than what we see on the existing. He wants the tourist now, he wants an experience of what goes on in real Jamaica, where he goes and he sees a breadfruit being roasted on a wood fire, and he sees ackee and saltfish and the jerk and everything taking place with the locals. So members of the diaspora who are not, for want of a better expression, let me say big spenders. They really want to enter. You have £500,000 or £200,000 to invest. You can start with a small project. Start there, and so you become part of the fabric of our tourism product. And I think that is perhaps a very interesting area that an area of interest that the diaspora will want to find themselves in.
Unfortunately, Minister, Senator, we are out of time. We're going to have to take a break, but I think one of the really important messages here as we end this conversation is that we're not just talking about charity. We're talking about the potential of investment and making money. And so the message coming from this talk is that Jamaica is open for business. We're open for business to the diaspora. And just like anybody else, Jamaicans should be benefiting. So thank you.
And just before we close,
30
may
seconds.
I just wish all the diasporans online and those who are with us today a happy Diaspora Day. It is, I don't know if anyone acknowledged that today is Diaspora Day, so we really want to wish them well and to say it's a day that we have set aside to acknowledge you. Thanks for all that you do.
And thank you so much as well, Senator, the Honorable Leslie Campbell, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who has direct responsibility for diaspora affairs. We're going to be taking a break, and we're back with much more at the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference.
Think you know Jamaica? we are manufacturing. Now you know Jamaica. Do business Jamaica.
Want to give back to a charitable or non-profit organization? No problem. Please be informed of the following. The beneficiary must be registered with the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, DCFS, and obtain a certificate of registration under the Charities Act prior to the arrival of the shipment. Shipment must be sent only in the name and address of the registered charitable organization. The nature of the shipment must be in accordance with your object and powers supplied to the DCFS. When clearing shipments for charitable organizations, the following documents are required. Copy of the Certificate of Registration, signed Special Declaration, shipping or air freight documents, example, bill of lading or airway bill, packing list, invoice, valid identification, tax registration number TRN, and tax compliance certificate TCC, import permit or license if applicable, any other document deemed necessary and applicable to the shipment. Any shipment with a cost, insurance, and freight (CIF) value that is above $5,000 must be cleared by a licensed customs broker. Shipments with a CIF value $5,000 and below can be cleared using the Express Clearance Process (ECP). The ECP allows the importer to authorize a shipping agent, consolidator, or freight forwarder to prepare, submit, and pay for the Simplified Declaration IMS-4 on their behalf to Jamaica Customs. These agents can also clear the goods on behalf of the importer. Organizations registered under the Charities Act benefit from the following. For general cargo, no import duty, no general consumption tax, GCT, only 50% of applicable customs administrative fee, CAF, no additional stamp duty, ASD, or stamp duty. For motor vehicles, full import duty, environmental levy, and general consumption tax will be payable. Only 50% customs administrative fee. No special consumption tax or stamp duty. For further information and updates, you may visit our website at www.jacustoms.gov.jm or follow our social media pages, Twitter at Jamaica Customs, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube channel, Jamaica Customs Agency. For questions or queries, you may email public.relations@jca.gov.jm or call 876-922-5140 to 8. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kevin Brown. I'm the team lead for the Partnerships Working Group on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I'm also the elected UK North representative. The working group aims to establish multiple stakeholder partnerships in order to achieve the goals and objectives of the Jamaica National Diaspora Policy. We work closely with government ministries, departments, and agencies, along with Jamaica Diaspora associations around the world. The Partnerships Working Group consists of several members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We also have strategic partnerships with the Integrated Diaspora Services Limited, and our digital advisor is Mr. Jason Scott. The Partnerships Working Group currently has 3 flagship projects that I'd like to tell you more about. The first project is called the Jamaica Diaspora iHub. This project aims to establish an online interactive platform to enable effective and sustainable diaspora partnerships. The aim here is to have a global digital space for the diaspora to collaborate with stakeholders in Jamaica, but also with each other. It will enable diaspora mapping so that we know where our diaspora reside and what they are doing. The project is currently in progress, and we are working closely with our partners, including the Jamaica Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, as well as the United Nations Immigration Organization. The second project that I'd like to tell you about is called the Birthright Jamaica. This project aims to give young people of Jamaican heritage who are born overseas the opportunity to connect with Jamaica. The project will offer a series of culturally submersive programs to help young people to discover Jamaica and to explore their Jamaican identity. Our partners are Grace Kennedy Foundation, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, and Integrated Diaspora Services Limited. The third project is the Jamaica Social Intervention Railway. And the aim of this project is to introduce a community tourism railway between downtown Kingston and the Culture Yard in Trenchtown. The project will involve the restoration of the Kingston train station, in addition to the creation of Jamaica's first railway museum. Already the project is delivering tangible outcomes with the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the University of Birmingham and the University of Technology in Jamaica, which will facilitate capacity building in railway education and research. If you'd like to get involved in any of the projects that I've mentioned, or if you want to learn more about these projects, do please get in touch. Thank you.
Think you know Jamaica?
And thanks for staying with us here at the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference. As we've said, this is a hybrid conference, so it's now time for one of our breakout sessions, which will be held online and led by Senior Communications Manager at Grace Kennedy Financial Group, Yolande Giles Levy. And after that, we'll have live entertainment by a very special guest. But first, we're going to be hearing from Yolande. And Yolande, what are you going to be talking about? Yolande? All right, so we're just waiting to join Yolande Giles Levy, who is Senior Communications Manager at Grace Kennedy Financial Group. For their breakout session, she will be moderating and leading the breakout session, which will discuss Western Union foods as well as their foundation. And just to remind you of some of the things which are going to be coming up a little later on in the afternoon, after that breakout session, we are going to be having a special entertainment package. As well, we'd like to remind you to also tune in to the marketplace, a lot of activity happening there. After that as well, we will have a panel discussion entitled From Crafting to Fruition, the National Diaspora Policy. And that's because, the National Diaspora Policy, really, really important. The purpose of that policy really is to establish the government's commitment to broad inclusion of the diaspora in nation building, recognizing the tremendous capacity, the interests and resources within the distinct diaspora groupings. And we heard Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell talking a little bit about the fact that there are Jamaican groups from all over the world, not just the three traditional markets like the United States and United Kingdom and Canada, but he spoke about China, he spoke about Japan, and he spoke about the fact a little earlier on, if you heard that chat, that we're not just talking about charity, we're talking about possibilities for investment, and that just like people from across the world are investing in Jamaica, that Jamaicans also have the opportunity to be investing in Jamaica, and there are policies and a framework being set up to ensure that that can be done smoothly. I believe we are almost ready to join Yolande Giles Levy, who will be leading our next breakout room session, Breakout session online, but we're just trying to resolve a couple of technical difficulties. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with you. Stick around.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group. Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
Hi, I'm Latoya Harris, Executive Director for the National Education Trust. Have you heard about us? Well, let me give you a little background on the organization. The National Education Trust is a charitable organization in Jamaica operating under the Ministry of Education and Youth. And here at NET, we mobilize financial and quality resources for schools in Jamaica to help our children. We build relationships with donors and investors to acquire resources that will improve the educational infrastructure and meet educational needs of our children. Since our inception in 2010, we have processed donations, secured grants, and assisted over 1,000 schools across the length and breadth of Jamaica. We have developed a track record for efficiency as we're passionate about enhancing the lives of our Jamaican children. We're continuing our mission to transform the schools one project at a time. You can contact us at info@net. Social media that are
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner, click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today.
Day 2 of the Jamaica Diaspora Conference started with a link with our friends and partners in Japan. They let us know that Jamaica may be far away, but not out of mind.
Every man delivers one cause. When you look within, you will see you can win. Everyone want coconut, surely full basket dancing. You and I should be on there. You and I should be on there. Oh, you and I should be on there. And you can say that's the reason why I came to Japan.
So in summary, my fellow Jamaicans, Japan has opportunity both in investment and in trade. We need to be diligent, patient, and have the right focus in terms of products. Now, Japan is a refined market, but it is also a rewarding one. And with this, I would say, in my role as investment advisor here in Japan for Jamaica, I'd like to say I'll continue to do my best, working with our wonderful ambassador, Ambassador Shauna K. Richards, who has been nothing short of amazing to help to promote our name and our brand going forward. Thank you very much.
We said sayonara to Japan and welcomed everyone to another great morning at the conference. The Governor Richard Biles sat down with Dan Keller, who posed the needed question on the central bank's position on cryptocurrency.
So obviously, we're talking about a central bank digital currency here. Alcine earlier on mentioned other cryptocurrencies. What is the central bank's stance on cryptocurrencies generally? Do you see potential in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and Ether and so on? Or are you taking a stance like some other central banks of being skeptical about them?
It's not that we are skeptical about it, but we do take the time to warn people that those values can go up and down, and quite violently so too. So I see cryptocurrencies more as an investment asset than as a means of payment, because their value is not sufficiently stable to be a good means of payment. So if you're an investor, hopefully a sophisticated investor that can understand cryptocurrency, go ahead and use it. But we don't see it as a currency that is good for transactions and for making payments. And indeed, we have had to warn Jamaicans that the central bank does not back cryptocurrencies. We only back our central digital currency.
After lunch, the conference went straight into money matters with the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Just this morning, we listed another small and medium-sized entity that was oversubscribed by 952%. What that means is that people are looking for good investments. And what that means is that our diasporans can take advantage as well of investment. And just to put it in context, that not only are we able to list local businesses, if the diasporans have businesses overseas that wants us to list on our market, why not list in Jamaica? Why not list, get capital, and grow in Jamaica?
We, of course, could not wrap up the day without giving you info so that you would need to know how to ignite your investment opportunities in Jamaica. Diane Edwards of Jampro took the lead on that one.
And this one is a very new project, the WA Rehabilitation Luxury Center. So the conceptualizer of this really wants to create a rehab center and recovery from addiction center. And I don't know if you realize, but this is a huge area of opportunity because a lot of people recovering from addiction and needing rehab need to get away from the temptation of whatever it is they're on. So this is an opportunity. It's a totally new project, but the owner and sponsor of the project actually owns land in Newcastle that he wants to dedicate to this. So if there are people who are like-minded, this is a real opportunity to do something unique. And I think Jamaica has a great position to be able to do that.
Day 2 of the Diaspora Conference was, in short, a productive and informative session. Day 3 is set to be chock full of topics, including mental health, wellness, national security. Reignite our nation for greatness.
We all lead busy lives. We spend so much time in traffic or on a bus. But with all these distractions, there is an opportunity to make our time together something to get dressed for. Making time to share the goodness, share a milestone.
NIS pensioners, your new life certificates are now pressure sealed. Here are 5 easy steps for opening and returning the certificate. Fold and tear the 2 short sides. Now fold and tear the long sides as well. Gently pull the sides of the envelope apart and detach the certificate. fill out the certificate with your name, signature date, and telephone number. The certificate is to be signed and stamped by a JP, Notary Public, or any of the persons listed. Return the completed life certificate to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, 14 National Hero Circle, Kingston, or the parish office nearest you by the given date.
If you have changed your address, complete the change of address form and return to our offices immediately. For further information, contact the parish office nearest to you. The National Insurance Scheme, always working for you.
We're here today with about 300 of our wellness advocates in Jamaica at a farm called Farm Up Jamaica.
So Farm Up Jamaica is here to help reduce the importation of foreign food into Jamaica, increase Jamaican exports, put young people and farmers back to work in sustainable organic farming, and help to reduce crime and poverty by creating opportunities for people who need them most. We call it putting idle hands to idle lands.
With these 300 wellness advocates we have here today, this is important. This is showing the community through us and through working with the local young men and young women here on this farm the importance of agriculture. Among the various tasks that our wellness advocates are involved with today, it's planting pineapples. For instance, we take the tops, the suckers, if you will, and strip them and prepare them to be planted. The goal is to plant about 10,000 of these, capable of planting 30,000 here on this farm.
Planted pineapples to sustain Jamaica pineapple production. So you guys came and you did an amazing job, because if it wasn't for you guys' help, we wouldn't have all of this done.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy.
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today.
Welcome back to the Jamaica Diaspora Conference. So we've sorted out those brief technical difficulties, and it's now time for our breakout session. And we are delighted to have online with us Yolande Giles-Levy, who is Senior Communications Manager at Grace Kennedy Financial Group, to lead that session, which is going to be talking about Western Union, foods, and the foundation overall. Yolande, over to you.
Share those, some of those with us. So most people should be familiar with the Birthright program. But before I go into that, we do have another environmental and this is a collaborative effort with ourselves and Monaji Informatics Institute and Newer Worlds and Center for Marine Sciences. So what we've been doing is we're trying to reduce land-based source of pollution from entering the Kingston Harbor. So this ocean cleanup project it really ties in perfectly what we've been doing over the years. So that project, what we've been doing there is we've been restoring, so it's many prongs approach to it. So we've been restoring and rehabilitating the mangroves. We've also been doing outreach within located along the harbor, and educating them, training persons from the communities in AV, audiovisual training for them to be able to use their voice as well as media to highlight the issues that are happening in their community, train them to be environmental stewards and how to protect, their environment better. And they've been using these skills as well to tell the different stories about what's been happening. Their films have gotten into the GATFest Film Festival. We've trained over 120 persons from the community, right. And it's ongoing. We're also going to be training persons from the community in STEM training this year for them to be able to see recycling as a source of income, and that way they can look at things better. We are also going to be hosting a conference later on this year to wrap up the project. So that's been good. And we've also been doing recycling in the community. So we're providing them with drums and, allowing them to separate at source, because we know that garbage collection is an issue in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. So we've been trying to, give them the resources needed to try to kind of stop them from dumping in the gullies, because that's really one of the reasons why they dump in the gullies, because they said that garbage collection is an issue. So while we work with the government agencies to see how best that can be addressed, we give them the resources that they need to make better choices to protect the environment.
Awesome. Thank you, Crystal. And for those persons who would want to be able to reach out, they want to know how they can reach out and help the foundation provide funding, where do they go?
Well, they can send an email. I'll drop the email in the chat for persons who are interested. It's gkfoundation@gkco.com for anyone who is interested in partnering with us, or if you want, because we do tours of our offloading site for the Ocean Cleanup Project. So if you want to see what's happening, not just the offloading site, but the gullies as well, if you want to see what's happening, you can always reach out if you guys are going to be here longer after the conference. Reach out together.
Awesome. Thank you, Crystal.
Where? Here?
Yeah. Hearing somebody else? All right. Thank you so very much, Crystal. And that's gkfoundation@gkco.com. So if anybody is interested in reaching out to the foundation, finding about the awesome work the foundation has been doing, please, gkfoundation@gkco.com. They're ready and waiting. Let me jump over. So we just spoke about the philanthropic side of Grace Kennedy. Let me move over.
I'm not done. Can I plug?
Sure, Crystal.
Oh, I have to plug our food bank. I had a presentation prepared, So the GK Campus Connect Food Bank, it's been operated by Grace Kennedy Foundation, and we assist students at UWI UTech Edna Manley. We give them monthly packages. We support over 150 persons monthly. We are trying to expand our efforts. Currently, we have a campaign going on with American Friends of Jamaica and Grace Foods USA, and they have partnered with us to match up to 10,000 US based on how many persons have pledged to donate. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat for persons to visit the AFJ website so that you can pledge and donate so that we can get that money up, so that we can support more students. And I'm also going to send the link for our food bank website, which you can donate using from anywhere in the world using your card. The AFJ is only tax deductible in the USA, but the website is also an option. And I'd really like for you guys to help us to feed the future, share with all your family and friends so that we can get the word out and feed as much students as possible.
Awesome, awesome. Food Bank Initiative is a wonderful initiative. Guys, if you have a chance, please go over to the website and see what they've been doing. Food insecurity among our university students is a real challenge, and it's only got worse since the COVID pandemic. So any amount of assistance you can give, we would be so very grateful. And since we're on the issue, since we're on the topic of food, where else am I gonna go but over to Grace Foods? Grace Foods, good food people. But right now, where the taste that moves you. Kadia, how are you, my love? Let us talk about what my family over at Foods has been up to.
Hi, Yolande. Hi, Yolande. Hi, everyone. It's great to have you on with us. So, wow, Foods is going on with so many things.
Always.
All across. So, just to let everybody know, so we have offices located in the US, the UK, and Canada. So we have a base there, and we have distribution all across these territories. So you can find your regular Grace products, your Grace mackerel, your Grace corned beef, your Grace ketchup, in many major supermarkets, many major retailers. You can look out for us there.
The Grace patties.
Grace patties, oh dear. Grace patties, amazing, right? But what we really want to focus on today is our high-low food stores, right? We want everybody to know that, so we are all familiar with the pack a barrel concept.
Yes.
Barrel, people get barrel, you pack barrels overseas and you send over. Now, high-low has implemented an amazing program. You can shop online at high-low food stores. Literally, pack a barrel through high-low and they deliver it to your relatives in Jamaica.
Hold on. Pause a minute. What you saying to me?
Yes.
What? So, okay. No. Say that again and tell me how that works.
Yes. All you have to do, go on to high-low, highlowfoodstoresja.com, and I'll drop the link in the chat. Shop on high-low. You can get all your Grace Foods products. Of course, it's not only Grace Foods.
No, but we're talking about Grace. So
store, right?
Yeah.
But get all your major Grace products through high-low. And you can buy whatever amount that you want, right, from 50 US going up, and they deliver directly to your families across Jamaica. Right? So you don't have to worry about buy barrel, deliver barrel, ship barrel, send money for customs clearance. You don't have to worry about any of that. All you do, go online to highlowfoodstoresja.com, buy your groceries, pay for it online, tell them where to deliver it to, and done.
So if I want to, I'm supporting my family in Guys Hill, St. Catherine, right? And always I'm sending them money, or I'm sending them the barrel. I send them a barrel every 6 months. You are telling me, I'm a barrel normally having food, I'm an Irish Spring soap, I know all the things about I put in Irish Spring soap. You are telling me that I don't have to spend that because that's a tidy sum. What I can do is go on high-low food store and you will send it to Guys Hill?
Yes. Right? So high-low food stores is a local Jamaican retailer, right? Local Jamaican supermarket chain. Yes. You get all your regular food items and there are toiletry items as well. So you can still buy Irish Spring. Right? You still buy Irish Spring. And it eliminates those additional costs that you always have with sending a barrel. You don't have to buy a barrel. You don't have to pay for shipping. And then you don't have to pay for customs.
And right? I don't have to pay for transport to go to a warehouse to pick up the barrel to come. No.
It takes out right away all of those additional costs. All you do is spend on what you want your family to get. So it saves you money and it saves them time and hassle.
This is awesome. Kadia, I love that. I absolutely love that. What you said the link is again?
highlowfoodstoresja.com, and I am dropping it in the chat right now. And I'm dropping our social media handles and our website.
Awesome. And of course on the website it takes credit card or debit card. Anywhere, anybody.
Anybody. So as long as it is debit, a chip card, right?
Right.
One of those debit credit card types. Yes, right?
This is innovation. No man, this is innovation. And I'm sure you are responding to a need that has been in the diaspora because the barrel thing, it's stressful. It's very stressful. Necessary stress, but it can be a little much. So still send the barrel, but don't worry about the food stuff in the barrel, guys. We will take care of that. Send the other things. Other things, still want the other things.
Exactly. And because it's so expensive to send barrels, you do it every 6 months or once a year or so on. So we're eliminating some of those other costs. So you can buy groceries every month, every 2 months for your family members in need.
Awesome. Thank you, Kia. Anything else you want to talk about before I jump over to Western Union and hear what the GKMS Western Union has been up to?
I just want to thank all our loyal consumers for continuing to support Grace Foods, all the Grace brands that you've been supporting since your idea, your need. Right? We have been here since 1922, and we intend to be here for another 100 years with your support, of course. So thank you so much and continue to support. Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. Now we are jumping over to Grace Kennedy Money Services Western Union. GKMS Western Union have been the agents of have been the agents of Western Union in Jamaica for the past 31 years. We celebrate 31 years in November. No, 32. Oh my God, 32 years in November. That's right. We celebrate 32.
Unfortunately, we had to cut that fireside, that riverside chat, or breakout room session rather. I keep calling fireside, riverside chat, but breakout room session, and by Yolande Giles Levy there from Grace Kennedy Financial Group, because we have to move on the program, a lot more to get through this afternoon, as we continue the Jamaica Diaspora Conference, Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference. Now, they say one good thing about music is when it hits you, you feel no pain. So I won't even attempt to sing a single word of that lyric this afternoon. But lucky for us, and lucky for you really, because you don't have to hear me sing, we have a special treat for you this afternoon, a Jamaican entertainer who one reviewer noted that she's known primarily for her strong, smooth love songs and an absolutely captivating live performance, and that is what we're about to get this afternoon. So please make welcome this afternoon reggae legend Marcia Griffiths.
Thank you so much. Right now we're reaching out to the world. That's where the diaspora is right now. Lift your voices and make a joyful noise. There's a land that I have heard about so far across the sea. Can I hear you? There's a land that I have heard about so far across the sea. To have you on my dreamland would be like a heaven to me. Your turn. To have you on my dreamland would be like heaven to me. We live together on that dreamland and we have so much fun. Last train. We live together on that dreamland and we'll have so much fun. We'll get a breakfast from the trees. We'll get 100 from the bees. We take right on the waterfall. We'll count the stars in the. Can I hear you now? And Oh, my soul. I love it. Yeah, take it down. Thank you so very much. Music is life. Let's live on forever. Yes. This is one of my favorite songs. And I'm doing it from my heart to yours. Come, let us go to the land of love, where the love light shines so bright above. We will be so happy and free. All your pains will let you be. You're gonna find that love is real by the feeling you feel. In that land where the people are free, life will be better for you and me. We won't find true happiness here. Come with me and have no fear. You're gonna find that love is real by the feeling you feel. Oh me, oh my baby, don't you cry. Oh me, oh my, I'm gonna tell you why. Hey, we will find true happiness here. Come with me and have no fear. Thank you so very much. And as I said earlier, music touches the soul, which no doctor in the universe can do. So right about now, there's no way you can sit hearing, listening to good music and just stay still. No. This one is from my heart to yours. Am I really here in your arms? Just like I dreamed it would be. I feel like I'm frozen in time. You're the only one I could see. And hey, I've worked all my life for you. Now you're here. And hey, I spent all my life with you. All my life. Take it away, Charmaine. And I never really knew how to love. Sing it, girl. I just hope somehow I'd see. Ask for a little help from above. Ooh, I say that an angel doubts me. Hey, I've worked all my life for you. Now you're here. Now you're here. Hey, I've lived all my life with you. All my life. I never thought I could be in love so tenderly, and I never thought I could let it show. Now my heart is on my sleeve. This love will never leave. I know. you. Now you're here. Now you're here. Hey, I'll spend all my life with you. All my life. All my life. All my life. Ooh, hey, I've lived all my life for you. Now you're here. Thank you so very much. Yes. It is such an honor and a pleasure, yes, being here. And this is worldwide, reaching out to the world right now. I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. Even though I'm old, but I'm young, a little weak, but I know I'm strong, old enough to know what's right, young enough to dance all night, too weak to hold it back, strong enough to give you a heart attack. The situation's sweet, my soul, as long as I live, I shall sing. I can't hear you. As long as I live, lift your voices. As long as I live, make a joyful noise unto the Most High God. I shall sing as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. I thank God that He made me to sing to the world all over. Love message I'll bring. He put a song in my heart, yes I know. Come along, people, good seeds will sow. I don't care what they do or say, I'll never stop singing, no, no, no way. Someday I will get my pay, and as long as I live, I shall sing. Yes, as long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. I shall sing. As long as I live, and as long as I live, I shall sing. Hey, you know, positive vibration is what music brings. And this is all we need in this time. Positive vibration. Yeah, Mr. Music. Wait. Please. Talking about worldwide. There's no way we can stand here and you sit there while the longest living dance, song and dance. You have to get on your feet. You know what would be nice? If we could have some of the ladies coming on the stage to demonstrate the dance. Only if you can do the dance. What about the guys? Yes, I love it. Yeah, if you see, if you cannot do the dance, don't even put your foot up here, please. All right. We're talking about the longest living song and dance. Mr. Music, flick the switch and turn it on and give us our favorite #1 song. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, and you can't see it. It's electric. You gotta feel it. It's electric. Ooh, it's shocking. It's electric. Thinking Mr. Gotta hit the button that you bash, the moving on the left. Sure got the boogie. You gotta know it. It's electric. Boogie, wiggy, wiggy. That you can't hold it. It's electric. Boogie, wiggy, wiggy. But you know it's there. Here, there, and there. Yeah, I love it. Ooh, I'm going on a party ride. Hey, what about you? I got hey, only video. just wait. Come on your feet. Come let me take you on a party ride. Hey. And I'll teach you. I'll teach you the slide. It's electric, boogie, woogie, woogie. You can't resist it. It's electric, boogie, woogie, woogie. And you can't do without it. It's electric, boogie, woogie, woogie. Think of Mr. Mars, she's a teacher, feeling down, she's a boogie, lang. Shoot, got the boogie. You don't wanna lose it. It's electric, boogie, woogie, woogie. And you can't use it. It's electric, boogie, woogie, woogie. Better know it's there. Tree and rock it and turn and 1 and 2 and 3 to the right, 1 and 2 and 3 to the left, and back 2, 3 and rock it. 1, 2. I love it. I've got to do. Yes, sir. Back 2, 3. Boogie, woogie, woogie. And rock it. Woo. Hey. You can't see it. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. You gotta feel it. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. Ooh, it's shocking. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. Think of Mr. Kelly with the popping at your back. She's a moving like that. Sure got the boogie. Don't wanna lose it. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. And you can't use it. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. But you know it's there. Oh, hey. I love it. Woo. Hola, hola, eh. 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 Come on, give it up, give it up, give it up. Woo. Give it up. Jamaica 60 Diaspora. One love, one heart, one aim, one destiny. It was so nice being here, sharing all these wonderful moments. Thank you so much. Thank you too. Much love and blessings.
VM Group.
Transform your everyday.
Bye-bye.
The Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference, Reigniting a Nation for Greatness, is convened by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, presented by our legacy partners, the JN Group, VM Group and Grace Kennedy Group of Companies and our other conference partners.
Day 2 of the Jamaica Diaspora Conference started with a link with our friends and partners in Japan. They let us know that Jamaica may be far away, but not out of mind.
For every man delivers one cause. When you look within, you will see you can win. Everyone want cocoa, surely full basket. Them say, you and I should be deep on air. You and I should be deep on air. Oh, you and I should be deep on air. And you can say that's the reason why I came to Japan.
So in summary, my fellow Jamaicans, Japan has opportunity both in investment and in trade. We need to be diligent, patient, and have the right focus in terms of products. Now, Japan is a refined market, but it is also a rewarding one. And with this, I would say, in my role as investment advisor here in Japan for Jamaica, I'd like to say I'll continue to do my best, working with our wonderful ambassador, Ambassador Shauna K. Richards, who has been nothing short of amazing to help to promote our name and our brand going forward. Thank you very much.
We said sayonara to Japan and welcomed everyone to another great morning at the conference. We were blessed with a morning performance by Minister Lubert Energetic Levy. It was an uplifting and an indeed energetic performance. The first plenary for the day was Transformation of the Orange Economy, the Entertainment, Culture and Creative Industries. Moderator Dr. Deborah Hickling-Gordon was put to task to handle the brisk conversation.
Being here in Ireland, I can tell you that every time the Oscars happens, every time the Grammy happens, there are Irish diasporic activities sponsored from their missions to make sure to see who is in Hollywood that's Irish, so we know who to call. Even before we know what we're calling about, we already know the contact of who to call. So
Mina, really quickly, because they're chasing us out of here now. Really quickly, we're taking it down to one thing that now needs to be done.
One thing that needs to be done is innovation. We need to innovate. We need to consider the world is flat. It's not this, it's not them and us. It's all away. We are one family. I like that. We are one culture, and we must move the barriers, and we must think about us, not who down a yard and who that foreign.
That sounds like a tagline. Taja.
So just to be very brief, I think digital literacy as well as an increase in the drive for the education sector, primarily from the base level, art education really to improve in Jamaica. We really need to make active measures. The reason I became an artist was because a lot of the teachers I had encouraged me and my artistic abilities from a young age. So I think that's primarily what we should be focused on, the basics as well as cross-cultural exchanges among the art universities, as well as with UE and other art universities as well, so that our students get exposure and those other students get exposure to us as well, and we can really solidify those connections.
Fantastic, Delia.
Right, so I just want to say the database is a collection of information. What I want to see from that is now action happening from the database. And so I feel like the consular offices, the citizens, and the Caribbean communities, Jackie said a task force. I want to see consistent coming together meetings, cultural and creative industry meetings within the diaspora. So people meet, decide on what they're doing. We never bring up literature, you know, Deborah. We talk about the struggling things. But when we talk about how successful our writers have been, Marlon James is here now filming with HBO. And so there are things that work, but we have to meet consistently and not just at a diaspora conference like this.
All right, Marissa, take it home.
Communication. Two-way. You all have my email. Let's talk.
Is there a plan to support
our athletes on scholarships in the United States and not wait for them to bust out, so to speak, at the Olympic level. They need help. Is there a plan to help our student athletes overseas who are hurting financially?
The Governor Richard Biles sat down with Dan Keller, who posed the needed questions on the central bank's position on cryptocurrency.
So obviously, we're talking about a central bank digital currency here. Alcine earlier on mentioned other cryptocurrencies. What is the central bank's stance on cryptocurrencies generally? Do you see potential in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and Ether and so on? Or are you taking a stance like some other central banks of being skeptical about them?
It's not that we are skeptical about it, but we do take the time to warn people that those values can go up and down, and quite violently so too. So I see cryptocurrencies more as an investment asset than as a means of payment, because their value is not sufficiently stable to be a good means of payment. So if you're an investor, hopefully a sophisticated investor that can understand cryptocurrency, go ahead and use it. But we don't see it as a currency that is good for transactions and for making payments. And indeed, we have had to warn Jamaicans that the central bank does not back cryptocurrencies. We only back our central digital currency. Mario, you know a lot more about crypto than I do.
You've hit the nail on the head, Governor. What we have been doing is really publishing our caution statements on virtual currencies and cryptocurrency. We've done so in February 2018 as well as July last year, and we plan to do so this year. Just indicating persons who hold the cryptocurrencies of the risks, and that the risk is borne by them.
Yeah, so you just treat it as any other investment. So I really have just one final question, actually. It's probably for Mario, really. What other digital innovations is the central bank looking at, or the monetary authorities looking at in Jamaica?
All right, so we do have the Bank of Jamaica FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, and most of the innovative products fall within that sandbox. Over the last 2 years, we've launched in March 2022, and we've received at least 37 applications, and we have approved at least 21 of those. The bank also is changing the face of how financial institutions report into us, and we're upgrading our JAM firms, that's the Financial Institution Reporting Management System, and that will facilitate easy applications and licensing of fitness and propriety, as well as our internal document records management system to ensure that we reduce the amount of paper that we utilize within the bank. So those are the three main innovations that are coming.
Yeah, all about increasing efficiency. So I really appreciate you both explaining this, what is essentially a fairly complex technology, but a really simple idea, which is just replacing cash. I have one final question for the Governor, for Richard. When you issue digital currency, do you take physical currency out of circulation? Is it a sort of one-for-one exchange?
In a sense, yes. I mean, let us say that we don't want to increase the amount of cash in circulation. Yes, if we issued $100 million of digital currency, we would reclaim $100 million of physical cash too, yes.
We moved from money to farming. The talk was entitled Plant Something, Farm Up Jamaica. The executive director of Farm Up Jamaica had some wise words for all Jamaicans.
Plant something. Make sure that you come back to Jamaica and plant something. Get in touch with the JAM pros. Get in touch with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. If it's agriculture you're doing, get in touch with agriculture. But I think it all starts at JAM Pro. And you come in through JAM Pro, have them introduce you to the various places that you need to be in touch with. Get your projects together and get them going. Unite as diaspora and try to help each other to accomplish each other's goals. I call it a round robin or a partner draw, if you want to call it that. Everybody should come together, help one diaspora with what they're trying to do and be successful with that. And then everybody else come again and come together and help another diaspora that has a dream or a vision or a goal. Unity is strength. And this is the way that we're going to be able to tackle the conundrums, the hurdles that are out, you know, because every business that you try will always have some type of. So again, if we work together and create this unity to work together, again, I call it a round robin, or a partner drive, or a partner if you want.
From farming straight into climate change as we try to connect the dots to save the planet. Jamaicans have to do their part.
One of the urgent things for us is response to climate change, and I imagine we're going to move in that direction. How do we anticipate what is the response for our country? Typically, we speak of mitigation. That is, we have to decrease the greenhouses that caused the impact in the first place. And even though we are among a region that contributed something like 0.6% in 2019 to the global greenhouse gas emissions, because of the urgency of the challenge, all of us are still called upon to conserve energy and do our part in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Two, what the science helps us to do as well is to prepare ourselves to cope with some of the change that will still occur irrespective of action. We are committed to some amount of climate change. And so we speak to adaptation. And so we speak to communities using the information that we're going to be hotter and drier and positioning themselves, more intense events, positioning themselves to do river training, to change agricultural practices. And we heard of some of the practices earlier. Some of these are not just good business practices. These are things we can do in our response to climate change. Planting of trees so that you increase the amount of sink, the amount of vegetation we have to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. That's important as well. So what the science helps us to do is inform our response. The other type of response we could speak to is education. Fora like these raise the issue of climate change and the importance that in any one of these areas we have been discussing over the last 2 days, there is a space for how we respond to climate in any one of these areas.
In Jamaica, we're not short on entertainment. Singer Sharita did not disappoint.
Jamaica love, come on and feel Jamaica love. Come together, make we lift up Jamaica. Jamaica love, Jamaica. Jamaica love, I wanna feel Jamaica love. Come and reignite our nation. Jamaica love, Jamaica.
Well-known comedian Owen Blacker Ellis took the stage, and it was a real Jamaican belly full of laughter.
My father, who by the way, my father passed. I mean, don't be sad. I mean, him passed like, yeah, but that mean, him say, oh, we're not playing the game here. Him just passed, him never take on the father thing too tough. So him passed. That never enough him under the domino game. But, and even though on the coming Sunday is Father's Day, I'm celebrating the fact that we become good fathers even when the absence of fathers, because we are Jamaican. So if we don't have the model, we're going to find it somewhere, because we can do all things. Because we just, yeah, I want to go on. Any event I keep, you have 3 Jamaican men who can find them way in there. Jump fence, beggar blind, and beat gate. Yeah, I want to go on. And when them say a diaspora conference, yeah man, I mean him there, my friend named Spora. They will die, get sent to hell, and end up at heaven gate. Yo, St. Peter, tell the big man something there.
After lunch, the conference went straight into money matters with the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Just this morning, we listed another small and medium-sized entity that was oversubscribed by 952%. What that means is that people are looking for good investments. And what that means is that just to put it in context, that not only are we able to list local businesses, if the diasporans have businesses overseas that wants us to list on our market, why not list in Jamaica? Why not list, get capital, and grow in Jamaica? So this is something that we are throwing out. Again, I must say to you that regarding technology, we will soon be launching a few other products on the market, like the direct market access, and we will be launching also the digital asset platform in short order. And so these are some of the things that we want to say to our diasporans, that we understand that there is much more room to serve you, and we intend to do that. So socially, I want you to just go now to our website in terms of, I'm going to give you it in a minute. It is jsfe.jamstockex.com, and participate in that. I know you love the social. Please participate. Please help us to close the gap of the 33 million. I want you to go onto our website and go to the eCampus, ecampus.jamstockex.com, and look at the offerings we have there for you to understand more of the market, get certified. We are fully certified by the University Council of Jamaica. And I also want you to look at our new website that we have redone, and that is jamstockex.com. There is also now closing the jtraderpro.jamstockex.com, and that is for online trading. You have no excuse not to participate in the Jamaica Stock Exchange, participate in your growth and our growth and the growth overall of Jamaica.
Diaspora Business and Investment was next on the agenda, with a plenary headed by one of the legacy partners, Victoria Mutual, and even the youth had suggestions and solutions.
I am currently studying remittances, and one thing that has definitely kept Jamaica afloat is the steady flow of remittances. And in times of economic hardship, as you can see through the COVID pandemic, remittances have been stable and even increased to help support that effort. Now, the question is, what can we do to mobilize remittances and eventually get to a point, because I come from a development background, how can we utilize remittances to get to a point where remittances aren't as depended on? And one thing that I have come across is the concept of collective remittances, specifically the one that is in place in Mexico. And what that does is, while remittances as they are now done in Jamaica mostly go towards consumption and they act as supplements to people's income, how about we slightly redirect some of the money that is sent through remittances and put them towards projects? Now, one person alone, if you're sending money, might not be able to make a huge impact, but as the saying goes, one cocoa fill basket. So if we are able to come together and find a way to pool resources and then put them towards projects, especially projects that have high risk, that necessarily certain banks might be iffy to give loans to, or things like that, we can utilize the diaspora and the money that is sent via these collective remittances to finance and build these projects up from the ground. And because at the end of the day, Jamaicans are Jamaicans no matter where we are in the world. So in a sense, it's Jamaicans financing Jamaicans. And even though we might not get monetary return, seeing the island improve, seeing our people improve, it's a win for everybody.
There's so much opportunities that are coming to the fore. And this is what I would like to be the take-home point from this diaspora conference. We have the conference every year, and a number of persons participate twice a year, every 2 years, and persons participate in the diaspora conference. But what is the tangible benefit? That is a question that you must always ask. It must be measured. One of the measurements I'd like to see is how the diaspora comes together, not just in remittances and maybe in the formation of these community groups or organizations, as mentioned by my fellow panelists, so we can direct the remittance in a targeted way. But how can you participate in some of these new and emerging areas within the Jamaican economy? There are about 4 or 5 new free zones that Jamaica is trying to create. Most of it is in the northern side of the island. But they are tremendous. And when you see the visuals of these, it shows you that Jamaica is not going to be the place that you know it has now in 5 years' time. You may have left the shores of Jamaica, but Jamaica has never left your heart. And therefore, you have to convert that into something tangible. The question I was asked by the member of the audience, and it's a great question, and it's to do with especially with the informality of the Jamaican economy, Jamaican market. And as we know, they say there are 2 markets that exist in Jamaica. One is the formal and one is the informal. But what this government has been trying to do is to formalize a number of areas, including our small farmers, so that they can access funding. So we partnered, our ministry partnered, and agriculture partnered with the EU. And we did a program called Informality to Formalization with farmers and fisher folks. Farmers and fisher folks that would not normally be a part of the formal system. And we graduated, I think it was about 100 farmers and fisher folk recently. We also partnered with the United Nations, looking at the West Project, dealing with women in business. Again, to increase the formalization of a number of these small ideas, small business ideas that people have. So we're trying to build a healthy Jamaica that is inclusive of everyone. And we're looking at the informal side to bring them into the formal mix. Now, Jamdex is a great opportunity because what that does is that so many persons have issue with banking and bank transactions, and we call them the unbanked individuals. How can we get them to be the banked individuals? And Jamdex is a great opportunity. I see where they're offering through Link $2,500 for persons who sign up. So it's an incentive to get person, because here is it that you'll be able to get your money in a digital format, a digital wallet, where you can trade maybe on your phone, especially on your phone, the monies that you have with almost any transactions with individuals who are also a part of Jamdex. And therefore, what it does, it brings you into a formal setting where you can now leverage a number of things you have, including assisting you to formalize your own tenureship based on lands that might have been bequeathed to you or otherwise. And here again, the government is aggressively looking at titling projects to ensure that persons can in fact have their asset, this most tangible asset that you can use to leverage yourself in finding financial wherewithal to advance your business. So the government now is looking at a full suite of projects, including how do you move small-scale individuals into this formal system, because you cannot, and how the world is going, you'll be left behind if you're not brought into the formal setting.
We, of course, could not wrap up the day without giving you info so that you would need to know how to ignite your investment opportunities in Jamaica. Diane Edwards of Jampro took the lead on that one.
And this one is a very new project, the WA Rehabilitation Luxury Center. So the conceptualizer of this really wants to create a rehab center and recovery from addiction center. And I don't know if you realize, but this is a huge area of opportunity, because a lot of people recovering from addiction and needing rehab need to get away from the temptation of whatever it is they're on. So this is an opportunity. It's a totally new project, but the owner and sponsor of the project actually owns land in Newcastle that he wants to dedicate to this. So if there are people who are like-minded, this is a real opportunity to do something unique. And I think Jamaica has a great position to be able to do that. So in agribusiness, Gabriel spoke a lot about agribusiness, and I'm totally convinced that this is going to be the decade of agribusiness. The next decade is definitely going to move in this direction because food security has become a huge word on everybody, or phrase on everybody's lips. CARICOM has come up with a program which they call 25 by 2025, which is to reduce the 6 billion food bill from by 25% by the year 2025. So there is again a big opportunity for import substitution and for export. This is just an example of some research that we did through Euromonitor to assess the international market in 3 different areas: roots and tubers, crustaceans, and fresh fruits. And you can see there that we have identified through this project really 60 million immediate money that we are leaving on the table because, again, we're not supplying. So diaspora, think about that land that your grandma left you, or that land that you bought and put down for 10 years. This is the time to get that land back into production. One of the things we're working on with the Ministry of Agriculture is to find properties, find the owners of properties, because that's not always easy. You might think it is, but it's not always easy. And then overlay on top of that information that the Ministry of Agriculture has concerning soil, concerning land, type of land, pH of the soil, the microclimate, and all the agronomic data, and then come up with land suitability, a land suitability map. That's what we're working on. We're not there yet, but it's a work in progress. So you can see from here that the demand for roots and tubers, for crustaceans, and for fresh fruits, this is a vibrant, vibrant market. Crustaceans, you probably don't know that we are supplying red lobster in the US with lobster from the Caribbean. So, you know, there's a real opportunity for a number of crops. And there you can see some of the opportunities, some of the products that are in demand in the international market that we are not supplying. Sauces and condiments, Scotch bonnet, you've heard about this before. Breadfruit, which is a superfood, but we have no breadfruit orchards. This is an area that is a medium-term investment, but again, if you have land that is suitable for breadfruit growing, and we can identify whether it is or not, you can intercrop with cash crops now and reap the breadfruit in 4 or 5 years, and there is a demand for breadfruit and downstream products of breadfruit like flour.
The Islington Cultural Group really did add some Jamaican spice to the program to cap things off.
Year 27 years. Oh, who you walk drunk? Who you walk drunk? Who you walk drunk? Who you walk drunk? Oh, go call your mama, sir. Call your sister, sir. Call your auntie, sir. Call your cousin, sir. Call your sister, sir. Call your cousin, sir. Call your cousin, sir. Okay, cool, matanza. Okay, cool, matanza. Okay, cool, matanza, boy. Okay, cool, matanza. Okay, cool, matanza. Okay, cool, matanza. Okay, cool, matanza. Oh, they must see them a grumble. 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 Oh, cardi the door. Party door with you dance here. Cardi party, the door. Party door with you dance. Oh, what about it? Never came to pick in the watch him style, boy. Never came to pick in the watch him style, boy. Oh, cardi party, the door. Oh, cardi party, the door.
Day 2 of the Diaspora Conference was, in short, a productive and informative session. Day 3 is set to be chock full of topics, including mental health, wellness, national security issues, and so much more.
Join us as we continue to reignite our nation for greatness.
Thanks for staying with us the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference, and it's time for another rich panel discussion. This time, this panel is entitled From Crafting to Fruition, the National Diaspora Policy, and this session will examine the National Diaspora Policy, its enabling framework and accompanying mechanisms for the coordinated engagement of Jamaica's diaspora, which is in keeping with the government's commitment to broad inclusion of the diaspora in nation building. This session is going to be led by Mr. Lloyd Wilkes, Director of the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So over to you, Mr. Wilkes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. I have the great pleasure of moderating this session, and with me I have a fantastic panel. I sincerely hope you have all eaten, you've been fed, watered, and ready to go. We've had 2 days of magnificent, fantastic discussions, and we're all set now to examine our national diaspora policy, which I'm pleased to tell you has been approved by Cabinet and is set to be presented as for white paper approval before Parliament. Now, in this session, we will have a very distinguished panel, beginning with Senator Honorable Leslie Campbell, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. To my immediate left and to his left, Dr. Gary Connell, who is our UN resident coordinator and who we're very pleased to have in person. Now, joining us online, we expect to have Dr. Sylvanus Thompson, International Public Health Specialist and CEO for his company, Dr. T Consultant Services. Dr. Natalie Diedrich-Jones, who we expect to join us, has not yet surfaced, but we confidently expect her to do so in good time. Now, we have a short time, and we are going to ask people to present in this particular order. Now, we should have had a recorded message to kick things off. In the absence of that, we will ask Dr. Sylvanus Thompson to present to us at this time. Dr. Thompson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkes. I was not expecting to go first, but that's all right. No problem, kicking it off, right? So thanks for the invitation to participate in this very important discussion about the diaspora policy. Over the last 20 years, at least, I have consistently organized or participated in various health-related diaspora projects or programs in Jamaica. These include community health and wellness clinics in rural underserved areas of Jamaica, refurbishing of healthcare facilities, donations of equipment and supplies, mainly to public health units across the highland. On almost every occasion, I encountered difficulties with custom clearance, in spite of following every requirement included in the Health for Life and Wellness Foundation guidelines and other Ministry of Health requirements. These include excessive amounts of duties. I remember at one occasion I had to pay a relatively high administration fee for clearing some disinfection supplies to assist with the hand, foot, and mouth outbreak in Jamaica. And if I had declared that as a personal allowance, then I would have paid nothing. So that's one example of one time that someone maybe should not follow the rules. I also encountered long wait times in clearing items sponsored for Jamaica. At one time, I spent almost an entire day at the wharf trying to clear some items for a health and wellness clinic in rural Clarendon. So there's no doubt that there's a need for a mutually beneficial mechanism to strengthen relationship between Jamaica and the diaspora, to remove complicated, if not unnecessary, bureaucracy, and facilitate an enabling environment for diaspora contribution. And in my opinion, the diaspora policy is intended to do that. And if implemented, it will actually achieve that. The policy identifies a number of key areas of concerns, and that should be addressed when implemented. And this should result in increased trust, cooperation, and confidence in the diaspora when engaging Jamaica. Similarly, having a singular communication network and platform to disseminate information to the diaspora globally will eliminate the mix and sometimes conflicting messages and information, which result in confusion, frustration, and sometimes reluctance to donate. I'm pleased to see that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council will be involved in the execution and implementation of the policy. Just a couple concerns, not necessarily weakness in the policy, but I was, and maybe it's because of my bias, I was a bit disappointed that of the 10 thematic areas, key thematic areas, neither health or education was included, even though the contribution from both sectors is well documented. If you look at the Health and Wellness Foundation, for example, they said that in 2017, there was an amount of $9.1 million was donated through for health-related issues, over 300 medical missions, and donation of a significant amount of equipment and supplies to Jamaica. So I'm a bit disappointed that health is not included in one of the key thematic areas. However, the concerns that the health sector might have, I'm pretty sure they should be addressed in the other strategies. The policy thematic areas, the strategies, I'm a bit disappointed that there are no timelines for implementing any of those. It simply says that the government and partners will do certain things. I'm a bit concerned that there are no timelines. Also a bit disappointed that the diaspora will not be involved in the overall policy review. Well, in spite of that, however, I think this is something to be supported. It has a process that will improve coordination and communication, thus increasing trust. Persons in the diaspora are more likely to contribute to and support diaspora initiatives, knowing that the government is committed to streamlining the process. Thank you very much.
That any review of the policy, any addition to successive policies or amendments will also involve consultations with the diaspora. This is a partnership that is going to be inclusive from beginning all the way through. We will not relent. Let me tell you very quickly that Dr. Jones has not yet joined us, but the plan of action is meant also to deal with the timelines and the measurable outcomes that most people would want to see and would want to hear about. So I want to assure you and our listeners online, which I'm very pleased that we have significant numbers online and have done for the past 2 days. Let me assure those that are in hubs where our missions, with our missions, and in hubs where there are no missions, I want to thank you very much for affording all of the family everywhere the opportunity to join in this wonderful consultation. Now, having heard from Dr. Thompson, and he made some very valid points, please note your questions because we intend to take questions afterwards. May I then ask Dr. Gary Connell to make his contribution.
Event. I followed the first 2.5 days, and I must admit it's been a resounding success. So congratulations to your team and all the people involved in making this happen. I thought it may be useful to frame the policy activities that are ongoing right now in Jamaica in the broader context, in the global context. And now obviously, over the last 45 years globally, the number of people worldwide living outside their country of origin has almost tripled from 76 million to 250 million. And in 2021 alone, Global Diaspora sends hundreds of millions of dollars to their friends and families in developing countries. Now, what's interesting is that for us in the Caribbean, recent research is telling us that over 85% of diaspora members give back in some way, shape, or form. And while the majority send remittances, make donations, buy property, or invest in a venture, many others are involved as volunteers or mentors. And a large number of the diaspora members are active in their high school alumni associations, a source of deep affiliation and nostalgia. Now, visiting families and friends in the Caribbean is another key source of engagement. Almost 60% of diaspora make a trip home at least once a year, and 4% travel home more than twice a year. So, against a background of already significant engagement back home, recent surveys of members of the Caribbean diaspora indicate that when asked whether they would like to be more connected to their home country, 90% of the diaspora responded, yes, we would. So this demonstrates a very strong but latent opportunity for increasing the level of engagement from the diaspora in a meaningful way. Now, obviously, and I've heard you discuss over the past 2 days, Jamaicans living abroad share that sense of patriotism and solidarity. And obviously, the government of Jamaica has long recognized that Jamaican nationals abroad represent a wealth of human capital, social capital, and financial capital. But what may be interesting is to look at what's been happening at the global level over the past few years. Now, believe it or not, it's only in September 2016, that heads of states and government came together for the first time ever at the global level within the UN General Assembly to discuss issues related to migration and refugees. Now, this sent a powerful political message that migration and refugee matters had become major issues squarely in the international agenda. Now, in adopting the New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants, the 193 UN member states recognized the need for a comprehensive approach to human mobility and enhanced cooperation at the global level. Now, Annex 2 of the New York Declaration set in motion a process of intergovernmental consultations and negotiations towards the development of a global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. This process concluded on 10 December 2018 with the adoption of the Global Compact by the majority of member states at an intergovernmental conference in Marrakesh that was followed very quickly by an endorsement by the UN General Assembly. Now, with the adoption of the Global Compact, and remember now, we're talking 2018, 2019, orderly and regular migration, member states and stakeholders prioritize diaspora engagement for development in countries of origin, transit, and residence through what we call Objective 19, which commits all stakeholders, governments, development actors, civil society, to actively create conditions for migrants and diaspora to fully contribute to sustainable development. Now, obviously, the fulfillment of such development policy visions requires a global policy framework for global action. But it's only at the Global Diaspora Summit last April that delegations from most UN member states adopted what is now known as the Dublin Declaration, where signatories actually affirmed their commitment to supporting, among other things, launching of a global diaspora policy alliance, strengthening the conditions of national and international levels for economic and financial empowerment, institutionalizing the diaspora engagement in policy development, making available the necessary resources to boost capacity of the diaspora, and so forth and so on. Now, while multilateral organizations have always had a certain level of involvement in diaspora engagement, in fact, most IFIs have programs that target the diaspora, particularly with regards to expanding entrepreneurship, fostering innovation, and supporting philanthropy, the reality is that the Dublin Declaration opens the space for more systematic global commitment and collaboration. And this is why this exercise here today is so relevant and extremely timely. And this is why the United Nations country team in Jamaica, under the leadership of IOM, is extremely excited and committed to supporting the government of Jamaica in its effort to institutionalize and operationalize diaspora capitals across policies, programs, and partnerships in a coherent and consistent framework. We see this as an opportunity to work with the government to build and strengthen partnerships across sectors and create sustainable opportunities and mechanisms to foster innovative solutions and programs tailored to the interests and skills of the Jamaican diaspora. I look forward to our interactive discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Connell. Now, how about some interaction? That deserves a round of applause. And I'm hoping that we will hold the UN Resident Coordinator's Office to task, because those were some very generous undertakings and very kind words of encouragement in terms of our diaspora development program. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for taking the time out, breaking lunch early, and coming back to join us for this very special discussion. We have a little time, I'm happy to say, and therefore we'll be taking questions after this. But let me take the pleasure of introducing Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell, our own Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, with responsibility for diaspora affairs amongst so many other things. And let me also take the opportunity and the privilege of thanking Minister Campbell for the amazing work he has done since joining us. He's helped to drive this process forward. You know, there's been many who have started the race, but Sir Leslie is finishing. He's who we call the anchor. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkes. You know, I've come to accept that you're very generous with your offerings. But let me thank you very much. And let me thank the other members of the panel who are here with us in person, Dr. Connie from the UN, and Dr. Thompson, who's online. I believe that Dr. Jones is likely to join us later on. But at the outset, let me, I did so earlier, but for those who didn't hear me, today is Diaspora Day. And let me wish you a wonderful Diaspora Day. It is the day that we set aside to acknowledge of members of our diaspora who have been our backbone through the good times and the so-called bad times. Over the last 2 years, let me say, you have been phenomenal. When you drove up our remittances, somewhere in the region of an increase of 20%, taking us to close to $4 billion United States dollars. That is not something that we scoff at. I think the last time I crunched the numbers, it amounted to somewhere in the region of 17.6% of GDP, and it is no laughing matter. Members of the diaspora, I can't express any greater level of thanks to you for all that you have done to help us to weather the proverbial storm. We want to thank Minister Johnson Smith, who led this development of the policy. And let me apologize for her absence today. She's actually at the ministerial conference in Geneva, and so I really want to thank her in her absence for having driven the policy to the extent that she has. And those of us who remain will do what we have to do. But aside from the actual policy, which was approved we got final approval about a month ago, that there's an element of it which has to be dealt with. The action plan, which will take us across the cusp and which will involve all the mechanical side of what I would describe as the adjectival part of that plan. That will involve, as Mr. Wilkes said earlier, members of the diaspora, who and that will set timelines and all the measurements. All that would be included in that policy. And I'm really very grateful to be part of this journey, as it were, to have this policy finally put in place. And as you know, the policy is what sets the framework within which we'll operate, which will guide. And we want to additionally thank Dr. Connie, who has made some proposals into certain approaches that we can take into further development, into the further development of this policy.
And with that, Minister, we are being signaled for a break, and we can take up that just as we return.
Thank you.
Commercial break.
Has to make some money.
For life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group. At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
So, I'm happy that we have the support of our legacy partners, and happy so much so that we can have our advertisements running, complementing what we do here. I want to take this opportunity also to thank my very hard-working team from the Diaspora Department, of course, our Undersecretary, Franz Hall, and our Permanent Secretary, and all the other collaborators in the ministry, and other ministries, departments, and agencies who have assisted so ably in ensuring that we have a diaspora conference, and one as vibrant as this one has been. Minister, we had to break.
Yeah, well, just before we at the break, I gave thanks to Minister Johnson Smith for her effort. But let me also thank members of the diaspora who contributed to the development of this policy, the other ministries, departments, and agencies who all collaborated and made their input, and so that we could have a policy fleshed out. But let me just say, the successful implementation of the policy will rest very heavily on the development of a plan of action, which I spoke to earlier, that will provide some kind of timetable for the delivery of certain specific outcomes and ensure that the policy will provide three essential things: facilitation, connectivity, partnership, and all partnership opportunities. This is critical for the further development and strengthening of all our relationships with the diaspora. The development of this plan has already commenced, and it is anticipated that a full plan will be completed within a year. The monitoring and evaluation of the policy will be a priority and involve all of the government, guided by mechanisms that would be fit for purpose and supported by all our stakeholders. I'm confident that we will use these facilities to make all the necessary observations and adjustments as we move forward over the next 5 years. Monitoring and evaluation will be an inclusive process, including members of the diaspora, as well as the other critical stakeholders. And I know the questions will come, what is it that you're measuring? Because certainly it will require you're having to set these deadlines and the whole timetabling, and outcomes have to be properly defined and for us to be able to measure and evaluate. Collaboration with our national and international partners, including the diaspora, have yielded positive results, and the journey must continue. We're in a good place, and we must take advantage of this momentum to move the process forward purposefully. Educating the Jamaican family at all levels, at home and in the diaspora, about the policy and indeed the plan of action will be important. Our MDAs must be guided and encouraged to remain committed to the journey as well as to the members of the private sector. This call to action needs to be accompanied by cohesion and policy coherence, and the government will remain committed to this important process. The Planning Institute of Jamaica has been an extremely valuable partner, and we have worked together, firstly within the context of the national policy on international migration and development, and later on the completion of the diaspora policy. The PIOJ has consistently assisted in identifying international agencies, including the International Organization for Migration, the IOM, International Development Bank, the United Nations Development Programme, and the European Union for the provision of funding to support activities related to the engagement of the diaspora, including the development of the policy. The IOM has also provided funding for the plan of action, which will accompany the national diaspora policy. This action plan, as mentioned before, will be critical in the implementation of the policy and will contain specific, measurable, and actionable targets. On a broader level, international cooperation on diaspora engagement has become an important aspect of the relations among states, and Jamaica has increasingly positioned itself to share our expertise or experiences globally while seeking to benefit from the best practices in this area. I am therefore very pleased to note that the presence and participation of our UN Resident Coordinator Office, and thank them for their contribution to this discussion and the advancement of this important process. Despite the diversity in our diaspora population, there's an underlying and affinity for Jamaica that binds us together in a tangible way. Such is the strength that we have seen that the first generation of Jamaicans in the diaspora have been able to transfer this connection to their children. While we know that this is important, it is not sufficient, and we recognize the need to conduct appropriate research to determine, among other things, the needs of the second, third, and fourth generation Jamaicans, so that our approach to engagement can be more evidence-based and relevant. The future of diaspora engagement will rely on how effectively we can capture the imagination of and serve the needs of this group. Strengthening the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council and aligning their activities closer to the national priorities will be the key activity that which we must address urgently. Likewise, the work of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, which is aligned to the 5 pillars of development articulated in the policy, namely the planet, people, prosperity, partnership, and peace, will continue to be refined and more closely aligned with the work and mandate of the respective ministries. I call on all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica to join this very important exercise to make the national diaspora policy our living and active pathway to national development at all levels. Let me close this segment by thanking all the participants in the session for a very robust discussion, and I expect very clear presentations coming thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very well-rounded discussion, Minister, and I anticipate several questions emerging from the presentation for our panelists, which I want to thank very much for very thoughtful comments. I also want to recognize Professor Neville Ying, who has been a stalwart in the process and who has guided our program and content thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please by a show of hands so we can identify you and allow you to place your questions. And those people online, please feel free to ask your questions so we can address them. Should we be out of time while there are questions online, be assured that we'll respond to them, and I note that there are at least one or two questions that we will have to respond to. Suffice it to say, we are ready and available to respond to your questions. I anticipate that persons will want to know, for example, about the guiding principles of the National Diaspora Policy, and I'll quickly tell them to you. Patriotism, inclusive participation, trusted partnerships, intergovernmental engagements, respect for human rights, gender equity, evidence-based approaches, mutuality, and communication. So if you all wondered about our guiding principles, there they are. There are also some significant policy goals that you may wish to consider. Facilitation of diaspora's partnership in national development processes, recognition and facilitation of diaspora institutions and networks, facilitation of enabling environments for diaspora contributions, enhancement of service delivery to Jamaican citizens located in the diaspora, promotion of diaspora research, human capital exchanges, well-being, safety, engagement of diaspora youth, development of a functional global network of Jamaicans. Now, that was anticipation. Your real questions. We're ready. So whilst we wait those questions, the Minister spoke with you about our plan of action, which will accompany the diaspora policy, and a consultant, in fact, has been employed to develop that plan of action, Dr. Diedrich Jones, who we had anticipated would present to you today. We also have, to accompany the plan of action, agreement with the International Development Bank for the development of a registration portal. And I must add here that we also have long-standing a portal under the Jamaica Diaspora Institute, which was headed formally by Professor Neville Ying. Obviously, we need to bring all of these portals together to enhance the development and the diffusion of information relating to the plan of action. So for those persons who are interested, those portals are coming. We do have a plan of action that is also being developed and should be ready by March 2023, Minister. We also anticipate that the UN Resident Coordinator's Office will be working closely with us as we look, Dr. Connell, to develop more sophisticated models of engagement with our diaspora. And as you note, the international community has been taking an increasing interest in diaspora engagement driven from the UN, and of course, in our own case, the International Organization for Migration, which has been very involved, Minister, in our march forward for a very long time. I also want to point out to you, before you ask, of course, that our legislations and various approaches that we have been taking as it relates to government ministries, agencies, even the private sector, the stock exchange, with the social stock exchange coming on stream, in fact, being on stream for some time. We'll be making adjustments with our action plan to accommodate those new legislative changes and the new approaches which government will have to undertake. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are quickly running out of time. So if you have any questions, may I invite you to post those questions so that we can respond to them appropriately. Bishop, please go ahead. The mic is coming to you.
Very much. There's an institution or organization type called the church. And Jamaicans, being the spiritual people that they are, in the diaspora have infiltrated and integrated into the churches across the board, across the world, and have built relationships. And I'm wondering that since the church is probably the only organization per se that the diaspora, Jamaican diaspora, has some kind of control of, how is policy being crafted to quote unquote take advantage of the pathways that church people has made that can really help Jamaica advance. Thank you.
Absolutely. I may take a shot at that very quickly. Our national diaspora policy recognizes the church and, in fact, lays out a pathway, in broad terms, of course, for our engagement with the church and for ensuring that the church becomes a natural part of the mechanisms which we use for connecting the diaspora, and certainly not just connecting in terms of communication, but also embracing the church in our efforts to channel development assistance from church members to various charity-related type institutions. You'd also know that through the GJDC, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, we had a webinar actually speaking about the role of the church in advancing Jamaica's development. And that was led by Bishop Jones, Ransford Jones. And you'll be pleased to know that the outcome from that is being fed into the whole diaspora engagement process. Minister?
Well, let me just add to that. And if not before, on the Sunday when we had the pre-conference church service, I engaged one member of the diaspora who said to me that we hadn't, in a very formal sense, engaged a church. And perhaps, I must admit, the extent of the engagement has not been at the level that it ought to be. It is perhaps a model that I would have to encourage the civil members of the diaspora who reside outside of the church to follow. You may very well find that because of the structure of the church, they have entities within the church body, in the form of trust and so on. And I think those are readily governed by the different states in which people live, whether it be UK, Canada, Japan, or wherever. Those bodies are legal entities and which abide within the laws of each jurisdiction. And I think that the civil society members outside of the church may very well find it convenient to model the organization, and which can truly make them a force to be reckoned with, in terms of, not just in terms of dealing with Jamaica, but in terms of, let's say, in maternal health or whatever it is, if you're in Connecticut or wherever, you can speak to, as a collective, if you have a registered body, and with all the regulatory framework built into it, can speak to organizations and say, well, listen, I have looked at the profile of the mothers and the children, and I can look at neonatal provisions and everything, and it is really not up to the same level as it is for another cohort in the population. So it is not just for dealing with us as a state, but you have in the territories where you live to do advocacy on behalf of your members. So that is part of what we are following through with, to make sure that our citizens, wherever they reside, get better representation. So I really thank you for having encouraged us to look at the church in a more serious way. And of course, I must admit, the church people I know are some of the wealthiest people. So it is something for us to pursue. It is not a laughing matter. I know you laugh and think it's not true. It is some of the wealthiest people that I know. They're sitting right there in the pews on a Sunday morning or Saturday morning, as the case may be. So thanks very much for having pointed us in that direction.
Thank you so much, Minister, for that very expansive response. I am pleased to tell you that Dr. Judith Jones is now with us, and we would like to bring her on so she can share with us. She's our consultant on the development of the plan of action which accompanies the National Diaspora Policy. Dr. Judith Jones, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you clearly.
Okay. Am I able to share screen because I'm not seeing where I can? Okay, good. So just give me a minute. I had some challenges with my, okay, I'm still having challenges because now I'm not able to share the documents.
But please go ahead if you can, because we're running out of time and we want to hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, so I just wanted to speak briefly to the trajectory in terms of the plan for preparing the document that has been spoken about and referenced thus far, which is the plan of action. There are 10 thematic areas included in the National Diaspora Policy. And based on some preliminary analysis that I've done, you can switch to the next slide, please. I have done some preliminary analysis which groups the thematic areas together. It's important to do that in order to be able to maximize the resources available, as well as to leverage the synergies that are present with the 10 thematic areas. Are some opportunities, but also some threats, and what it would be helpful for the plan of action to achieve is to address those weaknesses and threats that face implementation of the diaspora plan. So one of the threats, which we all know it's outlined in the policy document, is the current fiscal space in which we operate as a middle-income country with high debt. That they mentioned the church just now and the role that the church can play in assisting with funding. There are other private sector entities, of course, that can do that. But the other weakness, which is I think the principal issue that the plan of action will address, is this issue in relation to monitoring and evaluation and institutionalization of the policy. So in terms of moving forward, there are some steps that will be taken to develop the plan of action. I think if you go about 3 slides over, that will come up. The first is a desk review of existing research that has been done to shape the policy, and this is the diaspora policy, but also to shape other migration governance policy that has been developed thus far, and to match that with the plan of global landscape and the other plan of actions that have been developed for developing countries. After that's done, that landscape analysis, we will start to interact and engage with members of the diaspora, as well as the ministries, departments, and agencies that will be responsible for implementing the policy. And a first draft will be done, and that first draft will then be validated at a validation exercise concluded. Now, what I had hoped to do today, you should see it on the last slide because I'm still seeing one of the earliest slides on the screen, is to kind of get some feedback from the members of the diaspora who are attending online, and also members in the audience who are there physically present, to complete a very short survey. It's only 2 questions if you're able to connect on your mobile device to a Mentimeter survey, which asks 2 fundamental questions. Which
so we have 1 minute.
Areas of the 10.
We have 1 minute, Dr. Jones, just
Hello?
to let you know.
Right. So if you're able to circulate the survey for our attendees to complete that exercise that we had hoped to accomplish when we had that kickoff meeting, then we could get some preliminary feedback from them. But thanks for accommodating in light of the technical issues, and hoping to interact with all of you as we begin to take the steps towards completing the plan of action.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dedrick Jones.
Mr. Wilkes.
Thank you. We anticipated your participation. Happy that you were able to join us. We know what technology does sometimes. Sometimes it's the best for us, and sometimes it does offer challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very enthralling exercise. We thank you very much for your participation, your questions, your comments. Please keep them coming. The work continues. We have a long way to go. I want also to use this opportunity before we close for the evening to recognize Angela Rose Howell, who has been our coordinator of this conference activity and who has done a marvelous job. Can you join me in thanking our panel and Mrs. Rose Howell and her team? You have been an awesome audience and a brilliant set of participants. I hope we can do it again tomorrow. God bless you all.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group. At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
Day 2 of the Jamaica Diaspora Conference started with a link with our friends and partners in Japan. They let us know that Jamaica may be far away, but not out of mind.
For every man delivers one cause. When you look within, you will see you can win. Everyone want cocoa, surely full basket. Them say, you and I should be on air. You and I should be on air. Oh, you and I should be on air. And you can say that's the reason why I came to Japan.
So in summary, my fellow Jamaicans, Japan has opportunity both in investment and in trade. We need to be diligent, patient, and have the right focus in terms of products. Now, Japan is a refined market, but it is also a rewarding one. And with this, I would say, in my role as investment advisor here in Japan for Jamaica, I'd like to say I'll continue to do my best, working with our wonderful ambassador, Ambassador Shauna K. Richards, who has been nothing short of amazing to help to promote our name and our brand going forward. Thank you very much.
We said sayonara to Japan and welcomed everyone to another great morning at the conference.
The Governor Richard Biles sat down with Dan Keller, who posed the needed questions on the central bank's position on cryptocurrency.
So obviously, we're talking about a central bank digital currency here. Alcine earlier on mentioned other cryptocurrencies. What is the central bank's stance on cryptocurrencies generally? Do you see potential in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and Ether and so on? Or are you taking a stance like some other central banks of being skeptical about them?
It's not that we are skeptical about it, but we do take the time to warn people that those values can go up and down, and quite violently so too. So I see cryptocurrencies more as an investment asset than as a means of payment, because their value is not sufficiently stable to be a good means of payment. So if you're an investor, hopefully a sophisticated investor that can understand cryptocurrency, go ahead and use it. But we don't see it as a currency that is good for transactions and for making payments. And indeed, we have had to warn Jamaicans that the central bank does not back cryptocurrencies. We only back our central digital currency.
After lunch, the conference went straight into money matters with the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Just this morning, we listed another small and medium-sized entity that was oversubscribed by 952%. What that means is that people are looking for good investments. And what that means is that our diasporans can take advantage as well of investment. And just to put it in context, that not only are we able to list local businesses, if the diasporans have businesses overseas that wants us to list on our market, why not list in Jamaica? Why not list, get capital, and grow in Jamaica?
We, of course, could not wrap up the day without giving you info so that you would need to know how to ignite your investment opportunities in Jamaica. Diane Edwards of Jampro took the lead on that one.
And this one is a very new project, the WA Rehabilitation Luxury Center. So the conceptualizer of this really wants to create a rehab center and recovery from addiction center. And I don't know if you realize, but this is a huge area of opportunity because a lot of people recovering from addiction and needing rehab need to get away from the temptation of whatever it is they're on. So this is an opportunity. It's a totally new project, but the owner and sponsor of the project actually owns land in Newcastle that he wants to dedicate to this. So if there are people who are like-minded, this is a real opportunity to do something unique. And I think Jamaica has a great position to be able to do that.
Day 2 of the Diaspora Conference was, in short, a productive and informative session. Day 3 is set to be chock full of topics, including mental health, wellness, national security issues, and so much more.
Join us as we continue to reignite our nation for greatness.
Thanks for staying with us here at the Jamaica 6-Day Diaspora Conference. It's now time for another link up with Jamaicans from overseas. And in this instance, we're going back to Miami for Miami Hub Link. And we'll be speaking to, or hearing from rather, Oliver Mayer, Consul General there in Miami. Mr. Mayer?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're enjoying the conference. We're live here at Island Space Caribbean Museum. And guess what? In addition to enjoying the conference, we just had lunch and a sumptuous meal provided by Chef Mark Cameron. Please stand, my brother. He's an artist, but just tell us quickly so the world to hear what you prepared for us.
Well, I did a carnival stew. We're trying to go more healthy here in the diaspora in Jamaica, and we thought that that'd be a good idea to have, you know, something healthy for our people. So that's what I prepared today: ital stew and jerk pork.
And jerk pork. And everybody had pork, by the way, just let you know that.
Well, it's a great conference, like what I'm seeing, and I hope we keep doing this and engaging with that diaspora.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. And through you, Archibald, we have a couple of people we just want to recognize quickly in the hub. You know, we can't do anything without our legacy partners. They're here with us every step of the way. And we have the lady of the hour from Victoria Mutual, Suzette Rochester Lloyd. What is the highlight of the conference for you?
The highlight of the conference for me, CG, was the whole the section on the cultural exchange and how other entities are monetizing our culture, our flag. That was the session that was led by Deborah Hickling Gordon, and it was very, very insightful, and I just wish that we would take those strategies and those steps and execute on them.
Excellent, well said, and you see why she's in the position she's in. Thank you so much for all your support. If I may, we have Tenny Miller, the gentleman who has one of the top radio programs here in the community. Tenny Miller, what's the highlight for you, my brother?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to look at how what came from Deborah Hickling's presentation, and when we compare it to what's taking place here, how you, with all due respect to you, use culture as a powerful force to unite the community and to get the people across the different spectrum to participate into this activity here for this weekend. And it's a great conference. It is very inclusive and it's very, participatory. And we're looking forward to more because, I have been with the original diaspora organization ever since inception. And we are happy that you are here to help us to galvanize it and to get everybody across the board involved.
Thank you so much, Tenny Miller. We're encouraging young entrepreneurs. And we have a gentleman here who started a new business. His name is Jermaine Grocery List. This is not a plug for your business. Just tell us, how has the conference been going for you?
It's been very educational, especially the fact that I'm seeing so much beautiful thing about our island and I'm so far away. I want to thank CJ as well for opening up these avenues because he has been doing a tremendous job, and I am so excited to see what there's more to be offered, and I'm really excited to see the future of Jamaica, especially in the diaspora. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Well said. We have diaspora leader, Mr. Leo Gillins, in the house, wearing his Adidas shirt. Just came from the track. Leo, you're a man, you have been to several conferences over the years. What's it like for you?
First of all, I tried the pork.
You tried the pork?
On camera. All right, so you know, I've been there from the start, and over the years, we know what Diaspora Conference is about. Diaspora Conference is about the energy, coming back home, coming back to refresh, to renew, to look at the things that we've done in the past 2 years, and to plan other things that's going for the next 2 years. So we're happy when we have Jamaica extending its arms out to us to come back, and they open up the red carpet for us. This is a very exciting time for us every 2 years. And I must tell you that this gentleman, probably the most active, the most energetic, the most people-focused person I've known. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much. I hope the CG didn't pay you to say that. You know. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to sit back and relax and enjoy now the Talawa Mentor Band, a group that has been keeping our culture alive here, not just in South Florida, but around the world, led by Colin Smith and team. So, over to you, Talawa Mentor Band.
If you come from a land where it snows and you need some sand in your toes, let me take you down to Negril for all your joys to fulfill. We talk about my Jamaica, my sweet Jamaica. Come on down to Jamaica and you can have a lot of fun. From Kingston to Westmoreland, Montego Bay to Portland, the island is full of fun. We have the coconut and the white rum. We talk about my Jamaica, my sweet Jamaica. Come on down to Jamaica and you can have a lot of fun. You have the ackee and the saltfish. Yes, you know it's the national dish. But when you want to have some fry fish, you have to go down to Hellshire Beach. We talk about my Jamaica, my sweet Jamaica. Come on down to Jamaica and you can have a lot of fun. You have the Irie reggae music if you want to move your feet. But if you want to hear some mento, that's when you call Pantalawa. We talk about my Jamaica, my sweet Jamaica. Come on down to Jamaica and you can have a lot of fun. We talk about my Jamaica, my sweet Jamaica. Come on down to Jamaica and you can have a lot of fun.
One soldier man come fi coach she say she no had nobody. Him give she 1 shilling and quarter. She take it by silk and satin. She wash it, she starch it, she iron it. She braid the pumping wing maca and 1 whole unconscionable jankro. Take it fling in a crevice and corner. No teary Jeremiah, no teary. No teary Jeremiah, no teary. No teary Jeremiah, no teary. No tear up she silk and satin. Away you the wheel and turn she. Away you the wheel and turn she. You must see what she figure fall down. Lick she belly pan tambourina. Away you the wheel and turn she. Away you the wheel and turn she. You must see what she figure fall down. Lick she belly pan tambourina. Look at Miss Jeremiah. She happy sa robataya. She lick you, you can catch a fire. You bend up like bag of wire. Away you the wheel and turn she. Away you the wheel and turn she. You must see what she figure fall down. Lick she belly pan tambourina. Away you the wheel and turn she. Away you the wheel and turn she. You must see what she figure fall down. Lick she belly pan tambourina. Away you the wheel and turn she. Away you the wheel and turn she. You must see what she figure fall down. Lick she belly pan tambourina. Away you the wheel and turn she. Away you the wheel and turn she. You must see what she figure fall down. Lick she belly pan tambourina.
Let's give them a big round of applause. From wherever you are all around the world, let's celebrate our Jamaican culture. Back to you in studio from us here in South Florida, representing the Southern United States. One love. Thank you, everybody. Good job. Very good job. Yeah. Yeah. Round of applause. Round of applause.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group. At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
Thanks for staying with us at the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference, and it is time for another thought-provoking panel. Just want to recap some of the main points or key takeaways, I would say, from our last panel, which looked at from crafting to fruition the national diaspora policy. one of the comforting takeaways is that there are 9 guiding principles that encompass the beliefs and values of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and seek to inform the operations of the Ministry in diaspora matters. And these guiding principles are patriotism, inclusive participation, trusted partnerships, intergenerational engagements, respect for human rights, gender equity, evidence-based approach, mutuality, and communication. And up next on our program is another important panel. This is a seminar, a short seminar focused on diaspora mechanisms in action, because as we've been saying all day, what we're trying to do is not just to come up with the proposals, but to move those proposals into action. And this panel is entitled The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council Successes, Challenges, and the Way Forward. And now I hand over to your moderator for this section, Ms. Shauna Chin.
Welcome. Oh, wow. I already have a booming voice, and this mic is. Well, my name is Shauna Chin. I am your representative on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council in the USA West and Midwest region. I also serve as your vice chair for the council. I'm joined, should have been in studio, but I understand we're all virtual at this time. So we have our elected members. We have out of Canada, Mrs. Yvette Blackburn, Out of UK North and South, we have Dr. Kevin Brown and Mr. Nathaniel Pete. USA Northeast and USA South, we have Dr. Karen Dunkley and Dr. Cunningham, Dr. Alan Cunningham. Dr. Alan Cunningham. There they go. It's very interesting that we have all been together for 3 years now, and we unfortunately haven't met in person much frequently, but it's wonderful seeing their faces. We also have, for a full membership of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, we have sector members as well as regional members. And because they're not here, I'd like to highlight them at this time. We have from Africa, Mr. David Jarrett. Asia and the Pacific, Miss Nicolene Johnson. The Caribbean, Miss Denise Claire Marie Dixon. From Latin America, we have Mrs. Nicole Littlejohn. Middle East, Mrs. Karen Curry. In Europe, Miss Anne-Marie Brown. And for our sector-based members, we have for Arts, Sports and Culture, Dr. Kim Marie Spence. Education, Dr. Renee Rattray. Citizen Security, Mr. Kevin Juno. Commerce, Mr. Mark Chambers. Development Issues, Mrs. Elizabeth Mulling-Smith. And our faith-based community, Bishop Ransford Jones. Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Parker. And we also have a discretionary member, Mr. Wayne Golding Sr. Our Youth Council members, so the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council is a separate entity, and we have our members who are the leaders in that region who also sit on the main Diaspora Council. From Canada, Ms. Kashane Denton, who is also the chair. UK North, Ms. Tara Johnson-Reed, who's actually here in studio with us. Wave hello, Ms. Johnson-Reed. She's so shy. And we have from UK South, Mrs. Tanisha Westcar, who is the former chair for the Diaspora Youth Council. USA is Miss Asha Richards, who is also here in studio. I saw her earlier. And from the Southern USA, Miss Amaya Lewis, and from my West and Midwest region, we currently have a vacant spot. So if you have any members who are in the Youth Council that you'd like to recommend for the West, please reach out to us. All right, so that wraps up who the council members are. It's important for me to tell you what it is that we actually do, right? So what we do is we have a mandate from the ministry, and our Minister of State, Senator Leslie Campbell. He has indicated earlier in his report on the National Diaspora Policy, he's indicated that one of the ways that we determine how we work is our mandate. And And what our mandate is for, in line, as he said earlier, with the United Nations Development Goals, and there are 17 of them. And how we have broken up these 17 development goals in order to make it a manageable working process for the Council is by dividing ourselves into working groups. These working groups are people, led by Dr. Karen Dunkley, Peace, which is also the one that I sit on, and it is led by team lead Mr. Wayne Golding Sr., Planet, led by Elizabeth Mulling-Smith, Partnerships, led by Dr. Kevin Brown, and the Prosperity Working Group, led by Dr. Alan Cunningham. So these working groups, what we do is we then go through all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and we look at each of these working groups and determine what key area of interest is best for us to focus on, because if we tackle everything at once, it can be very problematic, right? So we have each in our different partners. I know throughout the conference, the working group team leads have been circulated, the videos of them have been circulating where they've been discussing what they have been accomplished throughout this time. So the measure of success, our panel is about successes and what we can do better. And how we measure the successes, I want to emphasize, is by the work that we're supposed to do, what our mandate is, which again is the work of the working groups and in our capacity as advisors to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So I would like to go in order of, we are listed in a particular order on the council list. And so I'd like to throw to Miss Yvette Blackburn out of Canada. And so the rest of the members, if you know when I'm going to call on you, you can go by the list. Welcome, Miss Blackburn.
Good afternoon, Shauna. But what I'm going to do, just out of deference for the fact that Alan is in charge of our committee, I will allow Alan to speak first, so that way he can give you the outline of what we've been doing, and then I will jump in afterwards. So Alan, if you don't mind, I'm going to throw it to you to give you that ability to speak first.
Are we speaking about the prosperity team, or are we speaking about the general council?
Well, I was thinking, sorry, Ms. Chin.
That's okay. The question was mostly regarding in your region, Miss Blackburn, but I was speaking about the working groups. I understand why you would have thought that. But if you can tell us a little bit about your region before we go to Dr. Cunningham, and just let us know what you think in your region are successes, as well as your work that you've been guided by on the mandate.
Okay, thank you. So I'm out of Toronto, and of course I represent Canada as a whole, but Ontario is the largest sector with regards to where we find the larger populace of Jamaicans that are throughout this second largest continent. Our work has been great. We have a multiplicity of organizations who work from the education sector. So we have from the various old boy, old girl school connections of the alumni who have donated a great deal of monies with regards to aid in schools, with regards to resources, the refurbishing of the actual buildings, to different technical equipment donations that have been done. As we saw Dr. Sylvanus Thomas earlier on, we have a great deal of the medical supplies and contributions that were given throughout COVID, the numerous other supplies that were given that are from medical CT scan and for the donations that were given, the funds that were raised there. We have Dan Tomlinson and his group, the St. Thomas Eye Care Vision Group, who goes to Jamaica and handles at least 2 to 3 different clinics throughout the year to be able to help with glaucoma and various other testing that is required for numerous individuals in the rural areas. We have various partnerships with either police forces or our different other partners in banking and the Carpenters Union, who have helped with Food for the Poor with regards to building schools, who have on a continuous level continued to give back. The donations and remittances, as you know, that come out of Canada are very large. So we're thoroughly connected in all of the parishes, and we continue to do a lot of great work. Most of our emphasis, though, as you can see, is in education, the healthcare field, and of course with regards to entrepreneurial investments that we do. And we now have a lot of individuals who are looking to the aspects of infrastructure. A lot of the funding and and the concerns are about getting proper roads, sanitation, sewer appropriately aligned for our rural areas of the country to make sure that we deal with the proper health indexes and metrics of our people so we can have greater outcomes and better outcomes when we're talking about the success measures of businesses and being able to actively engage in our communities and our society as a whole.
Thank you, Ms. Blackburn. And you have or the luxury of having Consul General Donor, who was pivotal in the creation of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. So we're jealous in the USA. Thank you, Ms. Blackburn.
Mr. Lloyd Wilkes also. So I'd have to say, actually, Canada has been excellent in the sense that we've had some great Council Generals and High Commissioners who have all been very pivotal with regards to the work with regards to diaspora stuff. Sheila Steele there. We also have CG Ramakan. So if you went through the list, we've been very fortunate to have them on our soil. So thank you for pointing that out.
All right, we'll go to Ms. Naila Gordon-DeCiccio. She is the representative for Canada too. All right, so we will go to Dr. Kevin Brown in the UK North while we wait on Ms. Naila Gordon-DeCiccio. I will say,
thank you, Sean.
Yes. No. I was going to say, right before we go with Naila Gordon-DeCiccio, she has just recently been appointed as a prosecutor in her region. So we're very proud of Naila. Yes. All right, Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Shauna. And yes, congratulations to Naila and her success in her law career. It's also a pleasure to be here with members of the council, mainly the elected members and also the youth council. So my reflections as an elected member of the council. Well, we had elections in late 2019, and I guess the first challenge was to make the diaspora community in the UK aware of what is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, its objectives, responsibilities, and also the fact that we had two roles to be filled, a representative for the UK North and a representative for the UK South, my colleague Nathaniel Peet. So we had elections here and that allowed us to create some awareness around the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. But I must say that, 2.5 years on, that work still continues in terms of really ensuring that the vast majority of the diaspora know what the council is about. But having overcome the elections and I was successful in my bid, the next challenge was COVID-19, which occurred in early 2020. And so a lot of my time in 2020 was around supporting diaspora associations in the UK North, but also across the UK. And I worked closely with the diaspora in the city where I was based in Nottingham City. And we co-founded what we call the Marcus Garvey Action Group, where we supported the elderly in the diaspora community by serving over 2,000 hot meals. Every weekend we delivered door-to-door hot meals to the elderly during COVID-19 and also provided other support where required. And I must thank Grace Foods UK and other companies who supported us in that initiative. The other thing that the council got involved in was that COVID-19 telethon, where we were asked, myself and many other members on the council, to support the Jamaica COVID-19 telethon to raise funds to purchase protective equipment for healthcare workers in Jamaica. And we raised over 50 million Jamaican dollars, along with, of course, several other partners and supporters in that initiative. But I would say that one challenge we had, certainly in 2020, was that because of COVID-19, the interaction that one would have wanted with the diaspora, the various diaspora associations, was pretty limited. And a lot of diaspora associations took some time before they were able to get to grips with virtual meetings and Zoom meetings and so on. So it took a while to be able to interact with the wider constituency. But I did get involved in a lot of local campaigns. In the UK, we had the Windrush immigration scandal, and we've been working to get justice for victims of that horrendous crime, I would say, in terms of how members of the Jamaican community were treated. Some of them having lived in the UK for 4 decades, now being told that they weren't citizens or could not apply to be citizens. And that campaign continues. The other issue, of course, was Black Lives Matter in the UK after the murder of George Floyd, and also the Commonwealth Games and the lack of diversity in the organizing committee, which myself and others had to challenge to sort of change that narrative, because the games are being held in Birmingham, which is one of the most diverse cities in the UK. So overall, I've been very active across the UK North, working with various diaspora associations. And last year we had our diaspora symposium where I was also very active as well. But the key thing that has kept me very busy at the council is leading the partnerships working group. And I must say thanks to the several council members on that team, fantastic team. And we've accomplished some great things. We have 3 flagship projects, which I won't go over in this.
Your video has been airing and it's been received very well.
Absolutely. So, I must thank the team for their support and all our partners as well. These projects are, of course, ongoing, but, I'm hoping that we will see them come to fruition in the coming months. So I guess in summary, Shauna, there have been many challenges, of course, some of them external to the council. But I think that, we've been very privileged to be the pioneers, to be the first ones to have a go at being part of the Global Council. And I'm hoping that the lessons learned will certainly empower the new members to come in over the next many years that I'm sure the council will be in existence.
Absolutely. And I will say also, Dr. Brown, that you've been very vocal when you talk about, in your region particularly, when the individuals through their crisis were being removed, and you were very vocal and spoke up very prominently to Minister Johnson Smith at the time, was our chair, and you didn't say that piece, but I think that was very important. I think you advocated very well for your community during that time.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we have the second member for the UK, Mr. Nathaniel Peat from UK South. Mr. Peat, are you with us?
Thank you very much, Shauna, and it's good to see you in Jamaica.
I will say before you speak is that, so I had the unfortunate accident of falling in Jamaica. I fractured my left thumb. And so Nathaniel decided that he also wanted to fracture something. So he fractured his whole arm. So that is why he's not here in person.
Despite a broken hand, it does not stop the work. And this is the resilience of Jamaicans in the United Kingdom. I'm telling you, the South region of the United Kingdom has some of the largest diaspora groupings of individuals. And as my esteemed colleague Kevin in the North alluded to the fact that we had incredible COVID issues and problems with those in the South, it was definitely a problem for many of our elderly people as well as children that were suffering in terms of food because the parents had lost their jobs or gone into redundancy or have been furloughed in the United Kingdom. And as a result of these things, what happened was we then mobilized with the church community as well as members that are active within foods, those owning restaurants, those owning food related industry sectors, whether they are doing things like importation of food. And what we did is we then hired church halls as well as doing these food giveaways, whereby the individuals that could not come out, the elderly people, the diaspora members then would go and collect the food from the church halls, deliver them directly to those houses during the COVID-19 crisis that we faced. There was other things that was done by key diaspora representatives. One person, Dr. Pearl Jarrett, in fact, that runs the Jarrett Foundation in the United Kingdom, helped to mobilize masks, and she sent down a wide volume of masks into Jamaica, working with the ministry, as well as doing a fundraiser for oxygen medical equipment. There are other foundations that have worked with this, like the Angel Foundation, that helped to supply IT suites. And this has been a hot topic in Jamaica right now, whereby, you know, young people need laptops, they need to have computers, and this is to help Jamaica with the digital transition, where the diaspora has donated and given these suites to certain schools. There has also been a number of diaspora engagement sessions we've done with the Jamaica Stock Exchange. This is for diasporans to understand how they can invest in the Jamaican Stock Exchange, how they can list on the stock exchange, where these forums have then been streamed via Facebook groups and also diaspora groups, as well as connecting then community meetings held by VM Group as well in terms of housing. We have shown the diaspora ways in which we can assist with their applications to get citizenship as well, as another way of trying to engage the diaspora through their heritage. We've had organizations just like the Jamaica Basic School Foundation, which through this time has donated several thousands of pounds down to basic schools in Jamaica to assist them. A number of diaspora members have also contributed to orphanages. We've had several fundraising efforts ourselves. We too were part of the telethon efforts in the South, but we, in addition to that, did a concert in the South, which was for the Jamaica Floods Appeal. We have been involved politically as well, whereby we have supported the justice groups around the deportation of children that have, were due to be deported from Jamaica, and we stopped certain people from being deported. We have intervened using our human rights lawyers here in the United Kingdom to create tangible changes in people's life by stopping them getting on the flight when they are going to be deported. After George Floyd, key members of the diaspora then held meetings with the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to look at an action plan to try to stop racism within the police. As a result of that, what happened is the Mayor's action plan for race, equality, and transparency has been born within the Metropolitan Police Force, which is probably the most powerful police force in the region of the United Kingdom, to look at ways in which we could actually assist them in training their new officers so they do not harass our Black young men, which are oppressed, disproportionately oppressed through both the prison criminal justice sector as well as when they are on the streets with stop and search. We have had engagement with the faith-based organizations, whereby we have connected them to diaspora-related functions, as well as supporting groups like the Sons of the Father movement, which is about empowering young men. There has been great philanthropic efforts, and I know we're close to time.
No, actually, I'm going to throw to you after the break. We have just a quick segment break, and so I don't want to interrupt your train of thought. So I want to just go ahead and take a quick break so that we can go back to you after the break. All right? So thank you for being with us. We are going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back with you.
The Jamaica Business Development Corporation brings ideas to life. From concept to market, we're here to guide micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs. Nurturing talent. Developing products. Providing expert advice. Creating business solutions. How can we help you? The JBDC, supporting small businesses in Jamaica. Traveling to Jamaica with unaccompanied shipment? The Jamaica Customs Agency is encouraging all air passengers with unaccompanied shipments who have a taxpayer registration number, TRN, to present it to customs upon arrival. This will subsequently facilitate faster processing when clearing your unaccompanied shipments. The Jamaica Customs Agency will continue to implement measures to improve our service delivery and your service experience. You may contact us at 876-922-5140 to 8 or email public.relations@jca.gov.jm on this and other customs-related matters. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Welcome back. We are in the session regarding the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the insights, the lessons we've learned, and our next steps. We are in the process of speaking to the UK South representative, Mr. Nathaniel Peat. Mr. Peat, are you still with us?
I'm still here. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely. There's a lot of exciting things out of the UK between you and Dr. Brown.
There's just one more thing I want to mention. Athletics has been a real issue for me.
I want you to go back to, you were talking about the faith-based. You were saying, you said something important there.
That's right. So the faith-based communities have a number of different diaspora members across most of the denominations. And this was about connecting them directly, whereby we had a letter which was pushed out into all of the churches to let them know exactly what the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is about. And that was a letter which we pushed into some of the networks, so the large churches, as well as connecting them to other organizations such as the Sons of the Father movement, which is a movement really to empower the men and the sons which are in our Jamaican community, because oftentimes they get a hard time in most of the regions, to be honest. The black men, they really have a problem. So that movement in itself really was to empower these champions for legacy planning and to help them with what they want to achieve. The very last thing that I want to mention is around athletics. There were a number of athletes that wanted to be engaged in Olympics or Commonwealth Games. They are second and third generation that are competing at an international and European level. We have assisted them to connect directly to Jamaica, where you have members like Donicia Francis with gymnastics, members like Alton Brown with karate, members like Jessica with karate as well, and others which have done, and rugby as well, and judo. And these are ways in which we have supported them, as well as supporting the netball teams, football teams, etc., through fundraising, which is a critical part of our profile within these regions. We have gone a step further than that. In some of these athletes now that have come to the end of their career in the United Kingdom have now been accepted as job roles within working with youth within the Commonwealth Games. So the legacy beyond their sport now continues, and we have thrown full support behind those diaspora members to really promote Brand Jamaica. It's about reigniting for greatness. This is about really putting the fire underneath the United Kingdom of what we stand on the legacy of those who came on the Windows generation. And both myself and Kevin working together are really pushing forward in this region to ensure that we can do more for this region to help Jamaica, to reconnect Jamaica back to its diaspora, and to encourage the investment and philanthropic work.
Thank you, Mr. Peat. All right, so we have the remaining members for the elected members are of the USA, and I want to switch it up a little bit to find out, we've heard all the exciting things happening across the regions, but due to time, we only have maybe 20 more minutes left, so I want to refocus with the USA and talk about some of the challenges that we have had in your particular regions. We'll go to Dr. Karen Dunkley, who's next on the roster. Hi, Dr. Dunkley.
How are you doing, Shauna? Greetings and salutations from the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast, certainly to everyone who's joined us online and in person, and certainly to you. Great seeing my colleagues. I must begin with gratitude. I hear challenges, but the Northeast Jamaica Diaspora has had such a legacy of success that it is incumbent upon me to recognize the amazing individuals and the organizations that continue to contribute of their time, their talent, and their treasure to Jamaica's national development. We engage with Teachers College in a social impact measurement project, and Teachers College, in a very small window, was able to quantify, and that project is in progress. When we think about the time, the talent, and the treasure, in terms of quantifying in dollars, we have given over 1.5 million in service hours and over 7 million United States dollars between the pandemic to date. And so that is worthy of acknowledgement. It is worthy of applause because we are volunteers who love our country.
Absolutely,
I must also
absolutely.
recognize a group of individuals who I have had the privilege and the honor to serve alongside the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast think tank, comprised of our state leads. We are 14 states and our sector chairs. We have 5 active sectors. We have crime and citizen security, education, health and wellness, economic development and empowerment, and faith-based. We also have an extraordinary partnership with different communities that focus on and organizations on food and agriculture. So again, it's important just to recognize. I want to point out, Shauna, that for us, we look and we think about our work strategically in terms of projects, policies, and partnerships. We've heard a lot about the projects, and the Northeast, as you could see from the social impact measurement, is not short. Our greatest legacy will continue to be our policy areas of focus. We want to change the system, improve the system of engagement to ensure that the diaspora is embedded not only as a financial remittance piece, but that the intellectual capacity is captured throughout the institutions of Jamaica. And one of the key policy areas that we are focused on is appointment to the public boards. The Jamaica Diaspora gives to education, health, and is concerned with crime and citizen security. And so we've asked for specific engagement and inclusion in public boards. The other piece is just to recognize that special education, when it comes to our children, remains at the core, and how we treat and address students with exceptionalities. So this is a place to recognize the work of Inclusive Schools Caribbean, led by Ms. Reese Reed, who provides free of cost. If we were to pay for that, we could not afford it. Free of cost to schools across the Caribbean, including Jamaica, best practices and model lessons to engage students who learn differently. And we must also applaud the partnerships we have had with Separate and Muslim Foundation with the internet hotspots. During the height of the pandemic in rural communities, Separate and Muslim played an instrumental role, along with the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast United States and our sponsors, such as School News Nationwide and Miss Lorraine Smith. The final piece is to recognize, and oh, let me shout out, I'm right here at Michael, getting ready to speak to their class. Michael Michael University College is also another partner. Sam Sharp Teachers College, also one of our other great partners. Let me shout out 2 legacy pieces, because this is not about Karen Dunkley. This is about, again, how we improve systems. So we know, of course, we heard, beginning with Yvette, the various missions, the education missions, the health missions. This year, we had a historic mission from around COVID-19, including many partners, and Claudette Powell mentioned earlier. It was led under the auspices of the Consul General of New York, Mrs. Wilson, along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And we have heard just as recent that so many of the outcomes of this historic mission now serve as a model for future engagement around medical missions in Jamaica. Telehealth with the Jamaica Cancer Society. Congratulations again to Lorraine Smith and the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast Health Sector, Claudette Powell and Dr. Gary Rule, and our Chief Medical Advisor, Dr. Robert Clark. And I take the time to call their names because they take the time to volunteer themselves every day and every time we call. And finally, We want to thank, and Nathaniel, you spoke about Jamaica Stock Exchange. We've had such a great partnership with Marlene Street Forest and Neville Ellis on the ventilator project. Ours is the goal, again, around innovation, that as Jamaicans, we have to become sustainable. We saw where supply chains were disrupted, and so we have to build within our countries where we can reproduce and repair our own ventilators as well. So Shauna, that is where I leave you. Our policy directions continue. We're advocating, of course, for engagement with the public boards. We're advocating for Jamaica to resolve the question of independence in its 60th anniversary. And so we really need to no longer be a proxy of Britain. And we need also to resolve our question and our attitude around crime. So thank you so much. And I wouldn't ask for a better group of colleagues to serve with during this moment in history than you. And again, we shouted out the consulates to Consul General Wilson and Ambassador Audrey Marks, 4 of the states in the Northeast directly aligned to the embassy in Washington, D.C. It has been an amazing partnership, and we look forward to continued success as we communicate, connect, and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dunkley. We have coming up next Dr. Alan Cunningham. Dr. Cunningham, before you come in, I want to let you know that just similar to Mr. Pete, we might have to throw to a quick break during the time that you speak, but be sure that we'll be coming right back to you. All right? Dr. Cunningham, welcome. Dr. Cunningham, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A lot of the specifics that I wanted to touch on have already been mentioned, so I won't bore anybody with additional info.
And we don't have much time. So what happened exactly well in your region? What went well? And tell me what went well, and what do you think are some of the challenges that you have faced?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Shauna, Vice Chair. It is indeed my privilege to serve on the council. I have met beautiful and important Jamaicans that have provided guidance and provided tools for success. The engagement is wonderful. Jamaicans are very receptive of the council and are willing to work and participate in the growth of the council. So I'm extremely happy for the full support of all Jamaicans in the southern region. I am well pleased and proud to represent all Jamaicans here in the 13 states, and I would just want to take the time to highlight the Office of the Jamaican Consulate, in particular our Consul General, who has provided his unwavering assistance in the execution of my role. Thank you very much, CG. In terms of challenges, COVID-19 was a great devastation to effective engagement. Nonetheless, we have utilized the full advantages of technology, and Zoom became our best friend. The distance between the 13 southern states were a good probably 3 to 4 hours of traveling by air, and so it was difficult and an extremely challenging position for me, traveling and making sure that I'm able to execute my duties with limited resources. Balancing family, work, and effective engagement was difficult. Allocating time for council meetings were challenging but rewarding. Access to immediate information to share with the diaspora in a timely fashion was also a challenge. It would have been great to have a structured model of engagement and to analyze the cost in doing so. I personally have spent in excess of $8,000 over the past 2 years in the execution of my duties. I remember the saying of a famous Jamaican, it takes cash to care. And so I am reminded that, you know, it's a little bit discouraging when you're not able to effectively carry out your mandate because of lack of resources. So it's an important balance between having the resources to carry out your mandate and at the same time being an effective council representative. But I hope that the Southern diaspora will agree with me that we have certainly bring a new level of awareness to the diaspora, especially since we created the certain events, including the diaspora motorcade, which we have been doing for the past 2 years, which we have last year we have in excess of 2,000 participants. We have the creation of the Jamaica Diaspora Southern USA, where we seek to highlight those trailblazing Jamaicans in the southern states and to exclude and to honor them by putting them in a special event known as the Hall of Fame for Jamaicans. And of course, the creation of the Jamaican Men of Florida that is particularly structured to engage our younger generation of Jamaican men and to provide a forum and to provide a voice and to provide a structure for just a general inspiration. Outside of that, Shauna, everything else is pretty much the same. We have discussed, you know, you and I and Dr. Dunkley, we spend too many time on the phone. So outside of that, everything is as what everyone else has said. It is indeed my privilege.
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. And I will say, Dr. Cunningham, he didn't mention earlier, but he's also the team lead for the Prosperity Working Group. Did you want to speak about, is your video circulating? I didn't see that. If not, then I'd like to give you a moment to speak about your team, the Prosperity.
Again, Yvette, you might probably need to help me remember the members of the team. I know I have Yvette Blackburn, I have Naila, I have Mrs. Angela Rose. I don't remember the members of the team right now, Sean. I'm sorry. I've just been traveling and I just got in front of the computer, so I don't remember much about the members of the team. But what I do know is that we have met with several key stakeholders and legacy partners in trying to ascertain the structure that we should operate under. Bear in mind that the Prosperity team was formed less than 2 years ago, and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. But nonetheless, we have tried our very best. We have engaged in effective communication with these legacy partners via the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Angela Rose Howell, which we are happy to have her leading the charge as well. And it's outside of that, we have put in place a structure for, if not me, then the next person will be the chair of the Prosperity may want to look at. So that's it, Sean.
So much. All right, and then so the last member of the elected members is actually myself. I'm in the West, but we are going to go to a quick break, and then once we get back, you'll be speaking with me and my challenges in my region.
persons joining from itinerary, select Exhibitor Hall to the left of your screen to see virtual booths from the event's sponsors. Click a booth to visit it. Use the various links to interact with the sponsor's brand.
So we are in a session regarding the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. What were our successes and what are things that we can look for moving in the next steps? We are now discussing myself on the region of the USA West region. And the challenges, I think, in my region are primarily because we have a large number of undocumented persons in my region. I sit on the Peace Working Group for my mandate, and my team lead is Mr. Wayne Golding Sr. One of the things that we have been trying to reach out with persons who are undocumented in my region is by obtaining birth certificates and passports for them, because we have, being a sanctuary state over on the West Coast in California where I am, we have many resources that are available to persons who are undocumented. I want to thank specifically from PICA, Miss Stephanie Gordon, Miss Molly Henry, and Mr. Rowan Walsh. I also, from the DC Embassy, Miss Norma, who is always willing to help me when I call, and from the New York Consulate, Mr. Corey White, who's been instrumental whenever I hit a hiccup, who he's always willing to help. So I want to thank those persons. And for the persons in my region, the challenge I find is that we in the diaspora, we have a tendency to think that because we're undocumented, we should hide. And I think one of the things that I want to emphasize and use this time to emphasize to persons who are watching or sharing with your family members is now is the time for us to be aware of all the things that are happening and resources that are available to undocumented persons within the United States and within other regions as well. And so your consulates, your embassies, please reach out to them, because all the staff there are, their entire being is making sure that they are reaching out to you guys and assisting you when you come in to do whatever it is, whether it is you need your passport or your birth certificate. Because in our regions, and primarily the West, there are countless resources that are available, especially even during the pandemic. During the pandemic, there was a $1,500 grant that was being afforded to persons who were undocumented, that they were able to get through the coronavirus pandemic. There are health benefits that are available in our region. So we want to make sure that we are reaching out to your diaspora leaders, your consulates, and your embassies in order to make sure that you at least get documentation from Jamaica when there's meaning your passport and your birth certificate, right? In addition to being on the Peace Working Group, I serve as the vice chair for the council, and I had the lovely opportunity to travel with the Minister of State, Minister Leslie Campbell, who is our chair for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and we traveled to Ireland on as guests of the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, and one of the things that I found that was very integral in that meeting is there were more than 20 countries who were invited. And the interesting thing was they invited Jamaica because they wanted to hear from us how we're doing so well in engaging our diaspora. And it's so very funny that our diaspora, we have so many additional concerns, but I want to emphasize that at that meeting, there were all these countries looking at us saying, okay, you guys are doing something right. Tell us what it is that you're doing. And so Minister Campbell presented exceptionally well, and the feedback, we were able at that meeting to have bilateral relations as well as multilateral relations. But in these bilateral meetings, the conversation that these heads of missions were asking for him to give us our best practices that we do. I do know that one of the main things in the US as well is regarding diaspora voting. And so there were members there from Senegal, from Fiji, and from two other countries, I can't remember at this time, but they engaged in conversation with our Director of Affairs and was able to discuss, even though that was not on the agenda, we did carve out the time so that we were able to talk about things that matters to you. And so I want you, as I take the time to say that I know there are a lot of things that we can get better, but I want you to know that we're working very hard at making sure that we're engaging you and we're also speaking up on behalf of the things that matters to you, right? On the panel, is Kashin joining us? Is there another panelist? Because we do have a few minutes left and I want to be able to get some questions. I have here Ms. Kashane Denton. Is Kashane online? She is the chair for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council.
Hi, Shauna.
Hi, Kashane. How are you?
I'm well-ish.
Tell me about some of the challenges that the youth are having.
I think, first of all, that we've all, had similar challenges since the start of the pandemic. It's been next to impossible for us to meet in person, but where there are challenges, that the youth will rise. And so we've done a great deal in terms of engaging persons virtually. I know that my other colleagues spoke about the challenges of doing the work, especially the part that says it takes cash to care. A lot of the stuff that we have been doing that's not been sponsored over the last 3 years, it's been coming out of pocket. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to our previous chairperson, Ms. Tanisha Westcar. She has gone above and beyond where that is concerned to ensure that we are running with those costs. And, we're looking to kind of smooth out the process for an operational budget. That's one of our greatest challenges, because we're hyped and we're ready and we have all these thoughts, and then we get stopped in our tracks because we can't move forward without the support. And I know there's a lot of moral and volunteer support that comes from not just the members of the council, the members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council or other members, and of course the community. But then it goes like, we need this amount of money, or we want to support this, but it takes this amount of cash. And we have had to we're revisiting the same pockets over and over. And so it would be great if persons would, come on board and pledge their support, or at least have a more streamlined process in organizing funding towards the initiatives that not just the Youth Council, but the Global Council as a mechanism for engagement that we take on, because that would really make our lives much more easier. We don't have to be waiting around and, starting all these fundraisers just to try to get to where we need to get to. We already have it, like at the start of the year, this is your budget, and we run with it. It would definitely make our lives easier. That for me is the top challenge. Of course, also, I know that last year in our symposium, we did bring it up, as well as, I believe, the Partnership Working Group, Dr. Brown, getting to people outside of the traditional areas. The UK, the US, and Canada has always been the most engaged in diaspora relations. And I think that's one of the things that we see coming back, where people are saying, oh, what are you doing in these regions? Especially even for the Youth Council, we had persons who are in the Caribbean who are not living in Jamaica, obviously, who they feel like they're not identified as part of the diaspora. And so one of those challenges is getting in contact with these people, because we found that there was not an exhaustive list or a very extensive list of persons or a distribution list that we could leverage to make people aware of our existence, what our mandate is, and to really get them involved. And so that was one of the challenges. And then really, in order to engage those people, to allow for, projects or opportunities. And so that was something that we highlighted. And out of that, we've reached out to persons in Asia, of course, the Caribbean, and other parts of Europe, thanks to, again, some of these very persons that I'm sitting next to who have leveraged their networks as well to bring people on board. And I know that, they've started to put together a directory, which we hope will make that process a little smoother. And coming out of that also was I'm going to be a shameless plug here, Dr. Brown, for the Birthright program, which we're hoping that it's really taking shout out to Grace and of course the Grace Kennedy Foundation has been supporting this along the way, and I know Dr. Brown spoke about it early in the conference, but we're using their model and expanding it to build a mechanism to engage second, third, fourth, whatever generation Jamaicans, and to build that affinity for the country. Because if you've never really been and experienced it the way those of us who were lucky enough to be born there and spend some of our formative years there have experienced it, then it might be hard for you to figure out where your place is as part of the diaspora. And I think that was also a challenge for youth. Being born outside of Jamaica, they felt a sense of not belonging too much as for those who were born there. And so one of the challenges was letting them know that this is a space for everyone. It's not just for those who were born there or have visited every summer or whatever it is, like regardless of where your nationalities come through your history, you are welcome. So I think those are kind of the top challenges. But as you can see, we've also not just held on to the challenges, we're actively working, to put things in place to help resolve those challenges.
Thank you, Ms. Denton. All right, we are going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll grab 2 questions, and then we'll wrap up.
The Jamaica Business Development Corporation brings ideas to life. From concept to market, we're here to guide micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs. Nurturing talent. Developing products. Providing expert advice. Creating business solutions. How can we help you? The JBDC, supporting small businesses in Jamaica. Traveling to Jamaica with unaccompanied shipment? The Jamaica Customs Agency is encouraging all air passengers with unaccompanied shipments who have a taxpayer registration number, TRN, to present it to Customs upon arrival. This will subsequently facilitate faster processing when clearing your unaccompanied shipments. The Jamaica Customs Agency will continue to implement measures to improve our service delivery and your service experience. You may contact us at 876-922-5140-8 or email public.relations@jca.gov.jm on this and other customs-related matters. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
All right, and we're back. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying with us. And we only have a few short minutes left. And so if there are any burning questions at this time, I would like to accommodate. And we have one question. Are you stretching or is that your question? Yes, go ahead. All right.
Very, very burning question. This is my 5th diaspora conference, and I am from an area that is very well unrepresented. Okay? Every time I do things for Jamaica, I have to tag on to the Northeast, and I am from the Midwest.
Ah, that's my region, yes.
Nothing mentioned about the Midwest here. And the Midwest has, the states, Iowa,
yes,
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, North and South Dakota, those places. And we are unrepresented. And if I look at what's the purpose of this global diaspora representative is supposed to be, concerned with the 17 sustainable goals of the United Nations, their national goals, and your success is measured by participation and so on. And I'm saying that there is a lot of Jamaicans in the diaspora that are omitted from all of this and unrepresented. There's thousands of Jamaicans, thousands of diasporans that are excluded. And we want to know, I want to know, just how to get representation in that area. And I'm not speaking only for myself, I'm speaking for the many Jamaicans that are living in that area. And every time I have to do something, it's single-handedly and leaning on Claudia Call and Dr. Duncan. So we want to know today, just moving forward, what is going to be done.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm very glad you asked that question because we just had a conversation with myself and Dr. Davidson earlier, because I think one of the main things is the role of representation and what representation means. Representation from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is not a representative to you in the diaspora. What you've done in the diaspora for elections is you have elected a person from within that region who you have said, all right, we want you to sit as an advisor to this council. But as far as for your actual representative, that is not the specific role based on the terms of reference of the council. While I engage on the council as far as for deepening the engagement and talking with persons regarding what we're doing on the council, implementing particular programs, whereas the Northeast, where you're talking about with Ms. Claudette and her health program, unfortunately, based on how the working groups are set up, I sit on a working group that we are specifically about peace. So unfortunately, I don't engage in the health programs. We also have a health lead who sits on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, Dr. Christopher Parker, who I need to figure out which which group he sits on. But we also have those members who are specific. We have a member who is specifically related for health programs. So if it is something that you want to do with health, Dr. Parker is the best person to liaison with. Whereas the Northeast does have those engagements. Unfortunately, from the West, I have made the specific decision in not formalizing, only because we have had, and Dr. Dunkley, Dr. Cunningham, and myself have had significant at-length conversations regarding the I hate to use the word confusion, but sometimes there tends to be, when we're all working outside of the working group that we're out of and outside of the mandate, it then leads you in the diaspora to have a certain expectation that unfortunately is just not within my role. Yes, Dr. Davidson? And remember, we have 1 minute, Dr. Davidson. What Dr. Davidson is saying is that as a representative, you have the representatives for the regions are the honorary consuls, the consul generals, your embassies, right? So as far as for the role of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, I'm not a representative in that sense, more than I am the representative who sits as an advisor to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, to the Department of Diaspora Affairs and Protocol. Yes, Ms. Claudette, and we have to, I'm getting the notice, and even when I'd like to say, when we have to break and when we end, we will have time to continue the conversation in studio. So I will be able to get back to you. We just will have to break and cut from.
Yes, thanks, Desiree, for raising that, and thanks, Shauna, for the response. But that response, I hope there is a representative here from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, because it has to be clarified.
All right.
Anna, are we able to respond?
Can I respond?
Nathaniel.
All right. Sorry. All right. Diaspora. Let me say this one thing. We are Jamaicans and we work together as Jamaicans. So we are all active in the engagement with our communities. But in addition to that, it is advisors to the ministry. It's important for us to have the dialogue with the diaspora to understand the issues and to relay those things, and where you might need advocacy as well. This is where we're here to support. Now, my esteemed colleague who sits as the vice chair has alluded that there are other members within the Diaspora Council that can assist with things. And what I would ask you to do is reach out to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representatives. On the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website, you have contact details for each of those representatives. But you know, the engagement in terms of the community, do not get this wrong. You know, we are there to also engage the community as well. I'll hand over to my colleague, Yvette.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Nathaniel, for bringing forward that clearly, because
I would like to complete this. This has been a year you all were elected. We and Dr. Karen Dunkley took this diaspora to a different level. We appreciated the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. What would be the need to just have a representative? She took it to the next level. We were always there. I have been in the diaspora movement for several years. Not saying she's done something that no one else has done, but we have a think tank, and everyone is busy in their own sector. And I really, truly believe that's how it should be. And I would really like to get a meeting and a response from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, because it's coming up again for an election, and persons need to know what it's all about.
Absolutely. I also think that that is a source that we really need to have a conversation and have a clarification, because when there is confusion within the diaspora regarding what our role is and what our terms of reference mandates for us to do, then that causes a rift between the diaspora. And I absolutely agree with that. Unfortunately, that is our time in studio online, but this is a conversation that I personally want to make sure that we get to the bottom of that. So we have here members from the ministry team who are on standby so that we can continue this conversation, as well as online in our Facebook groups. We can engage in the dialogue. I'm involved in the groups as well, so I'll see your messages if you contact me. All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you very much for engaging us, and we look forward to the outcomes of today's session. Thank you for all my panelists who are with me, from the elected members, and to all the sector members and the leads who are not on the panel today, but who are very actively involved in our group chat and who has been very supportive. Thank you to all the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council members.
Fellow Jamaicans, my name is Dr. Alan Cunningham, and I'm the chair of the Prosperity Team. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council proposed 8 policies. From these objectives, we had the birth of the 5 pillars for execution, including Team Prosperity. Please allow me to introduce our executive members. From Canada, we have Ms. Naila Gordon-Desestil. From Asia and the Pacific area, we have Dr. Nicolene Johnson, Mistress Nicole Littlejohn from Chile, Mistress Elizabeth Molling-Simmet from the UK, Miss Yvette Blackburn from Canada, and Mrs. Angela Rose Howell from the Secretariat. The Global Jamaica Prosperity Team focuses on trade, diaspora, tourism, knowledge, and innovation. Our major task is to identify and promote strategic business linkages using Brand Jamaica to enhance competitive advantage for trade, investment, and international market access. We are also charged with encouraging diaspora involvement in job creation and innovation. Some key initiatives include encourage capacity building in entrepreneurship, wealth creation, financial literacy, and trade facilitation, to ensure the promotion of diaspora tourism, to promote the expansion of Jamaican goods and services overseas. No one can deny the huge challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, which crippled our effectiveness. Nonetheless, the team were able to highlight strategies for success and implementation, recognize key stakeholders that are aligned with our mission, and to meet with several key persons in the navigation of our various investment and trade missions. Fellow Jamaicans, Team Prosperity is fully committed to the sustainability of Jamaica's economic development. Our primary focus is to explore the potentialities of diaspora engagement into development, as well as to examine policies and programs that can be designed to maximize our full potential. It is evident that as our role morphed as part of the island's economic engine, not just based on remittances and foreign direct investment, we also create businesses, entrepreneurship, and transfer new knowledge and skills. What we appreciate the most is the way in which the government of Jamaica is leading the charge for sustainable diaspora engagement. This is where we synchronize our intentions and will lend itself to increase opportunities for our young people and increase development at all levels. This conference should not just be another conference. Let's use this as a springboard to greatness. Let's put our money where our mouth is. This is Jamaica's 60th Reigniting a Nation for Greatness. One love.
And salutations from the Global People Work Group convened under the auspices of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I'm proud to serve as your chair. My name is Karen Dunkley and I represent the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast United States. Allow me to introduce our illustrious team members, our regional members, Ms. Denise Dixon, the Caribbean, Ms. Anne-Marie Brown, Europe, our sector leads, Dr. Chris Parker, Health and Wellness, Dr. Kimberly Spence, Arts, Sports and Culture, and Dr. Renee Rattray, Education. Our youth leaders, Ms. Kashane Denton and Ms. Tara Johnson-Reed, and of course our elected member, Ms. Naila Gordon-DeCiccio. Let's applaud our Secretariat, Mr. Lloyd Wilkes, sitting in the Diaspora Unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We are excited to share with you that we have worked diligently on the people's behalf, achieving in several areas, notably aligned to our Sustainable Development Goals, education, to facilitate the provision of quality education at the early childhood, primary and secondary levels to aid the development of confident individuals and active communities, health and wellness, to promote overall health and wellness with increased investment towards improved healthcare facilities and services, youth empowerment, to give priority focus on engagement with young people of Jamaican heritage to strengthen their affinity to Jamaica, and community development to strengthen networks and build communities. The People Work Group must acknowledge our partners who continue to support our efforts to alleviate poverty and improve socioeconomic welfare in Jamaica. Ms. Lisa Doyen and Ms. Melanie Sobrati, Separate Foundation, Dr. Lorna Gal Morrison, Sam Sharp Teachers College, Mr. Alvin Lawson, Michael Teachers College, and of course our very good friends and partner, Ms. Audrey Badai and Permanent Secretary Courtney Williams, members of the Jamaica National Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons. We must also recognize and applaud the tremendous support of the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast United States think tank. As we look to the future and we continue to emerge from the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and we weather various crises, let us take full ownership that Jamaica is now a borderless diaspora. Let us maximize this potential. Welcome to Diaspora Conference 2022. Let us reignite a nation for greatness. Let us reignite our diaspora for greatness. Let us reignite our people for greatness. The People Work Group recognizes and continues to stand on its commitment that the capsule is action. Have an amazing conference. Thank you and walk good.
At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more. Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group. At Jamaica National, when we
Thanks for staying with us at the Jamaica 6th Diaspora Conference being held under the theme, Reigniting a Nation for Greatness. And so far, we've had a rich discussion over the last 3 days. Today alone, we talked about mental health, and we heard from Julie Mango early this morning. One of the key issues, of course, mental health, that's been placed firmly in the spotlight because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we went on to talk about diaspora engagement for transforming health and wellness services in Jamaica. And I also had a Riverside chat with State Minister, Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell. Then we also talked about progress on the national diaspora policy, moving from crafting to actual fruition. And some of the key points, I want to recap them for you. Areas of need, we talked about some of that. We talked about how Jamaicans can get in touch if they want to assist or invest. And because we know you need to know that information, I'm going to tell you again right now that you can call or email the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. You can also talk to the local missions. You can also, which also have JAMPRO representatives if you want to find out about investing, because we're not only talking about assistance and how you can help Jamaicans, but we want you to understand that Jamaica is open for business. It is a place of opportunities. And one of the big opportunities is to invest in the country like other people are investing in their countries and like other people are investing in Jamaica. And finally, we looked at how to move these ideas forward in our final discussion on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and Global Jamaica Youth. I felt like that was such an amazing panel. All of the persons who contributed to that panel had a list of different kinds of ways in which they've tried to invest or tried to assist Jamaicans, and we heard of some of the work being done and also some of the work that has already been accomplished, in fact. So that's a nice follow-up to the discussions we've been having over the past 2 days and covering areas such as digital transformation, engagement in a digitalized world. This conference is an example of that, because it's a hybrid conference. We talked about faith-based organizations and engagement there as well, youth diaspora, the National Identification System NIDS, educational transformation, as well as the orange economy, cryptocurrency. We heard from the governor of the Bank of Jamaica having an interesting Riverside chat on that issue, as well as one of the other important challenges of our time, which is climate change, and Jamaica is one of the leaders in that area as well. You heard from the head of the intergovernmental panel, not the head of the intergovernmental panel on climate change, author of the last report, who is based in Jamaica. So Jamaica is also one of the leaders on climate change. There's a lot we can do. And we also talked about business and investment in Jamaica and special links as well with some of the hubs overseas and also the marketplace that's continuing to happen. Now, speaking of the marketplace, if you visit the Gleaner booth online, you will get an opportunity to sign up for a free 2-week subscription. So please continue to visit the marketplace. It's continuing to happen online because, as we said, we're having a hybrid conference. So how do we take all of these discussions forward? That is what we're going to be doing right now. And the speakers in our closing ceremony, which is what we're going to be doing right now, are going to be adding their thoughts to the rich slate of discussions we've been having all day. And I'd like to welcome to the stage to kick us off in this closing ceremony, Senator Don Webby, who is conference chairman and group CEO of the Grace Kennedy Group, one of our legacy partners. Please make him welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Archibald. I think he did a very good job in terms of summarizing our topics of the day. So let me recognize you, Archibald, doing a great job. Thank you very much. Also, I want to recognize Lisa Hanna, who is representing the leader of the opposition. I was just saying to Lisa, I'm not sure how many of you get a chance to read her articles in the Sunday Observer, and I said they are really good, so congrats, well researched, and I think you're doing a good job. Thanks a lot, Lisa, very informative. And my good friend and fellow Senator Leslie Campbell, I'll see you tomorrow, sir, in the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Conference participants online, this is hybrid, online and in person, and special invited guests, Jamaica family and friends of Jamaica. What a great time we have had over the last 3 days. This year's conference has been packed with rich content which has inspired engaging discussions and laid a foundation for us to take the next steps to reignite Jamaica for greatness. The reports on our achievements and the opportunities for diaspora engagement that has been presented in areas of agriculture, investment, healthcare, and educational transformation have been among the highlights, certainly for me. Mr. Minister, I noted very carefully your opening remarks on Tuesday, where you called for the remittance industry to be formalized and modernized. I want to take this opportunity to respond to you publicly that Grace Kennedy, and we are the leaders in the remittance business, as I said, we have over 50% of the market, stands in full support of the government efforts in this regard. Remittances, many of you may not know, but actually makes up about 16% of our GDP. So it is extremely, extremely significant. And it is critical for Jamaica to keep pace with global trends in this sector. And we are with you, and any support, we are here for the government in that regard. You know, colleagues, as we reflect on the conference, I also take this opportunity to restate something that I had mentioned at the launch, and that is the need, and I've been hopefully not sounding too much like a broken record, because I've been saying it in the Senate and every time I get to speak publicly, that we really need to reduce Jamaica's food import bill. Nothing has been more clearly highlighted than the food security, bearing in mind COVID-19 pandemic and our recent global supply chain challenges. I believe that our diaspora support is crucial in improving Jamaica's food security, and I would strongly encourage my Jamaican brothers and sisters living overseas to invest in our agricultural sector. There's so much opportunity, not only for us in the local market, but for you also to export. Another rapidly growing area filled with investment opportunities is digital transformation of Jamaica, which we have spent a lot of time discussing. The truth is that the world has changed. We have fast forwarded the clock since COVID-19, I would think by about 10 years in the area of the digital transformation. The truth is that this conference is proof of that, and we have had several lively discussions on the topic. So no matter where in the world they may be, for the very first time, our Jamaican diaspora has been able to participate in the conference virtually. And I've been receiving quite a few emails on WhatsApp for as far away as Japan and Africa and Germany. So as we say, Minister, we're there everywhere. Digitization is no longer a nice to have. It's a must do, a matter of survival. You know, at Grace Kennedy, I had put Grace on the digital transformation journey 2 years ago, and I engaged Dr. Ying, a consultant, one of the top consulting companies, and we were having a one-on-one in terms of digital transformation. And he gave me a sober look and said, Don, to be honest with you, digitization and digital transformation 2 years ago was more or less a nice to have, a value added to your consumers. He said, Don, this is now a matter of survival. And I would say, if we are going to be a nation of a world-class standard, digital transformation for our nation is now a matter of survival and growth of our economy. As my new friend, somebody that I'm very proud of, and our keynote speaker, Jackie Wright, has said, this transformation will require establishing effective partnerships to ensure our citizens have the right skills for the future. We need to start training from now in a very structured way, and we need to create a cohesive digital ecosystem. Everyone has a role in this regard: public sector, private sector, Jamaicans at home, and in those in the diaspora. Digitization is yet another example where we must remain focused on fully extracting the value that the diaspora has to offer to propel Jamaica forward. The discussions over the past few days have certainly been engaging and eye-opening, and the rich cultural experiences that were offered by the conference were also a high point for me. Jamaica music, past and present, has been the soundtrack to our conference. From the classical rendition of Jamaica folk songs by John Williams and Paulette Bellamy, which started the program, to the drums and percussion accompanying the performance of Dinky Mini and Iselton Culture Group, to some of the best reggae and dancehall at our GK hospitality event on Tuesday. Minister, I missed you on Tuesday, but it was a great event. I enjoyed it, Archibald, Lisa, where Tony Rebel did our fresh vegetable and sweet Jamaica. And why should I be afraid when Jai is by my side? He needs to Dinky Benetile. I apologize to, and some of you were there, that Ding Dong, our GK ambassador, was also there. Unfortunately, Don Ravers was injured and he did not get a chance to do the stir fry or the bounce challenge or the new dip. But he did something with his hand. I'm not sure what you call it. But it was a great event, and I am extremely happy that some of you who I'm seeing here today really enjoyed the Grace Kennedy hospitality. I cannot leave out a lady that I've become to really love and respect her, and even more so after our presentation this morning, Julie Mango. She's a fantastic, fantastic lady. Her presentation this morning was really heart-rendering. And basically, there's this stigma against mental illness, but it is real. And she brought it to life this morning. And Julie, I'm not sure if you are listening, but respect you, my friend. Respect you. I love you. So while we are acknowledging our successes, we must always find ways to improve and continue to raise the bar. This is the only way we can remain relevant in the global space. We must reflect and transform. I'm looking forward to the report card on the conference and what went right and what went wrong and how we can improve. And Franz, I'm looking forward to that report card, although I'm demitting my office as chairman. One of the key areas of focus coming out of last year's conference was ensuring greater involvement of the diaspora in the planning and delivery of the program. This year we had a wide cross-section of speakers selected from the diaspora, by the diaspora, and I am sure everyone will agree with me, they did not disappoint. There's plenty of food for thought and moments for us to reflect and recalibrate as we move forward. As I said during the opening ceremony, what gets measured gets done. The real work now begins as we seek to turn our ideas, our recommendations, and our feedback into achievable and actionable outcomes. Now is the time to put our shoulders to the wheel to create Jamaica we want. A Jamaica where our children and our children's children can all have access to world-class education. Where our children and our children's children can have access to a world-class education. My mother was a teacher for 40 years, and education is a real solution to Jamaica's problems. And I have said before, it is my opinion that education should not be a privilege, but should be a right for every Jamaican to have a good education. Our natural resources sustainably managed, and where Jamaicans at home and abroad can feel a true sense of peace and security. Let me just repeat that again. Where Jamaicans at home and at abroad can feel a true sense of peace and security. A Jamaica where healthcare is affordable, and we can eat what we grow and grow what we eat. What a Jamaica it will be, and we can achieve it. Team Jamaica. Team Force at Grace, and by extension, Jamaica. Together, everybody achieves more. You know, I quoted a Japanese poet in my opening comments, and friends, I received no less than about 50 WhatsApp messages about that quote. So I think it's due for repeat. I said, individually, we are a drop. Together, we are an ocean. Together, nobody can stop this great nation of Jamaica if we work together. So in closing, let me say, Minister, it has been an honor and a privilege for me to serve as chair of the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference. And I thank you and Camina for giving me this opportunity to chair. And by extension, Franz, I thank you and your team for your hard work and your dedication to get this conference done and to be a success. Thanks for the opportunity. As I now pass on the baton from Grace Kennedy to VM Group, who will chair the 2024 Diaspora Conference, and I see my good friend Courtney Campbell, a graduate of Grace Kennedy, is online somewhere. I'm confident that together with the ministry and our legacy partner, CEEN Group, or it has been a stalwart, that we'll continue to build on what we have achieved this year. VM has my personal full endorsement and Grace Kennedy's full endorsement for 2024, and we look forward to be working with VM for the next staging. I hope that all of who have joined us this week are walking away today feeling a renewed connection with our island home. We are Jamaican brothers and sisters, no matter where we go in the world. And we must continue to strengthen the partnerships which were formed over the last 3 days and feed the spirit of Jamaica, which has been reignited within us. I'm deeply appreciative of the outpouring of support that has helped us to make the conference a success. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the entire ministry, the team. The conference planning committee is Lisa here. Lisa did a fantastic job. Our fellow legacy partners and our other sponsors, the ministries, the departments and agencies of government, all the moderators and speakers, the technical team. I really want to big them up. Kudos to them for their hard work. Every organization and individual who gave us their time and resources to make Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference possible, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. So I look forward to seeing you again. And as I close all my presentations, wherever I am in the world and whatever I'm speaking about, God bless Jamaica, the greatest country in the world. Thank you. Thank you, Archibald.
Thank you very much, Senator Don Webby there, outgoing conference chair. and Group CEO of the Grace Kennedy Group. And GK is, of course, one of our legacy partners. So is the JN Group, and our next legacy partner, the VM Group, the CEO of which is the incoming chair of the Diaspora Conference. And we'd like to make him welcome as he makes his presentation at the closing ceremony today. He'll be joining us in true virtual, hybrid, however you call it, fashion online. Mr. Campbell, Courtney Campbell.
Thank you very much, Archibald. And so I greet everyone there. There's Lisa Hanna, Member of Parliament, representing the Leader of the Opposition, Senator, the Honorable Leslie Campbell, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Senator Don Webby, Conference Chair and Group CEO of Grace Kennedy, conference participants here in Jamaica and from across the world, other distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very, very pleased that as we gather for this closing ceremony of the 9th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, we can safely say that our coming together over the past 3 days has been a fruitful, enriching exercise, and that our time together will no doubt reap bountiful rewards for Jamaica, the place we all hold so dear. This conference is bold in ambition and wide in scope, which means that we have had the benefit of meaningful discussions on a range of matters that are central to Jamaica and Jamaica's people. We discussed critical issues such as climate change, education, cryptocurrencies, bridging the digital divide, growing the orange economy with all its potential, health and wellness, investment and business, among other things. And we've also had lots of fun along the way. And, you know, Don mentioned that Grace Kennedy Hospitality function on Tuesday evening. But what has been emphasized throughout our discussions is the fact that Jamaicans are among the world's most brilliant people. And our will and determination to do better and to be better is intractable. And this is precisely why this conference is so important. The removal of geographic barriers, even temporarily, helps us to benefit from a collective borderless discussion which includes our best and our brightest, no matter where we may be in the world. And we are simply one Jamaican people plotting a better tomorrow for our island home. Indeed, as we said, as we have been saying this year in our 60th anniversary, we are reigniting our nation for greatness. So I offer congratulations to Conference Chair, my friend, Senator Don Webby, on an excellent staging and for your sound leadership in making it so. And thank you also to every member of the various organizing and planning committees composed of team members from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, as well as legacy partners, Grace Kennedy Limited, JN Group, and my own team at VM. Thank you also to all the other sponsors and everyone who worked tirelessly for months behind the scenes to make this conference a reality. And special applause to Lisa Ogilvie. Let us make good of their efforts by ensuring that the action items coming out of discussions are effected purposefully and urgently. So I humbly and gratefully accept the task to chair the 2024 staging of the conference. I challenge all of us to ensure that when we convene then in 2024, we will be proud of the outcomes realized from our meeting here in 2022. We must be more results focused. Beyond the objectives agreed on at this conference, let us stretch our hands across the oceans, using our new digital enablers, and work even harder over the next 2 years to match our rich capabilities with the tremendous opportunities that face us in these times, and advance Jamaica's progress toward our 2030 vision of making Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and to do business. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you all, and may God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Thank you very much, Courtney Campbell, the incoming conference chairman and CEO of the VM Group. And we are going to be continuing our closing ceremony now with the Miss Lisa Hanna, who is representing the leader of the opposition. And while Miss Hanna makes her way to the stage, we also want to thank, in addition to our legacy partners, two of our sponsors, some of our sponsors, Hardware and Lumber Limited, Best Dressed Chicken, and the Lasco Group, of course, without whom, in addition to our legacy partners, this would not have been possible. Over to you, Ms. Hanna.
Thank you, Archibald. Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Leslie Campbell, Senator Leslie Campbell, my friend, Senator Don Webby. Congratulations, sir, on an excellent conference, and congratulations again on winning the Guinness 1000. What a fantastic horse. Members of staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and members of the delegation who are here for this 9th biannual Diaspora Conference, an important and urgent facilitation of conversations that are needed to improve any kind of relationship that we seek to develop among one another for Jamaicans living here, the 3 million living here, and the 3 million plus who are living overseas in various jurisdictions. I have paid attention to some of the conversations that were held, and I must say they were passionate. I must say that they reflect some of the global conversations that are taking place in corners of the world where sometimes we can't get into. Things about climate change, things about culture. And even though we have thanked you, members of the diaspora, over the years for helping us when intractable problems beset our country that we can't seem to solve, and you always jump in and solve them for us, whether it's healthcare or education, I don't think we thank you enough for carrying the flag of all of us abroad with such respect, esteem, and flamboyance. You know, a Jamaican anywhere in the world, if you're in London, if you're in New York, if you're in Turkey, it's the way we walk, it's the way we speak, it's our feistiness, it's our unabashed resolve that we always know the answer for everything and anything. And so we have that passion, and we have the ability not only to buck the world's trend by 339% in 2019 and 2020 in remittances. Jamaica beat the world average 3 times by sending home $2.4 billion in remittances at a time when the rest of the world, and even Jamaica, was experiencing and still experiencing severe income inequality, where the top 1% of American households actually control 90% of the wealth, and the bottom 90% are experiencing income stagflation. But you all found a way to send money home. And what researchers are saying is that there must be a way for us to increase your relevance and importance, not only in sending money home, but to become creative in creating remittance loans for low-income workers in our country. Don spoke about the digitization of our economy, of our society. And the BPO industry is one of the fastest growing industries in Jamaica. But how it started was because of the Venezuelan Petrocaribe agreement that no longer exists. But if we found a way to harness those remittance funds in a way that we could even issue BPO bonds or broadband bonds that expanded the broadband infrastructure in Jamaica, it would not only help education, but it would provide more jobs and it would take us in another direction. And those are conversations I'm sure you will continue. But two of the things that we would like to add is this.
Recording in progress.
Okay. UNICEF recently came out with information on our region's children. And unfortunately, the Caribbean and Latin America, homicide is a leading killer of adolescents in this region. 2/3 of children in Latin America and the Caribbean experience violent discipline at home. That is exasperated by 80% in Jamaica, in Haiti, and in Suriname. When you look at how we're treating our children and the kinds of antisocial behavior, learning disabilities, and ACEs, I want to throw it out there to the diaspora that we need to come up with better psychosocial interventions to be able to aid our society moving forward. Fundamentally, if we help our children fix their lives from an early age, we will solve some of the violent issues that we're experiencing later on. The second thing I'd like you to think about is how we are going to fix or close the gap or redistribute the kind of wealth to working class families in this country. In other words, what kinds of programs can we put in place to make sure that people's lives are easier? Because the remittances are one thing and it's spent on consumer goods. But how are we going to improve systematically and systemically people's lives? And the third thing, especially since I'm the ambassador for the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, because I believe in exports. I believe that our economy, our people, our population is just too small to create the kind of wealth that we need for this country. And so we need to start selling to other markets. 3 million people is just too small. And so the value-added agricultural sector is a very, very meaningful industry that the diaspora must look into harnessing. If we can sell to 30 million people of the world, or even 0.5% of China's population, just one product could transform Jamaica into the country we all say we want. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for coming. Welcome home. It has been a pleasure to see some of you, all of you, and continue doing what you do. When I see you overseas, I feel proud. When I see the work that you're doing, I feel good. Because Jamaica punches way above our weight class, and that is because of you. Thank you so much. God bless you, and get home safe.
And thank you as well, Ms. Hannah, representing Leader of the Opposition. As you heard there, even in this closing segment, the policy discussions are continuing, and we know that those policy discussions will perhaps be taken to a new level when the white paper, the National Diaspora White Paper, is taken to Parliament, as was announced by Senator the Honorable Leslie Campbell today. And we'd like to close this ceremony, the closing remarks for this ceremony, invite Senator Campbell to the lectern to deliver his closing remarks.
Thanks, Archibald, for having taken us through the program for the entire day, and you've been a great host. Senator Don Webe, I didn't know that your other colleagues know about your history on the track. Thanks for chairing the conference for this year, and it's been, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Miss Lisa Hannah, Miss World. She's all Miss World. Okay. Oh, I'm Mr. Courtney Campbell, Chief Executive Officer of VM Group, Legacy Partner, the Honorable Earl Jarrett, Chairman, Jamaica National Group, and I should say JN Group, because I think the rebranding has already gone ahead. Representatives of our sponsors, members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies, members of the media, conference participants. Good afternoon. Today, June 16, is which day? Diaspora Day. And let me wish you a wonderful Diaspora Day, or what is left of it. It's the final day of this historic the 60th Diaspora Conference, which was held under the theme, Reigniting a Nation to Greatness. It is hard to imagine that we're already at the close of this conference. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged in robust discussions and shared perspectives on the various important issues on the conference agenda. We were also entertained by performers who showcased our vibrant culture, and I recall seeing the conference participants doing the electric slide. And I sincerely hope that people like Claudette have the adequate insurance so that if we discover that there is any post-conference injury, she cannot place it at our feet. In line with conference objectives, we examined the importance of digital transformation in all sectors, in line with Jamaica's aspiration of becoming, as said by the Prime Minister, the Silicon Valley of the region. We were honored to have as our special guest presenter, Ms. Jackie Wright, Chief Digital Officer and Corporate Vice President of Microsoft US, who shared her valuable perspectives on digital transformation. And oh, what a presentation that was. The conference explored mechanisms to strengthen and facilitate diaspora engagement in traditional areas of interest, including health, education, security, investing in Jamaica, and the development of human capital, all within the context of the country's digitization program. The conference also highlighted opportunities, solutions, and actions to broaden the diaspora's engagement in the affairs of the country, including tourism, agribusiness, and BPOs. Importantly, information was shared on funding opportunities such as DB&G, Venture Capital, and Home Strings, a Caribbean funds establishment to get the funds for projects. As we come to the end of this historic conference, let me highlight a few of the key outcomes and recommendations of conference. 1. Digital transformation. The ministry will continue its engagement with the diaspora to promote greater understanding and implementation of initiatives for the digital transformation of Jamaica and identify mutual areas of interest and specific opportunities for closer collaboration with the diaspora. 2. The draft National Diaspora Policy, the foundational framework for deeper diaspora engagement, which has now been approved by Cabinet, will be presented to Parliament for approval. And I suspect that will be done in the next 2 weeks. The ministry will continue the process for implementation of the strategic priorities of the policy through an approved diaspora action plan. And 3, cultural and creative industries. The government should strengthen engagement with diaspora and leverage their business acumen to manage and support creative content. Investment promotion. We want to strengthen engagement for the diaspora on available investment opportunities in Jamaica, including in the various types of securities on Jamaica Stock Exchange, such as in manufacturing, distribution, and banking. We want to further strengthen relations and deepen partnerships with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Councils towards Jamaica's overall development goals. I use this opportunity to thank council members for their support, some of whom will end their term later this year. I thank them for their tremendous work, and most particularly in identifying thematic areas of direct concern for inclusion on the conference agenda. The full list of recommendations and conclusions will be prepared and circulated in the coming week. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that the hybrid format of the conference allowed us to bring together key stakeholders at all levels, private and public sector, as well as the diaspora from traditional and non-traditional locations across the globe. I use this opportunity to convey the Minister's gratitude to our outgoing chairman, Senator Don Webby, and his amazing team for the invaluable support and guidance provided during his chairmanship. To our legacy partners, Jamaica National, JANE Group, and the VM Group, we are truly appreciative of your long-standing and demonstrated commitment to strengthening the ties to the diaspora. I congratulate Mr. Courtney Campbell and the VM Group and look forward to working with him and his team in planning and the execution of the 10th Biennial Diaspora Conference. Thanks to our other major sponsors, Best Dressed Chicken, Lasco Financial Services, and Hardware and Lumber, as well as the many exhibitors and government at your service representatives that participated in this conference. Thank you to our faith-based representatives for successfully organizing the Jamaica 60 pre-conference church services. I thank Professor Neville Ying, the various subcommittees as the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council for the assistance provided in framing and the development of the conference program. Thank you to all our moderators, speakers, the panelists, entertainers, and our specially invited guests and our daily broadcast host. To our rapporteurs and volunteers, we appreciate you. Special thanks to Miss Lisa Ogilvie, and I hope I got that right, because I know the lady's name is not Ogilvie. Supported by her hardworking production and logistics teams, as well as Affinity, for the technical services providers for the work undertaken in the execution of this conference. And I must especially saying thanks to Affinity for, a wonderful first-class, first-world execution of this, the technical services for this conference. I convey my gratitude to Minister Johnson Smith, Ambassador Sheila Seeley Monteith, Permanent Secretary, members of the Ministry's team, including the ICT Department, the Public Relations and Media Affairs Department, the Protocol Department, and the Conference Planning Team, led by Mr. Franz Hall, together with Mrs. Rose Howell, Mrs. Lisa Bryant-Smart, Mr. Lloyd Wilkes, and other members of the Consular Affairs Division. Finally, let me thank you for taking the time to show your interest and support in this important diaspora engagement effort. We look forward to continuing the dialogue and working collaboratively to deepen the partnership in the years ahead. I want to go home safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. And before we close, a couple of housekeeping matters. A reminder, I want the folks in the room to stay with us, because after the performance, we have a special treat for you. I'm not telling you what it is. You have to stay and find out what it is. And the folks online, in our last session, one of our last sessions, we heard from Shauna Chin, who spoke to a panel of people who are doing work in different areas, different countries, and she indicated that if you want to find out how you can contribute, how you can invest, if you have any sort of questions, she will be available online afterwards to answer those questions. So we are also offering you the opportunity to stay online and find out about those activities. And now it's just left to do another closing and to thank all of you for being here again today. Now we're about 2 years from the next conference. We heard of the next steps from Minister Campbell and recommendations from some of the other speakers as well. And I would love if we could demonstrate the commitment to the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here today by standing and reciting the pledge. Please stand with me. Yes, like school children, someone said. Together. Before God and all mankind, and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body, in the service of my fellow citizens, I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Thank you so much, everyone. You may be seated. Love being a moderator, you can tell people what to do. Now, as we bring this 9th Diaspora Conference to a close, we hope that every person who joins us feels renewed in their conviction to build a better Jamaica for Jamaicans in their own small way, with the assurance that one cocoa full basket. Together, we are stronger. Now, by all accounts, everyone has enjoyed their diaspora vacation, so please hang back and enjoy our last marketplace and the special evening festivities and online event hosted by the JN Group immediately following. This has been an amazing signature Jamaica 60 celebration event. This 9th Diaspora Conference, Reigniting a Nation for Greatness, has been a success thanks to the tireless efforts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Round of applause, please. As well as our legacy partners, Grace Kennedy Group, the VM Group, and the JN Group, and our sponsors, Hardware and Lumber Limited, Best Dressed Chicken, and the Lasco Group. Together, everybody achieves more. Team, that's another example of how teamwork has made all of this possible. Moving forward beyond the successful engagement that this conference has facilitated, the next steps for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade will be to collate all the ideas shared and recommendations made by conference participants. This information will be instrumental in crafting a pathway for future engagement and purposeful action. We look forward to doing this all over again in 2024. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for turning up today for the discussions, and what good. And now for our performance by the Lacadco Group.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life, a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group. At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
Busy lives. We spend so much time in traffic or on a bus, but with all these distractions, there is an opportunity to make our time together something to get dressed for. making time to share the goodness, share a milestone, share a meal. Sharing your life's most important experiences is a meal together away. The best dressed chicken. Make life.
VM Group.
Transform your everyday.
Think you know Jamaica? We are tourism. Now you know Jamaica. Do Business Jamaica.
Hi, I'm Latoya Harris, Executive Director for the National Education Trust. Have you heard about us? Well, let me give you a little background on the organization. The National Education Trust is a charitable organization in Jamaica operating under the Ministry of Education and Youth. And here at NET, we mobilize financial and quality resources for schools in Jamaica to help our children. We build relationships with donors and investors to acquire resources that will improve the educational infrastructure and meet educational needs of our children. Since our inception in 2010, we have processed donations, secured grants, and assisted over 1,000 schools across the length and breadth of Jamaica. We have developed a track record for efficiency as we're passionate about enhancing the lives of our Jamaican children. We're continuing our mission to transform the schools one project at a time. You can contact us at info@net.org.jm or check us out on social media that are listed on the screen to find out how you can donate today. Let us work together to empower the future of Jamaica.
All right, folks, so as we mentioned earlier, we have some giveaways. Yes, this is a special treat that I'm talking about. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and the first person who comes